One sweeping house. Sky first glimmers of light. Yang Kai woke up, washed a little, and walked out of the lonely house with the broom on the corner. Standing at the door stretched out, glanced at the grey dawn that emerged from the sky, close eyes and enjoyed a moment of tranquility, and then the eyes opened, the curtain danced, and the broom in his hand was lifted to clean up dust and fallen leaves on the ground. Wearing Tsing Yi, plain and clean, the old-fashioned clothes for no reason set off the youth's imaginary length. Yang Kai's waist is as straight as a javelin, even if he is doing the lowest level of work. The expression on his face is meticulous. The movements are very steady, the hands holding the broom didn't use much force, and the body didn't even move much. Just by turning the hand and wrist, the broom was like an arm and moved around, following his steps. The dust and debris accumulated on the ground moved magically, as if for no reason had two legs. Yang Kai is the trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion. 3 years forward, Sect started to practice, but until now he only practices in the body-tempering 3-layer world. The fellow apprentices who started with him have far surpassed this stage long ago, and each had the opportunity to pay respects to join and went to the expert seat in the door. But he could only sigh. 3 years of body-tempering 3-layer, this aptitude can no longer be described in ordinary words, it can be said to be mediocre. Unfortunately, Yang Kai could only take a sweeping job in Sect, and practice hard while making a living. High Heaven Pavilion is a relatively special sect, which is reflected in the Cruel Hanger and Disciple competition. In this sect, those with the ability are in the top position and those with the incompetence are eliminated. Weak are prey to the strong. This iron law is vividly and thoroughly performed in the High Heaven Pavilion. Other sects may also have the same sect friendship brotherhood, but not in the High Heaven Pavilion. If you want to climb up, you can only be qualified if you step on the shoulders of the so-called fellow apprentices and step on their fresh blood. High Heaven Pavilion has strict rules under its doors and is well known throughout the Great Han Dynasty. Although what super big sect can't be considered, the Cruel Hanger and Disciple battle is second to none. Because of this, the martial styles of the disciplines are sturdy, and few people dare to provoke them when they go out and walk the rivers and lakes. High Heaven Pavilion has a rule: 14 years old with lower base disciple, no matter who it is, from the beginning. 3 years can be considered as a trial period. During the past 3 years, Sect is responsible for all meals, accommodation and travel, and the discipline is just about practice. If you can break through the body tempering period within 3 years, you are eligible to pay respects to join experts in your clan as apprentices, and let these experts teach practice. Of course, you can also own practice without apprenticeship, but for practice, there are mentor and own groping that is completely different. To some extent, the rules of High Heaven Pavilion are somewhat free. Those who have not had a breakthrough body tempering period within 3 years will either leave Sect or be relegated to Trial Disciple. Trial Disciple is the current identity of Yang Kai. It is also a shame in High Heaven Pavilion. Different from ordinary disciple, the living environment of Trial Disciple is more demanding, because when you get to this step, you have to take care of your own food, clothing, housing and transportation. Sect will not waste any practice resources on you. Once it is relegated to Trial Disciple, basically there will be no future in this life, unless the strength rises significantly in a short time, and Sect thinks you have the capital to invest. The entire High Heaven Pavilion has 3,000 disciples. And how many people are there in Trial Disciple? But 10 fingers. Yang Kai is fortunate to be one of them. Trial Disciple wants to survive in the High Heaven Pavilion. It is simply as difficult as Heavenly Ascension. For example, Yang Kai lives in the cabin, which is built by a blockhead and a blockhead he owns, with a small roof. I broke a few holes and didn't have time to take care of it. As soon as it rained, water accumulated in the house. Owen bought his clothes, and owned what he ate. Owen was responsible for everything. Even the location of the cabin is in the most remote and unattended place of the High Heaven Pavilion. Such a terrible treatment is difficult for ordinary people to bear. This is also due to the small number of High Heaven Pavilion trial disciples. Basically, after the trial period, there is no breakthrough body tempering for the disciplines, they will choose to leave High Heaven Pavilion this road, but Yankai stayed. I have been swept out of the house once, how can it be this time? After being relegated to trial disciple a few months ago, Yankai took a sweeping job in sect to maintain his own livelihood. It can be said that Yankai is now both the trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion and the floor sweeper of High Heaven Pavilion. However, this sweeping work sometimes fails to maintain Yankai's food and clothing. From time to time, he is hungry and full. There is no one in the wind and cold, and the life is miserable. Even so, Yankai has never retired. He is alive, decades old, and if the owner chooses this path, he has to keep going and give up exactly what the man did. Yankai has a resilience, the resilience of not hitting the south wall and not looking back. The sky is getting brighter, Yankai sweeps the ground for a while, and everything he passes by is clean and dust is swept away. Although sweeping the floor doesn't waste any effort, but he moved for so long without eating or drinking early in the morning. Yankai was also sweating all over his body. This has nothing to do with his strength, it is entirely because of the physique is too bad. 2 of the 3 meals are hungry. Anyone in the living environment of Yankai, physique will not be good. Gradually surrounded by some of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciplines, all of these disciplines got up early, but they were surrounded by Yankais instead of going to practice. Many people looked at Yankai with interest, and even more people's eyes are very greedy, as if Yankai is now a naked beauty, with a compelling fragrance. And among these High Heaven Pavilion disciples gathered around Yangchi, there is also an atmosphere of tense competition spreading, vigilantly looking at the fellow apprentices around him. Each and every one complexion is not good. Some people in the crowd showed their faces and whispered, "There are so many people, it's a bit too much." Someone replied, "Right now, you think you can go if you have too many people. No one wants you to stay." One sentence made the person unspoken. Everyone knows why they are gathered here, and everyone knows why they are staring at Yankai. Now they are waiting for that moment. The time limit is coming soon. Isn't it a pity to leave now? If you can grab the top spot, today will be another gain. Yankai knows the movement beside Zu naturally, but his expression has never changed. This kind of battle owner has to go through once every 5 days, 6 times a month. There is really nothing to make a fuss about, nothing, and the number of people in front of you is slightly less, probably because it hasn't arrived yet. So he has been sweeping the floor, regardless of the people around him, sweeping all the way. With the passage of time, more and more people gather around Yankai, and it is roughly estimated that there are at least 30-40 people. Yankai stopped suddenly, sitting in the middle of the road, slowly taking a deep breath, recovering the physical strength that his owner had consumed early in the morning. Looking at this movement, everyone gathered around Yankai immediately dispersed, surrounded him in groups, and the atmosphere of intense competition suddenly rose to a new level, as if there was no more air. It's flowing. Everyone sees who is not pleasing to the eye, but they all look forward to Yankai very much. If a person called not understanding the complete truth sees this scene, they will think that the person surrounded by the crowd is a super expert. Otherwise, how could such a large number of people be sent to deal with him? But in fact, Yankai is just a 3-layer trial disciple of body tempering. Everyone present is better than Yankai. Yankai, don't bother you. I'll be obediently telling me to wait and get down. Everyone saves time, right? Someone suddenly felt disdainful when they saw Yankai like this. What else does a trifling body tempering 3-layer resume? Anyway, it's all about losing. So why not struggling on whilst at death's door? Yes, yeah. Yankai, you should also be considerate of the feelings of fellow apprentices. Everyone is different from you. We have to go to practice after this game. What this says is that Yankai should be quickly defeated by them, and the Yankai who was engaged in regaining strength now seems to be disrespectful to them. Yankai turned a deaf ear, like an old monk, into concentration. Time continued to pass, and suddenly, a melodious and empty bell rang. It was the morning bell of the High Heaven Pavilion. The bell entered everyone's ears, and the disciples simultaneously gathered around Yankai. Shock. The bell rings 9 times, the eastern sun rises, and it's another day. The breathing of the people suddenly subsided, and they looked at Yang Kai, who was surrounded in the middle. Yang Kai slowly got up, holding the broom in his hand, and lightly glanced at the people around him. "Choose me, senior brother Yang." Someone shouted loudly, "I do it very lightly, so you won't hurt if you beat me." "Fart. Choose me, I will give you a happy one, and it will be over with one punch. Absolutely not wasting your time." "Choose me. Choose me." There is a lot of noise in the market, just like a vegetable vendor in the market selling the vegetables in the own field. They are also competing for fresher. "Yang Kai, you can't break the rules set by own," someone reminded. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, and threw the broom he was holding into the sky. Dozens of simultaneous eyes looked up, waiting expectantly for the moment when the broom fell, and he kept praying in his heart, "Choose me, choose me." The time seemed to slow down. The broom swung a few times in midair, then fell down, bounced on the ground, and stopped moving. The front of the broom pointed at a burly teenager in the crowd. A sound of regret sounded, full of resentment and unwillingness. On the contrary, it was the burly boy. Haha walked out of the crowd with a smile, and cupped one fist in the other hand, said with a smile to everyone, "You fellow apprentices, I have won this battle today. I hope you fellow apprentices are no wonder." Fuck. Dog shit luck. Someone was jealous. "Why can't I choose me? I come here every 5 days. I have been here for a full month." "Yang Kai, did you deliberately?" "Don't mention it, I've been here for 3 months. And I've never been selected once." "Senior brother, you are worse than me." "Not miserable, not miserable, optimistic, that's it." The two fellow apprentices looked at each other and smiled comprehensively. In the field, the others have dispersed, leaving only Yang Kai and the burly boy looking at each other. Trial disciple Yang Chi, body tempering 3-layer. Yang Kai looked at the other side. Ordinary disciple Ziding Jun, body tempering 5-layer. The burly teenager reported his family. The discipline of High Heaven Pavilion is also hierarchical. From bottom to top, there are Trial Disciple, Ordinary Disciple, Lower Base Disciple, Elite Disciple, and Core Disciple. Ziding Jun said that On is an Ordinary Disciple, which means that he has not paid respects to join and has not received advice from a mentor. If it is the breakthrough body tempering pay respects to join expert in Zongzong, it is the lower base disciple of higher level 1. The elite disciple of the higher level 1, all of which are outstanding, are selected from the lower base disciple. Core disciple is the hope of the next generation of High Heaven Pavilion. Inner sect has cultivated these people as future successors. The awe-inspiring discipline hierarchical system, seemingly unreasonable, can well inspire the blood and competitiveness of young people. This is also the foundation of the cruel system of High Heaven Pavilion. The root cause of Yang Kai being scrambled by countless people is another rule of High Heaven Pavilion. The rule of challenge. P.S. How does the protagonist of this book, Yang Kai, counterattack from a sweeping boy and pretend that he is so proficient? What does it look like? Follow the WeChat public account Momo, reply to the keyword Yang Kai to view, and the official account will regularly update the latest content of this book. 2. To break through the south wall without looking back. One of the rules of High Heaven Pavilion, High Heaven Pavilion Disciple, 1 challenge opportunity every day, and 1 challenge opportunity every 5 days. The strength of the two sides of the battle must not differ by 3 levels, must not avoid the battle, must not be cowardly, or drive out of the door wall against it. The winner will be awarded the corresponding contribution points based on the opponent's discipline level, and the loser will deduct the corresponding contribution points based on its own discipline level. The number of contribution points, also known as sect contribution value. This is the feature of High Heaven Pavilion. To put it simply, the contribution points counted in High Heaven Pavilion are equivalent to money. As long as there are enough contribution points, you can redeem whatever you want at the sect logistics office. The necessary things, medicine pill, cheat, weapons, treasure armor, everything related to practice can be exchanged. Of course, it can also be exchanged for gold and silver things, but generally speaking, the value of sect contribution is hard to come by. Generally, the discipline is reluctant to exchange for gold and silver. There are also many ways to obtain the sect contribution value. You can obtain a certain contribution value by turning over your own treasure hunt to sect, or completing the tasks given by sect. One of the most common and easiest ways to obtain contribution values is the challenge. Challenge the same sect disciple whose strength is less than 3 layer with your own, and win the contribution value. That's why there are so many people around Yankai this morning. Everyone knows to stare at soft persimmons. The name Yankai is also well known in the High Heaven Pavilion, not only because he is carrying the rare trial disciple identity, but also because he has basically never tasted it since he entered the High Heaven Pavilion. One win every time someone is challenged is the result of defeat. The observant and conscientious person naturally remembers when Yankai was challenged last time. Today is the 5th day since the last time. According to the rules, he can challenge him again. This is readily available. Contribution value. Who is not greedy, although winning Yankai does not have much contribution value. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Even more how? They will challenge Yankai's disciple, and they are not rich and noble people, and they will naturally not be too little with a little contribution of trifling. In the field, Yankai and Zudingjun have already taken a stand, and they said in unison, "Please advise." That being said, everyone knows, Yankai today, I have to be beaten up. When the voice fell, Yankai took the lead. His thin body burst out with amazing battle strength, stepped out, clenched his fist to Zudingjun's chest. The attack was simple and direct, and his fists were vigorous. Like the strength of the body is poured into it. This fist is the Chenquen that everyone has practiced at the bottom level discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. This fist is not esoteric, it is only used to strengthen the disciplines, and the moves are natural and simple. Zudingjun didn't panic, with a smile on his face. It was because his realm was 2 levels higher than Yankai. There was no suspense in this battle. When Yankai's fist was about to arrive, he turned around like a stroll in a leisurely court, and his burly body seemed a little agile at this moment. The fist wiped his clothes and punched out without hurting Zudingjun. Before Yankai could close his fist, Zudingjun had already knocked an elbow on Yankai's forearm, and at the same time, his knee was slightly lifted up to the center of Yankai's abdomen. Yankai snorted, enduring the pain in his heart, making a mistake, and hurriedly retreating, avoiding the third strike that Zudingjun followed closely. Huh? Zudingjun was surprised. He didn't expect this senior brother, who only had body tempering 3 layer, to expect the enemy to take the lead, knowing how Owner would deal with him next, and let Owner defeat him in one fell swoop. His plan was disrupted. But this small mistake doesn't affect the overall situation. Zudingjun's thoughts change, and he is like a shadow. He wants to end the battle completely while Yankai is breathing. I don't know that he just moved his front foot, but Yankai, who was retreat, suddenly jumped over. The 2 silhouettes quickly approached. Zudingjun saw the unyielding and high fighting intent in Yankai's eyes. Yankai's fists were tight. Grip. Another long fist. Suck. Zudingjun's heart jumped, knowing that he had caught the opponent's trick. Although the strength of the owner was 2nd layer higher than the senior brother, his combat experience was not as good as that. But what about even if it's a hit? Zudingjun is so angry that he no longer dodges, and also returns the color with his long fist. Bang bang, 2 light sounds. Yankai flew out. Zudingjun flickered, still standing, the complexion a little dignified. If it was played by an opponent of the same level just now, the one who flew out was definitely Own. Others may not know the mystery of these 2 punches, but Own is clearly felt. This senior brother's fist was even faster than Own. That is to say, he hit Own first, then Own hit him. It's just that his fists are far less powerful than Own, and Own is strong. On the other hand, the opponent is thin and thin, his body is thin, his face is like a vegetable, he is obviously malnourished, and his fighting ability is inherent. It's not on the same level. So this kind of result will appear right now. Senior brother Yi, you let me win. Zuding-jun felt uncomfortable. He hits first than the opponent behind the own second layer. It is really not something to be proud of. Although this battle is own won, but I always feel that some wins are not aced. There was a whispering voice next to him. This person thinks that Own has won. Haha, is it possible that he hasn't heard of Yang Kai's name before coming challenge? This is really interesting. Zuding-jun raised his brows. He really didn't know Yang Kai very well, but he often heard people mention this senior brother. See you today. Many people gathered around and joined in, but they didn't expect so lucky that they were directly selected as opponent by Yang Kai. Can it be that you won? Own punching the senior brother into the air already has an overwhelming advantage. According to sect's rules, the opponent should admit defeat, because there is no need to continue the fight. Come again. As he was thinking about it, Yang Kai, who flew out and fell to the ground, had actually stood up. Instead of being discouraged at all, his fighting intent became more intense. But he was beaten up. After the punch, the face full of vegetables was a little pale. Without waiting for Zuding-jun to answer, Yang Kai actually rushed over again. At a place less than 3 feet away from Zuding-jun, his body suddenly a swing. His legs swept over like a long whip and attacked Zuding-jun. Next set. Whip legs. It is also the basic kung fu that everyone has practiced at the bottom level discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. But at this moment, through Yang Kai's display, many of the same sects that are much higher than him can be gained. It turns out that this whip kick can still be kicked like this. Without waiting for everyone to sigh, a light sound came out and Yang Kai flew up again. The difference between the two levels of realm and the difference in physical fitness makes Yang Kai unable to fight Zuding-jun at all. Zuding-jun, this fist was hit on Yang Kai's calf bone. When Yang Kai stood up again, his steps staggered slightly. Obviously the bone was injured. Come again. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and there seemed to be raging flames burning in his eyes. Touch. Yang Kai flew out. Come again. Touch. Yang Kai flew out again. Some people who can't bear to watch have left early, and some even sighed. This Yang Kai's resilience is really hard to say. If he is not stunned by a challenge, he will never let it go. This word came to Zuding-jun's ears. He couldn't help feeling bitter. He didn't expect Own to challenge such a crazy opponent this time. Yang Kai was beaten out 7 or 8 times. His cheeks were high and swollen, and even his eye sockets were blacked out. He staggered, looking like the wind to fall, but still stubborn as a rock. Wherever I fell, I climbed up from wherever I fell and shouted and continued to rush forward. So repeatedly, Zuding-jun finally changed his tone. Are you crazy? You will die if you don't admit defeat. 3. The man who lost 47 games in a row. High Heaven Pavilion disciple fights inwardly, and many people die every year. But Zuding-jun looks at this senior who is going forward and not backing down. Brother, I couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. It's easy to be here. Zuding-jun can't do this at his own expense. I'm afraid he will admit defeat if he detects that he is lost. Remaining King Shan is not afraid of not having firewood. This is the way of life. Not hitting the south wall and not looking back is a kind of persistence. Seeing Yang Kai's stature in embarrassment, but the fighting intent in his eyes is getting stronger and stronger, Zuding-jun knows whether to knock him out, and today this is endless. The thoughts got to this point. Zuding-jun waved a palm blade and slashed on the neck bone of Yang Kai, who was rushing over. Yang Kai's ferocious imposing manner suddenly escaped. His eyes lost and his body fell limply. Seeing this scene, more than 100 feet away, a man standing on the canopy of a big tree took out a booklet, turned a page at random, and wrote, Trial Disciple Yang Kai vs. Ordinary Disciple Zuding-jun. Zuding-jun wins. This person standing on the canopy of the tree is graceful, obviously a female, but the black veil mask makes people unable to see the truth. But the delicate and pretty eyebrows indicate that this person is not old, and the leaf armband worn on this person's arm shows the identity of this woman, the Dark Hall disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion Dark Hall is a special institution, which belongs to the third elder of the clan and is in charge of the administration. The discipline in the hall is responsible for recording the size of the clan, including the outcome of the duel between the disciplines. So when you challenge in the High Heaven Pavilion, don't worry if you won't get the contribution points after your own victory. The Dark Hall disciple hidden in the dark will definitely record your record and collect the president's monthly fund. After this Dark Hall female recorded the victory and defeat of this battle, she took out another smaller book from her waist, opened it and took a look. The book, Jai 14th on the 7th day of the month, Yankai 147 battle, lost. Excluding the newly added handwriting in this line, the densely packed record of the results of all Yankai battles, all of them are when and how many battles, the result is nothing more than one word, defeat. 147 consecutive defeats without a win. This can be said to be the only record since High Heaven Pavilion to establish school. This record is enough to shock Ghost God, a record that has never been approached and will never be approached again. And the creator of this record is lying quietly on the ground at the moment, knowing his life or death. Yankai has never challenged others. In these 147 games, he was challenged by others. That is to say, he was challenged every 5 days. This kind of life has been going on for more than 2 years. Looking at Yankai underneath, Xianing Chang showed eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She did not understand why Yankai persisted to such an extent. She has been relegated to the trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. It is a problem to survive and have enough food and clothing. Why does he stay in the High Heaven Pavilion? If he leaves here, his life will be much better. What kind of persistence does this thin young man have in his heart? Let him lose 147 games in a row without being discouraged. Perhaps, this is the stupidity of men? I noticed that Yankai was also a coincidence. Xianing Chang, as the Dark Hole disciple, was assigned to monitor this area. Every time Yankai was challenged and every time she was stunned, she saw it in her eyes. 1 or 2 times was nothing. The more times, Xianing Chang began to notice this boy who only had body tempering 3-layer. She really wanted to know, with his perseverance, when she would insist on leaving the High Heaven Pavilion. This kind of aptitude and this kind of practice speed are simply not suitable for staying in this river and lake. The ordinary person's world is his destination. Underneath there are no more people, only Yankai fainted, people coming, people going, time passing by. Xianing Chang flickered and disappeared above the tree canopy. When Yankai woke up again, it was already late in the morning. There was no pain in the whole body, and he staggered up. Yankai glanced around and found that the place where On was no longer fainted, but under the shade of a big tree in the vicinity. This is really weird. Could it be that any fellow apprentices today are kind enough to carry On? This was something that had never happened before. Yankai frowned and scratched his head, vaguely remembering that a dim silhouette was dangling in front of his eyes in his confusion. But this memory is too vague. I don't want to clear it anyhow. But between the position where the owner stands now and the comatose position, there is a very obvious dragging trace. And this trace is clearly caused by dragging a person to the ground. I felt the back of On again, and suddenly a fiery pain came. Yankai froze for a moment, and then became angry. The slight favor of the benefactor who did good deeds disappeared instantly. This person must have dragged On from the directly, otherwise, how could On's back be worn out with blood? It is better to leave On there without asking, Yankai thought. While depressed, Yankai suddenly found that Ona's right hand seemed to be holding something. When he looked down in doubt, he saw a small porcelain bottle with fine workmanship being held in his hand. What is this? This porcelain bottle is definitely not owned. Yankai has no long objects, except for his clothes and a broom for sweeping the floor. Where can this be? There is a label on the little porcelain bottle with words on it. Yankai looks at it, and mutters, congealing blood clotting cream. Congealing blood clotting cream. Yankai still knows. This is the plaster used by High Heaven Pavilion to treat trauma. Although it can't be considered what kind of excellent medicine, it can have a significant effect on trauma. Generally, Everyone in the discipline will carry a bottle with them in case of accidents. And just this kind of a bottle of plaster, the price is not cheap in the logistics office of High Heaven Pavilion. 10 points worth of sect contribution. How much contribution can Yankai get after sweeping the floor in 1 month? It is the 10 o'clock trifling, that is to say, the value of the bottle of plaster in hand is equivalent to Yankai sweeping the land for a month. Who is it? At this moment, Yankai couldn't help but feel a fierce move, and the pain behind his back was suddenly relieved. It's been 3 years since I came to the High Heaven Pavilion. For 3 years, Yankai is used to seeing this sect disciple in love and ignorance, and is accustomed to seeing the world's scorching coldness, but today, some people will leave behind after the owner is injured. Bottle of congealing blood clotting cream. This kind of practice deeply touched Yankai. It turns out that this sect's discipline is not all cold people. Perhaps, such a bottle of trauma plaster is nothing to that person, but for Yankai, it is the most needed thing right now. There is a saying called the grace of dripping water, which is unforgettable. In the future, it will grow up and the spring will return. Yankai was moved while thinking about the silhouette, but it became increasingly blurred. On the contrary, a faint scent lingers on the tip of the nose for a long time. This medicine turns out to be fragrant. Yankai suddenly learned a lot. He calmed down, adjusted his clothes, and cherished the bottle of congealing blood clotting cream into his arms. Yankai carried the broom in his hand and continued his own sweeping work. I have swept inside and out, and have been busy until midday, when today's work is finished. Dragging his tired and hungry body, Yankai returned to On's cabin. The injury of a fight in the morning has not been dealt with yet. Although Yankai is hungry, he can only endure it. Deal with the injury first. Taking off his tsing-yi, Yankai brought a basin of clean water to wash his body. If someone sees Yankai's physical condition on the sidelines, it will definitely startled. Yankai's body is very weak and thin, and the ribs in the abdomen are clearly visible. It seems that there is not much meat on the whole body, but on this malnourished body, there are bruises and scars everywhere. Almost no place is intact. I am challenged once every 5 days, and every time I am defeated, I am stunned every time. The old injuries have not faded and new ones have been added. As a person, I'm afraid I can't bear this kind of pain, but Yankai resisted it. Not only did he resist it, he practiced sweeping the floor every day, and was not affected by these injuries. P.S. Why is Yankai frequently peeped by her? What is her purpose for peeping on Yankai? Follow the WeChat public account Momo and reply to the keyword voyeur to view the beautiful and lovely little senior sister. The public account regularly updates various beauties every day. Welcome to Get in the Car. 4 Black Book. After washing his body, Yankai picked up the bottle of congealing blood clotting cream, put it under his nose and sniffed gently, and found that the medicine was really fragrant. Could not help but refreshed for a while, shaking his head. Uncovered the bottle cap, deducted some from the bottle and was about to wipe the injured area, but Yankai's action took another pause, and he hurriedly went to bring a bowl of water and put it on his finger. Put the plaster into the water and stir it carefully. Only then began to treat the injury with the diluted potion. Congealing blood clotting cream has a good effect on trauma, but after such a dilution, the function will be greatly reduced. But Yankai has just such a bottle of plaster on his hand, so it is natural to save a little. After a bowl of potion was consumed, Yankai finally took care of his injuries. But what made him a little puzzled was that the smell of congealing blood clotting cream was a little different from the previous one. Not only was it not fragrant, but it was also a bit spicy. Get dressed, pick up a piece of black roasted potato from the stove and roll it down. Yankai fell on the bed and fell asleep. The light from a few holes in the roof made the hut look a little bright. The furnishings in the house were extremely simple. There was only one bed, not even a table or chair, and even that bed had only a table-sized deerskin futon, a square-shaped black stone pillow. This is all Yankai's possessions. The buckskin bedding was made by Yankai once hunted a deer and was peeled and baked. Although it is not thick, it is just right to keep out the cold. The black stone pillow was found by Yankai once he left High Heaven Pavilion and went hunting in the vein of Black Wind Mountain after High Heaven Pavilion. This black stone is square-shaped, 1 foot long and 3 fingers thick. It looks like a stone, but it doesn't look like a stone to the touch. It doesn't weigh the weight of a stone. Yankai doesn't know what it is. What kind of thing? Anyway, it is better to use it as a pillow, so I didn't worry about it anymore. This black stone pillow Yankai has been on the pillow for more than a year, and I don't know if it's an illusion. It's always good to fall asleep. In his sleep, Yankai dreamed of today's battle. He was beaten out by the Zudingjun Jr. brothers again and again. He stood up again and again. The unyielding and persistence in his heart were fermenting, and his chest was full of blood, tumbling. As the dream continues, the blood in the chest is more and more intense. Yankai's face in his sleep is painful, but his expression is extremely firm, and there is a sense of attachment in his heart, even if his feet are on Blade Mountain. His body is fried fire. He is also not afraid. Yankai not at all in his sleep noticed that the black stone pillow under his head actually emits a deep rays of light, accompanied by the ups and downs of Yankai's mood. This rays of light is getting more and more prosperous. In his dream, Yankai continued his early morning encounters, repeatedly knocked to the ground by Zudingjun. When he stood up from the ground for the 1000th time, unyielding and persistence broke out in his heart. Press forward. The ground rushed away and fiercely knocked Zudingjun down. The moment Zudingjun fell to the ground, his appearance was blurred, and he turned into the appearance of On. At this moment, Yankai's mind calmed down, not because he defeated his opponent in his dream, but because he defeated On, and defeated his cowardice and submission. A faint feeling arises spontaneously, as if there is nothing in the world, anyone can make the owner surrender. In reality, the black stone pillow under Yankai's head suddenly burst out of a cloud of black light. This black light spun out of the black stone and swayed in midair for a few times, following Yankai's forehead. The acupuncture point got in and disappeared instantly. At the same time, a desolate and eternal barren aura descended, like the tide of the waves and the mighty snowfall. Any person is so insignificant in front of this aura. Yankai suddenly opened his eyes, sweating profusely, and a lingering fear in his heart. He was awakened by the aura. Set up your mind. Yankai forced a smile. It is a little absurd that On dreams of scaring On. Rubbing his face, judging the current time through the light on the roof, I suddenly felt a little annoyed. Owner actually slept for 2 hours in this sleep, and his eyes looked at about the evening. I got up in a hurry, opened the deerskin bedding on my body, folded it carefully, and adjusted the position of the black stone pillow again. Just about to get out of bed, Yankai frowned, turning his head and looking at the black stone pillow in a daze. It feels like it feels different. Under doubt, Yankai stretched out his hand and picked up the black stone pillow again. This weighing did indeed find that it was different, and this thing became much lighter. It's strange, why did a stone suddenly become lighter? Yankai casually tossed, and immediately raised a problem. It's like a heavy book being thrown in midair. The pages of the book crash bang, and Yankai is dumbfounded, forgetting to hold out hands to receive. With a slap, the black stone pillow fell to the ground. Yankai still couldn't believe it, but he found that the black stone pillow was really spread out on the ground like a book. Isn't this a stone? Why has it suddenly become a book? The black stone pillow has been pillowed by Yankai for more than a year. What Yankai looks like is no longer clear. I haven't found it to be a book before. How can old tortoise take off his vest and turn his face into a snake? For a long time, Yankai bends down and picked up the black book. At the moment of starting, Yankai felt a bloodline compatibility for no reason. Looking through it carefully, Yankai has to admit that this black stone pillow is really a book, with thick cover and thick pages, but what makes people speechless is this black book. There is no record of a word on it, and it is empty. Moreover, the texture of the page made Yankai invisible. Owner tore it lightly with his hands, but it didn't even tear. This is really interesting. Owner has been sleeping with it for more than a year, and he didn't even know its true face until today. But what is the use of such a wordless black book? Yang Kai looked around and found nothing. Ghostly, Yang Kai turned to the first page, does not believe his eyes were angrily stared at the empty page. Only a moment's work, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that there were some changes on the pages of the book before him. While he was concentrating, the wild aura that had fallen in his sleep just now appeared again, and a line of bronzing characters gradually appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. With blood as a guide, the golden body is coming, the divine art fails, the golden body is indestructible. This aura rushes straight to the heart. Yang Kai suddenly closes the black book, holding hands and feet, trembling constantly. After taking a few deep breaths, it calmed down a little. What kind of secrets this black book hides, Yang Kai doesn't know. Yang Kai only knows, this thing that Own picked up from the veins of Blackwind Mountain, I am afraid it has a lot of origin. After a long silence, Yang Kai opened the black book again. This time, at a glance, he saw the lines of hot stamping on the first page. So it's not a dream. Gradually, a few other lines slowly emerged. Unyielding golden body, the tyrant's column, the soul of unyielding, can only come down. 8 lines of 32 words, occupying a whole book page, giving one planting the world. The feeling that I am the only one, as if the words are also full of domineering. 5 unyielding golden body. The meaning of these 32 words is easy to understand, and Yang Kai understands it naturally. But the origin of Black Book is unclear, but Yang Kai is somewhat dreaded. What if this is a trap? Thinking of this, Yang Kai sneered again. Own is just a trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion now. Who would bother to deal with Own? However, judging from the literal meaning of the next few lines, the reason why the black stone pillow turned into a black book is probably related to the dream of the owner today. Own, it hasn't changed for more than a year, but today it has become a black book, which is inseparable from the mood change in Own's dream. It is precisely because of the change of Own that the black stone pillow has changed. Since it was the owner who contributed to the birth of the black book, then this black book was born for me. I am the owner of this black book. The thoughts got to this point. Yang Kai no longer hesitates. The handwriting on the black book is clearly to Own, a drop of blood as a guide. Holding the idea of a try, Yang Kai reached out and bit down fiercely. Then stretch your finger to the first page of the black book. Fresh blood dripped ticking down. There was no movement at first. With the passage of time, the layer upon layer black rays of light appeared on the black book. Yang Kai was already in poor health. I was injured again today, and after some toss, I felt dizzy. But Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Fresh blood is still passing, and the rays of light on the pages of the book are getting more and more prosperous. After a full cup of tea, Yang Kai almost didn't faint, and there was a substantial change in the pages of the book. The black rays of light that gushed out were shriveled and contracted. A small vortex appeared in the middle of the page. Immediately afterwards, a touch of golden light appeared in the vortex. Yang Kai tried his best to keep his mind sober, staring at the movement in front of him. In the black vortex, a bright and round, golden light thing gradually rises. Yang Kai was shocked. There really is something on this page. Although Yang Kai had some expectations when he decided to bleed, he didn't expect it to be successful. But now, everything in front of me is that the 32 words on the manual page are not fake. A drop of blood as a guide. The golden body is here. What kind of golden body is it? Yang Kai's pale face is full of expectation. After a while, when the bright and round thing completely appeared before Yang Kai's eyes, Yang Kai couldn't help but swallowed a sip of water. No matter how rich he imagined, he never thought that the golden body was actually this. Look like. This is a golden skeleton about half a foot tall, and the first thing that came out was the skull of this skeleton. The golden skeleton hovered on the pages of the black book, sitting cross-legged, clearly in a posture of meditation and concentration. Each bone of it exudes golden rays of light, and golden jade in glorious splendor of Yang Kai's hut. The black vortex on the pages of the book gradually disappeared. and everything returned to peace. Yankai looks at this bizarre golden skeleton. For a moment I don't know what to do. The page only said how to make the golden body descend, but did not say what to do after it descended. Looks at. Yankai suddenly felt something was wrong. The golden skeleton in front of him clearly had no eyes, but Yankai felt that it was looking at Own, and it clearly had no mouth, but he was laughing at Own. Weak. Aware of this, Yankai was furious and grabbed the golden skeleton. A trifling little skull, how dare to be so arrogant. As soon as he did his hand, the golden skeleton flew over to face him, passed directly through Yankai's hand, and imprinted on Yankai's chest. This is a terrifying scene. A skeleton hits Yankai, and then the golden light flourishes. The golden skeleton directly turns into a little dazzling light, infiltrating through the pores of Yankai's limbs. In an instant, there was pain all over the body. This kind of pain is not ordinary pain, but pain from deep in the bone marrow. Yankai screamed out, and fell directly to the ground. His body bent into a shrimp shape. Convulsions. Own's whole body bones seemed to be shattered at this moment, and Yankai didn't have the strength to move a finger. This is not an illusion. If Yankai can look inside, he can see that Own's bones are really shattered and clean, and beside each shattered bone, there is a one-layer golden light package, continuously repairing the broken pieces. Skeleton is cracked, but the speed of repair is far less than the speed of destruction. As soon as the repair is completed, it is shattered again. Human bones are encased in bone marrow, and there are nerves in the bone marrow. Any small touch can cause great damage. It is conceivable that Yankai is suffering at this moment. It's not that one bone on his body is broken, but that none of his bones is intact. As someone else, even if his strength is hundreds of times higher than Yankai, he might pass out in a coma at this moment, but Yankai doesn't. The intense pain makes his mind clearer. The price is it is a magnification of the pain felt thousands of times. The terrible cry came from the cabin, and the high heaven pavilion disciple walking not far away was taken aback and ran away hurriedly. In the dark, Yankai seemed to sense a message brought by the golden body: destroy Yankai's consciousness, and occupy this body. Why would Yankai agree? Even if it is impossible to move, it strives to maintain the clear and bright consciousness, and never let the golden body dove occupy the magpie's nest. The golden body is also not afraid, crushing Yankai's bones over and over again, torturing his nerves, so that he faints. One is the unyielding golden body, and the other is the soul of unyielding. Whoever wins and who loses will not be clear until the last moment. Yankai knows that this time is really a matter of life and death. It's not like a challenge within a sect, fellow apprentices. If you can't survive the challenge, then there will be no Yankai in this world, so you must go through it, even if it hurts. Yankai's consciousness, the destructive power of the golden body, there is a hard tug of war between the two. And the battlefield is the Yankai's body. You come and go, do not flinch from each other, and cannot bear it. With the passage of time, Yankai surprisingly found that the unbearable pain was gradually relieved, and he could not help but be refreshed, full of energy. It's no wonder that the golden body smashed Yankai's bones and repaired again and again. In the process of breaking and standing up, Yankai's body has been equipped with golden body factors, and Yankai's skeleton is getting more and more strong, and the energy of the golden body is getting lower and lower. With the fluctuation, the pain will naturally decrease a lot. Once the golden body is fully integrated into Yankai within the body, the war will end. Scales of victory gradually fell towards Yankai, and the unbearable pain slowly turned into tolerable, then turned into itchy and unbearable, and then turned into extremely comfortable. This feeling is like enlightenment. People can't help but relax with hundreds of millions of pores, perceiving a trace of put up a desperate struggle within the body. Golden body, Yankai shouted angrily and crushed it in his consciousness. Within the body finally calmed down. There seemed to be a sigh in the ear, which was filled with relief and a hint of relief. Every author who publishes a new book has a common problem. That is to constantly refresh the author's background, refresh the new book page, and see if the collection has increased, whether the recommended click has increased, whether anyone has voted for evaluation, or has anyone rewarded. This is almost a magic barrier, which lasted more than a month. Every book friend's click recommendation and collection can make us happy, and every evaluation ticket and a reward can make us overwhelmed by emotions. Mo, beg for it. Hope you all heroes and women will show your pity. 666. The BMW is equipped with a saddle, and the beauty is a hero. Yang Kai has been lying on the ground for more than an hour before he stands up. The tossing just now has exhausted all of his strength. Recalling the bits and pieces of an hour ago, Yang Kai seemed to be in a dream, and he couldn't believe it was true. I pinched Ona quietly, feeling a little painful. What the hell is going on, and what is the origin of that black book? Yang Kai muttered to himself, somewhat confused. When he calmed down, Yang Kai suddenly realized that his own was a little different. Originally, his own 3 meals were not full, and he would suffer a severe beating every 5 days. His bones have been weak, but now Yang Kai clearly sensed that the bones of Own contained the vitality, a warm energy slowly radiating from the inside out, and there was an indescribable comfort. Moved slightly, there was a burst of crackling, crisp and sweet sound from the bones within the body, as if it could play an absolute sound. And my body no longer hurts, and the place where Zuding-jun was injured today seems to have been completely recovered. Aware of this, Yang Kai hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, opened his clothes and examined it carefully, and found that all the injuries on his body that were originally blue and purple had disappeared, and even the old adult injuries had been completely recovered. Signs. It's still skinny. He stretched out his hands and rubbed the places where the original injuries existed, and the dead skin rustled down, revealing the new tender skin inside. Although it was not like a newborn baby, it was much healthier than before. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a cold breath, completely didn't expect that the skeleton golden body integrated into the own body has such a powerful recovery ability. I felt the strength of Own again, and found that it was still body tempering 3-layer, and there was no change. This discovery made Yang Kai a little disappointed. Jianghu Illusions, stories like Senior Top Secrets. Yang Kai has listened a lot since he was a child, knowing that there are many good fortune and profound puppets in this world who have received fortuitous encounters. Since then, fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, the achievement of Supreme's reputation. But that's just a story after all. How many people are in the whole world who can really get a fortuitous encounter and change his life? The stronger the senior expert, the more unbearable it is to have a cultivation level buried with the ground. They will always find legacy heirs at the end of their lives, so if you want to jump off a cliff and drill a cave, you will encounter a fortuitous encounter, which is basically impossible. But now that this happened to the owner, the mysterious black book must have a lot of history, and the unyielding golden body is also farting from the landlord extraordinary. This can be said to be an own fortuitous encounter, or it can be said to be an inevitable result. The last 4 sentences on the first page of the Black Book clearly read, unyielding golden body, the overlord horizontal column, the soul of unyielding. If the Black Book is not obtained by the owner, but picked up by others, it is absolutely impossible to pry into the mystery, and it will only be buried as trash. It is precisely because of being picked up by the owner, resting under the head for a year, and feeling the unyielding and tenacious of Own within the body, that the secret of Black Book is revealed today. In other words, what happened at this time is indeed a fortuitous encounter of Own, but it is a fortuitous encounter obtained through the ability of Own. Thinking of this, Yang Kai felt relieved for a while. As the saying goes, the BMW is equipped with a saddle, and the beauty is the hero. Black Book. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the baby who had been pillowed by the owner for a year, and couldn't help but hurried. I looked for it, but I couldn't find it. I was in a state of anxiety, and my body within the body seemed to move faintly. At the next moment, the Black Book suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and fell to the ground. Yang Kai, stunned, reached out and picked it up, brows tightly knit for a moment, thoughts moved, and Black Book disappeared from his hands. Moving again, Black Book appeared again. This scene seems to be a trick, but Yang Kai's face is very solemn, because he actually feels that Black Book can actually earn within the body according to the own idea. The material of this wordless Black Book, is it possible that is Space Soul Stone? Yang Kai said a word, almost shocked. Owner, Space Soul Stone. That belongs to the legendary Nibao. Only in the gathering place of hundreds of millions of Yin Soul, Jiuyin never seen the daylight abyss, absorbing the power of countless creatures, has the opportunity to form a strange stone. An old rumor says this thing, a square inch of a black stone, in the charcoal absolutely, no creatures can come close, and an inch of grass can't be born. This is a bit of an exaggeration. How can a square inch Space Soul Stone get absolutely territorial? But the formation of this bizarre stone is truly cruel and bloody. Any life near it will die immediately. The years of its formation are also extremely long, as short as thousands of years, and as long as over 10,000 years. The formation process will not be investigated for the time being, but once the Space Soul Stone is formed, it is supreme treasure, because this thing has a very peculiar ability, that is, it can be income within the body, and it can also open up a unique space in the stone. This space can be large or small, and it is better to store things. Yang Kai is just a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. His status is humble, but his knowledge is not bad. Even more, how Space Soul Stone has been circulated for so many years, and no one has heard of it. When I first got the Black Book, Yang Kai didn't expect this one layer. But now that it can be received by own within the body, and then think of the skeleton golden body emerging from the page, how can you not recognize the material of the Black Book? Yang Kai was sweating on the spot. Space Soul Stone, this thing only exists in the legend, has long been extinct in the world. But I didn't think that own could meet a piece, and it was such a big piece. The legendary sentence only talks about the Space Soul Stone of square inch size. Even if it is only this large, it is priceless. But this one in front of the owner was actually made into a wordless Black Book, a foot long, 3-finger Black Book. This value inestimable. If this matter is spread, let alone a trifling High Heaven Pavilion, the entire Great Han Dynasty will probably be flattened overnight. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling hot on his hands, and he didn't forget to wipe a handful of sweat when he was horrified. Fortunately, this thing can be stored within the body, otherwise it would be a big trouble. With such an inverse treasure, Yang Kai didn't dare to be careful. He closed the door like a thief and hid in the house with a heart peng jumping wildly. Yang Kai is excited, but uneasy. Owner's strength is so low now. How can he protect such a treasure? Although wordless Black Book can be included within the body without risk of exposure, Yang Kai is always in the dark. Only practice, only to become stronger, can we keep what we own. Thinking of what happened 3 years ago, Yang Kai's panic eyes gradually calmed down. I've traveled thousands of miles and drifted to this High Heaven Pavilion. Isn't it just for practice? Since Own got the wordless Black Book, you might as well start with it. The first page of the Black Book gave the Own unyielding golden body. Although I don't know what it is for, it will definitely not be bad. And the Black Book has that many pages. Is it possible that there is only one golden body? Let's talk about the update. For the time being, it will be updated twice a day, one in the morning and one in the evening. After a few days, it will be updated more frequently. The word count of the new book is still small, so you can raise it first. 777 body tempering 4-layer. The birth of Chi Sense. Get up early and ask for a few tickets. Although Yang Kai is only 15 years old this year, it can be since the third after experiencing that catastrophe a year ago. The temperament is much more mature than the same year. It was precisely because of that catastrophe that his tenacious unyielding character was polished. So Yang Kai quickly calmed down, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding the wordless Black Book in his hand, and carefully checking the looks at the first page. After confirming that the first page had no effect, Yang Kai slowly opened it and turned to the second page. With the previous experience, Yang Kai's actions this time seemed to be familiar, staring at the dark book pages with wide eyes. After a while, It is just like the gilded characters on the first page. Slowly emerge again. Unyielding golden body, body tempering record. Yank eyes can't help but feel a little ups and downs. Sure enough, things are as the owner guessed, and every page of this black book probably hides something. Almost without even thinking about it, Yankai devoted himself entirely to the second page of the wordless black book. In an instant, the bronzing characters on the black book seemed to have turned into a live fish, rushing out of the pages of the book, turning into a sky full of golden shadows, drilling straight toward Yankai's head, waiting for the golden shadows after disappearing. Yankai only felt that there was something more in his mind. And these things were brought by the golden shadows just now. After calming down his excitement, Yankai closed his eyes and began to digest the knowledge in his mind. In fact, there is no need to digest. The knowledge that came with Shining clearly appeared in the mind at this moment, and the idea of own emerged as soon as he moved, and he understood it smoothly. Full mastery. This is the body tempering record. Yankai murmured to himself. He realized that this was actually a set of fisting techniques, a set of boxing and feet that looks relatively simple but profound, and the time of this set of boxing and feet practice also has strict requirements. It needs to be practiced when the sun is rising. In other words, you can only practice 1 hour every day. Now it's just nightfall, and it will take at least 5 or 6 hours before dawn. Yankai has tossed for a day and only ate a roasted yam. The hungry Gagarang, even though he was weak. I am weak, but I have a baby-like wordless black book, but my spirit is very excited. I couldn't fall asleep for a while, so I started to study the third page of the wordless black book. But what disappointed him was that no matter how he probed, nothing changed on the third page. Looks at. He fell asleep like this. When Yankai wakes up again, it is just before the rising sun. The darkness before dawn is the deepest and quiet. The entire high heaven pavilion is very quiet. Occasionally there are insects noises and bird cries came, but the early bird was looking for food. There was something in his mind. Yankai quickly got up from the bed and stood with his hands down in front of the cabin, taking a few deep breaths, letting the whole person slowly relax. A grey dawn in the east suddenly appeared. Yankai opened his eyes, and the body tempering record in his mind had already practiced countless times, and he immediately opened his posture with ease. Form your hands into your palms, move gently and slowly, push forward one left and one right, then gather the ground, grab the world in your chest, rub everything in your palms, step on the divine state ground. Swallow sun, moon and stars. Step out with your left foot, and horizon is within easy reach. Move your right foot lightly, take a step underworld Yu Ming. Breathe, but vitality is blooming, like 100 flowers blooming in spring. Spring is full, spring is gone, summer is coming, the sun faint, lotus fragrance bursts. The autumn wind is bleak, golden and fruitful, refreshing. The bitter cold wind, howling coming and going, white snow, wrapped in silver and white. Yankai's expression gradually became dignified, and the slowly unfolding fists and feet seemed to have been crushed on the tens of thousands of kilograms of boulders, and they could not be unfolded anyway. Along with a crisp sound of caca, Yankai's face turned pale. He staggered suddenly and almost fell to his knees. Although I have practiced it countless times in my mind, I also know that this fist technique is absolutely not simple, but Yankai absolutely didn't expect. This body tempering record is actually mysterious to this degree. In the short moment just now, Yankai felt that the whole world was pressed on Own, but Own could feel all the feelings of the world in this huge pressure. This body tempering record does not practice fist, but the transformations of the world. Birth, aging, sickness and death, ups and downs, joys and sorrows, divide and union, overcast and sunny. The slow punches and kicks all affect the world's strength, full of mysterious rules and profound mystery. Just now, Yang Kai just launched 6 palms and took 3 steps. It's not sustainable even if it's less than 1% of the body tempering record progress. The sound of caca even came from the spine of Ona, which made Yang Kai mistakenly believe that his bones were broken. I quickly felt it, only to find that there was only some pain behind my back, which was fine. Set his mind. Yang Kai once again opened up his posture and displayed the body tempering record routine. I was not mentally prepared just now. Yang Kai was in a daze, and what he felt was not very clear. This time, with lessons learned from the past, Yang Kai naturally held his breath and kept his mind. With the slow movement of his fists and feet, Yang Kai felt the same domain once again, and it was much clearer than before. With complex feelings on the chest, I can't tell what it feels like. Not only that, with the unfolding of the routine, On's fists have become heavier and heavier, as if under the water, difficult and obscure, difficult to unfold. The sound of caca is endless. Every action of Yang Kai can make the bones of his body explode like firecrackers. The pain of the heart comes from all over the body, but Yang Kai is remaining unmoved. Tenacious perseverance in this brief moment vividly and thoroughly. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai sweated like syrup. His hands and feet trembled, as if the weight of heaven and earth were all on his body. It was extremely heavy. There is persistence in my heart. Within the body, there was a sudden warmth, slowly radiating, and the pain in the whole body was relieved a lot at this moment. Yang Kai was energetic and more focused on using his fists. He knows that this warmth must be emitted by the unyielding golden body that On's fused into the body. After all, the body tempering record is originally matched with the golden body. The rising sun, in front of the most remote cabin of the High Heaven Pavilion. The young man sweats like rain and slowly displays his fist and practice. Martial Dao begins to explore today. 1 hour passed very quickly, when Yang Kai suddenly felt lightened all over, and when he didn't have that heavy strength to add to his body. He knew that he could no longer practice body tempering record at this moment. The description on the body tempering record is very clear. Only 1 hour before the rise of the sun can you practice this fist. The whole body's strength seemed to be drained. Yang Kai fell to the ground with a butt, took a deep breath. A purple aura was drawn into Yang Kai's mouth and disappeared. For an instant, Yang Kai actually felt refreshed, and within the body seemed to move slightly. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and he quickly felt it carefully. Yang Kai couldn't help being surprised. Chi Sense. On has actually given birth to Chi Sense, that is to say, On breakthrough in body tempering 3-layer, has stepped into the realm of body tempering 4-layer. This great news made Yang Kai full of flowers. Since entering the High Heaven Pavilion to the present, he has only practiced body tempering 3-layer in 3 years, but today he only performed 1 hour of fist and foot technique. It turned out to be a breakthrough. There are 9 layers in the body tempering environment. What you practice is the body. The first 3 levels are just for physical fitness. There is nothing special about it, but after the 4-layer, Chi Sense will be generated in the meridians. Only when Chi Sense is born can we proceed further. Although Chi Sense has been available this time, there is still no Yuan Chi within the body. Only when the body tempering 7-layer, within the body will produce a small amount of Yuan Chi, until body tempering 9 the end of the layer, within the body big circulation, Yuan Chi first opened up the world's channel, breakthrough to the open Yuan stage. Only then truly has Yuan Chi belonging to the open Yuan stage is the beginning of a martial artist. Everything in the body tempering environment is laying a preliminary foundation for the future road. This foundation is not fixed. As a person's strength increases, his muscles and bones will be tempered repeatedly until peak. At the moment, Yang Kai is just entering the 4-layer body tempering realm. He has Chi Sense at the beginning. In the eyes of outsiders, he can't be considered. But for Yang Kai himself, it is great news. 8. The legs are long after the lordosis, the skin is beautiful and the waist is thin. 1 hour will be promoted to 1-layer, and the role of body tempering record is self-evident. Although Yang Kai owns accumulated knowledge and deliver it slowly, if there is no such body tempering record. Yang Kai believes that it will take at least 34 months for the owner to be promoted. Agitated, Yang Kai didn't hold his breath, and quickly vomited it out. A jet of dark aura, like thick smoke, spewed from Yang Kai's mouth, filthy and dirty, rushing straight to the ground, rolling up one layer smoke and dust. With this breath, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that his whole body was lighter, and his 5 senses and 6 senses became much more acute. Is this the acquired impurities? Yang Kai was shocked on the spot. In the practice of body tempering, every promotion will discharge the impurities within the body. Yang Kai has also experienced this kind of things before, but it is far less than this time. Countless thoughts and joy linger in Yang Kai's mind, lingering. Although this time practice was directly promoted to one layer, it did not exert the true effect of body tempering record at all. Because Yang Kai used 1 hour's fist, he only expanded the routine that body tempering record is less than 1%, and 1% just can bring this kind of effect. What if all of it is expanded? But I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and I can't touch my hot ass. After thinking deeply for a moment, Yang Kai has some plans for the future of Own, although not comprehensive, but no longer can only take one step and see one step as before. For a moment, my heart can't help but feel agitated. After a little bit of food, Yang Kai carried the broom and started cleaning the floor. Although Yang Kai is the floor sweeper of High Heaven Pavilion, he is not going to sweep the entire High Heaven Pavilion. He is only responsible for 10% of High Heaven Pavilion. So it's not too much trouble to scan. Basically it can be done in about an hour. Xianing Chang was standing at the top of the tree and monitoring the activities of today's High Heaven Pavilion disciple. She inadvertently saw the sweeping Yang Kai again. She couldn't help but feel strange. Today's Yang Kai is clearly a little unconscious and unconscious. Thinking about it, I swept a place for 1 hour and didn't leave. I swept the ground so brightly and cleanly. I was afraid that a mosquito would have its feet on it. This person. Xianing Chang did not know whether to cry or laugh. Yang Kai is really thinking about things. With such a big chance yesterday, he naturally wants to consider the future of Own. But after much deliberation, there is no good way. Only the practice time of 1 hour before sunrise. What should the rest of the time Own? While thinking about it, behind rushed in hurried steps. Yang Kai quickly dodged, but the other party had also made an evasive action, and this time he bumped into the front. Yang Kai has nothing to do, just a slight sway in his figure, but the person who hit him only felt that he hit a steel plate, fell to the ground with a loud sound, and the place he was hit was a little numb. Yang Kai came back to his senses. Looking apologetically at the other party, this junior brother, are you okay? That person is still annoyed and raises the head at first sight. It was Yang Kai who was beaten up every 5 days. The anger disappeared. It didn't make sense to be angry with such people, and the owner was also responsible for this incident. Quickly waved his hand and said, "It's okay." While speaking, he stood up and ran away violently. Yang Kai asked, "Junior brother, where are you going in a hurry?" The head did not return, and a voice came from a distance, "Go to Contribution Hall. Where else can I go?" Hearing what he said, Yang Kai suddenly remembered that today is the 8th day of the month, and the 8th day of each month is the day when sect distributes the last month's contribution. So basically on this day of every month, the sect logistics office will be very lively, especially the Contribution Hall. Countless people flock to them, all wanting to know how much contribution owner received last month, and there are more contributions. Naturally, it is necessary to exchange for spirit pill, wonderful medicine, divine weapon, treasure, armor, martial art cheats to enhance the strength of Own. So basically on this day, High Heaven Pavilion disciples will be very excited. Some people are happy and some are worried. Yang Kai is one of the latter. In place, Yang Kai pinched his fingers and couldn't help feeling a little sad. The contribution he got last month is still pitiful as always. Sweeping the floor can earn 10 contribution points, but he was challenged 6 times last month and lost all 6 battles. Every time you lose, you will have to deduct a little contribution, which means that OWN only earns 4 points of sect contribution. How embarrassing is this? Fortunately, OWN is now trial disciple, and the identity is at the bottom of High Heaven Pavilion. If it is defeated, only a little contribution will be deducted. If it is ordinary disciple, it will deduct 2 points once it is defeated. Isn't it true that OWN still post it upside down? Thinking of this, Yankai is grateful for a while. However, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Ola is currently not picking up. He is counting on the contribution value to maintain his livelihood this month. Now no longer hesitates, and hastily swept the floor. Wait until noon. Yankai was finally busy, and then he carried the broom all the way to the contribution hall. After a morning of buffering, the contribution hall is now very quiet. And it is very quiet. This is also the reason that Yankai did not come in the morning. He had to line up in the morning, which was really troublesome. Shishiren walked into the attic of Contribution Hall, and it was really quiet inside. Only the old man behind the counter was taking a nap. The old man is the storekeeper of the Contribution Hall. He is about 50-60 in his age. His hair is thin and his face is kind. He looks harmless to humans and animals. But Yankai knows that this old man is an out-and-out expert. There was once an elite disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion impudent in the Contribution Hall, and was ejected several times by this old man with one finger, almost failing to lose his life. Yankai was also there at the time, and it was from then that he knew that this somewhat old and disrespectful old guy was deep and unmeasurable. Yankai stepped forward, and saw the old man slept deep. His snoring sounded loudly, his mouth kept smashing, face revealed a trace of wretched smile. This old stuff, I don't know which High Heaven Pavilion female discipline I dreamed of. Yankai is not strange, took a broom and lightly tapped on the counter a few times, and whispered, "Treasurer Meng." Old man surnamed Dream. What is the specific name? Yankai doesn't know. Until now is also called him. A few light sounds disturbed the old man's dreams, opened his dim eyes, and after seeing Yankai clearly, the old face wrinkled, as if he saw a pile of feces. What is your look? Yankai was furious. Treasurer Meng rolls his eyes. Why don't you come in the morning? Yankai is confident. There are so many people in the morning, now it just happens to be clean. Excuse me, seniors, good dream. Do you know what it means to respect the old and cherish the young? Yankai leaned over and asked in a low voice, which girl did you dream of? Treasurer Meng was full of energy immediately, and he was about to talk to Yankai as soon as he touched his mouth, but when he saw that Yankai had crafty contempt in his eyes, he suddenly woke up and patted the counter loudly. You asked me that. It has tarnished the reputation of old man. It's impossible. Is your figure good? Okay. Treasurer Meng was almost out. Long lordosis, long legs, white skin, beautiful waist and thin waist. NNN. Treasurer Meng quickly nodded and almost cited Yankai as a friend. Hey hey. Yankai sneered. Treasurer Meng is screaming, blushing like a monkey buttocks, almost ashamed and unable to show one's face. I can't wait to find a hole to go straight down. 999 Treasurer Meng. In the entire High Heaven Pavilion, Yankai only knows one person, and it is the Treasurer Meng in front of him. After all, I have to come to him once a month. This person Treasurer Meng has a nickname, called Dreaming. Although he is only a small contribution hall storekeeper in the High Heaven Pavilion, his favorite thing in his life is to squeeze the contribution value of the disciplines. The congealing blood clotting cream, which was originally priced at 10 points contribution, can sell 2 bottles for 3 bottles. The method is also very simple. Just pack the 2 bottles into 3 bottles. If you like to buy it or not, don't buy it. Of course, Treasurer Meng does not often do such inauthentic things, only occasionally. What's more, his target is still the kind of wealthy discipline. Poor ghosts like Yankai don't like it. The contribution value of every discipline of High Heaven Pavilion is hard to come by. How can you bear his exploitation? So basically every discipline he hacked will report it to Elder Assembly. Treasurer Meng also repeatedly received warnings from Elder Assembly, but he still went his own way and remained unmoved. However, His status as a storekeeper was untouchable and no one could substitute. For this reason, Treasurer Meng is hated by countless High Heaven Pavilion disciple and gnashing teeth. The old man is a no-brainer to anyone, but Yang Kai has nothing to do, because once he was enthusiastically staring at a female disciple's ass and was caught by Yang Kai on the spot with "For the old and disrespectful Kaya, what a decent way this is," was caught in a pigtail. Treasurer Meng consciously got a headshot in front of Yang Kai. For this reason, Yang Kai got acquainted with this old man. The old man is lascivious and has a thick skin. He adjusted his complexion in an instant, and looked at Yang Kai squintingly and said, "Old rules, N." Yang Kai obediently and honestly nodded. Treasurer Meng did not say a word, took out 10 silvertals from the counter and threw it in front of Yang Kai, then took out the ledger and wrote it down. Yang Kai collected the money and asked, "How much contribution do I have now?" Treasurer Meng rolled the eyes. "You save 4 points of contribution every month. Every month I spent a little in exchange for 10 silvertals, and only 3 are left. Now I only saved a trifling 12 o'clock contribution. Why, want to buy a bottle of congealing blood clotting cream? No, I just ask." Yang Kai waved his hand, muttered, "It's only 12 o'clock. Such a contribution is not enough to change a valuable herb." Treasurer Meng's face became serious, and he whispered, "Little Yang Kai, you want the essence developer pill to improve aptitude, I know, but if you save it like this, you have to save it until the year of the monkey. You can always save enough, isn't it?" Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Treasurer Meng was speechless, and wanted to save at your speed. "When you save enough, old man will die for 100 years. "But Treasurer Meng, I have a problem." Yang Kai brows slightly wrinkle. "Speak." The old man put on a posture that counts you lucky, and I am in a good mood today. "Essence developer pill. How can such a valuable medicine pill appear in the contribution hall, and it has not been replaced by others?" "Hey hey." Treasurer Meng proudly smiled. "Because this medicine pill is old man owns baby. No one else knows it." "Ah, it's your own?" Yang Kai stunned. He always thought Essence Developer Pill is High Heaven Pavilion's medicine pill turned out to be his own. No wonder this old man gave owner a high price. "Don't be angry." Treasurer Meng was content, picked up the teapot on the counter and took a sip. "Although I own it, it won't be cheaper for you. If you want, get enough in exchange for the contribution." The name of old man's dream peeling was exactly for nothing. "I will save enough." Yang Kai nodded. Treasurer Meng suddenly changed his face again, winked at Yang Kai, and said in a low voice, "I heard that you were beaten again yesterday." Yang Kai stared. He glanced, turned and left. Treasurer Meng shouted at the back, "Talk to old man, don't go away." "What's the point?" Old man Meng is obviously taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Without waiting for Yang Kai to leave the contribution hall, the old man Meng expression suddenly became serious behind him, staring at Yang Kai's back, said solemnly, "Little Yang Chi, go back wherever you come from. High Heaven Pavilion, it's not a place where you can stay. Sooner or later, you will be beaten to death." Yang Kai took a break without turning around, and sighed in a low voice, "I have nowhere to go." After that, I left the contribution hall. Old man Meng held the teapot in both hands, and sighed. "Why is it really Essence Developer Pill? He. Where is such a heavenly treasure, old man? Have? It's just a lie to give you hope, but I take it seriously without thinking about you." Yang Kai first went back to the cabin and put down the broom, then hurriedly walked outside the High Heaven Pavilion. He is going to the Black Plum Village outside High Heaven Pavilion 10 li. Today, he can't exchange a little contribution for 10 silvertals. Naturally, he needs to buy some food. This is also Yang Kai's monthly things to do. Along the way, Yang Kai didn't feel tired for the first time. "Every time I came to Black Plum Village before, I blushed and heartbeat when I walked down 10 li, but today I don't feel at all, but my body is slightly hot and full of stamina." Yang Kai with confidence, "I'm afraid I won't feel tired after walking 100 miles. Is it the golden body again?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered something. When he was sweeping the floor in the morning, he was hit by the unknown junior brother. As a result, the owner was steady, but the strong opponent was knocked to the ground. I didn't think too much at the time. Looking back now, it's obviously weird. With the thin body of Own, when will it be someone else's turn to be knocked to the ground? Own is always knocked out. The more I think about it, the more I get excited. The change that golden body brings to Own is really not a little bit. This kind of change will be unclear for a while, and only when it grows up in the future can it be discovered slowly. The power of the golden body. I can't help but walk to Black Plum Village. Yankai came back to his senses. I looked around, and walked along the street on the left. Yankai wants to go to a rice shop. The scale of the rice shop is not large. Boss surnamed, he is a local resident, small business, genuine, and childish. This is why Yankai has been dealing with him. Small shops like this kind of abound in Black Plum Village. Black Plum Village is also very prosperous and lively, because with Black Plum Village as the center, in addition to High Heaven Pavilion within our radius of 100 miles, there are two pretty good sects, Storm House and Bloody Battle Gang. There are countless other little gangsters, but these little gangsters are just gangs, and the remnants are brave. They are not like three great sects such as High Heaven Pavilion. This has an own site, because this area has nurtured so many martial artists. Black Plum Village is so lively and prosperous. Of course, places like Zhongdu are still impossible to compare. China is the capital of the Great Han Dynasty. While he was walking, Yankai inadvertently walked away, but found that there were a few people gathered in the alley on the side. These people sneakily didn't know what they were plotting. One of them was also very alert. After sensing Yankai's gaze, he immediately glared at him, extremely fierce. Yankai chuckled lightly and ignored the principle of if they don't provoke me, then I won't provoke them. What made him a little puzzled was that one of these people looked at familiar, and seemed to be the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. 10. Breaking Wealth and Eliminating Disasters. This is the first time this book is on the list in the early hours of tonight. When the time comes, there is still another update. Help All Heroes will support you. This book will be this week. The results will determine the official recommendation in the future. It can be said that it is of great importance. The quality of the results depends on your support. Xia Ormo asks for the recommendation votes in your hands. But Yankai didn't think much about it. This is Black Plum Village, which is so close to the High Heaven Pavilion. It's normal for the disciplines to come down and move around. Not much time, Yankai came to his mixing. Mixing occupies two houses on the street, business is booming, and a guy is busy inside and out. The mixing boss is doing an abacus on the counter, and proprietress is also greeting the guests. After waiting for a long time, the number of people who came to buy rice gradually decreased, and Yankai entered the rice shop. Proprietress. Yankai greeted, and the proprietress of about 40 years that year raised the head and laughed. Little brother, come to buy rice again, N. Yankai walked straight to the cheapest brown rice, pointed to the rice bag and said, bring me a bag. Proprietress complied, while holding the rice in a cloth bag, while fluffing talking, little brother, you come to buy it once a month. Are these enough to eat? Yankai said, basically enough. Lie. Proprietress is white. Yankai glanced at him. Look at you with thin arms and legs. If you don't have enough to eat, why would this happen? Yankai laughed awkwardly. I also go hunting in the mountains, so I still can't be hungry. At the counter, the boss, who seems to be focusing on the settlement, said without looking up, my mother, there are some old rice over there, and they are still there. Take it to little brother. Listen to manager. Proprietress responded with a smile. How does this work? You are also small businesses. Yankai waved his hand quickly. Proprietress said with a stubborn face, what's wrong? Anyway, the old rice has insects, and it can't be sold. However, the manager said, these minute insects are more nutritious than white rice. You wait, I'll take it for you. While speaking, he walked to the back hall. Yankai has complex feelings in his heart, and I don't know what to say. Every time I come to the rice shop to buy rice during this time, the kind boss and proprietress will give out more owners, And they will also find some excuses, such as what kind of rice has worms. In fact, there are some good white rice. This made Yang Kai, who once believed that the world had no real feelings, was slightly sorrowful. "Thank you, Uncle He." Yang Kai's voice trembled slightly. Boss raised the head with a smile. "I'm alone, and who has no time to fall down. If you are hungry in the future, come here. We don't have much rice to eat, but we have enough rice." Yang Kai lowered his head. There are still good people in the world. With emotion, 2 more people came to mixing, and the only Xiao in the store greeted him with a warm face. Before he had time to speak, he was kicked to the ground by one of them. Ah! The little second brother fell on the ground with a butt, and made a big somersault. The fall was really solid, and it took a long time to get up. "What's the matter, boss?" He ran out of the counter quickly. Yang Kai also pulled Xiao up and fixed his eyes on the 2 people. I saw these 2 people with malevolent aura faces. One of them was complexion blue and white, with his hands on his stomach, looking weak. The other supported him, born tough, broad and sturdy build, exactly the one who kicked the little dot. "Who is the boss?" The yelling man who was accompanying him. "I am what I am." He boss quickly responded. "He is just an ordinary merchant, but the 2 in front of him are full of meat, with swords on their waists, and they look fierce. Who dare to be trifled with?" "Wow, you black-hearted boss, you sold poisonous rice to my brother. Look at him. Now, what a strong man turned out to be after eating your rice. It's nothing difficult in my brother normally, but now I look at and I'm unconscious." "You black-hearted boss, you just make money and don't take life seriously," he yelled and frightened Ho Boss to ashen-faced. "Ah, how could this happen?" The man shouted again. "How do I know? My brother bought it from you this morning. I went back with some rice, cooked a pot of porridge, and it became like this after eating. Fortunately, I didn't eat it at the time, or would I go to Underworld with my brother?" He boss, as his forehead straight. Cold sweat. I kept wiping my sleeves, and said, "This strong man, I'm afraid there is any misunderstanding in this." "Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding your mother. If it's not eating your rice, how could this be my brother?" Great Han roared reluctantly. Yang Kai stood on the sidelines and gathered everything into his eyes. What character of boss? Yang Kai can't be clear anymore. He helps the owner from time to time and gives away his own things for free. How can this kind of good people do such a thing? Not to mention that boss is not so black-hearted at all. Even if he is really a black-hearted businessman, he will definitely not be poisoned by the rice sold by own. If this matter spreads, how will he do business in the future? Who would dare to buy rice from him? The excuses these 2 people made were so crude that they couldn't bear scrutiny. So, these 2 men must have come to ruin people. However, this method is a bit too vicious, and it is simply going to cut people and money. Although Yang Kai is thin and weak, he is a martial artist after all. He is a young and bloody boy. How can boss be kind to the owner? Right now, he stood up with a stern face. Coldly said, "2. What?" One of them glared at Yang Kai, his temper getting more grumpy. Yang Kai hadn't spoken yet, but Bossy quickly flashed in front of him to block him, gestured at him, and slowly shook the head. "Uncle He." Yang Kai stunned. "Wealth and disaster." He Boss whispered. Yang Kai sighed helplessly. When Boss could say this, he could clearly see the thoughts of these 2 men. But open the door to do business and make money with peace. The noise just now has attracted the attention of many people. If you continue to entangle you, Mihang's reputation will probably be ruined. Even if they knew they were here to ruin people, he Boss had to follow them, just to quickly send away these 2 plague gods. In desperation, he Boss could only smile on his face, opened the mouth and said, "Your brother's body poisoning should have nothing to do with my business." By these words, the 2 people were about to get angry, and Boss he said again, "But even if it doesn't matter, when I come to my place, he and I can't let go. Your brother is so painful that people can't bear it in the heart, so hurry up. It's a good idea to go to a doctor for consultation. Of course, if 2 has a tight hand, he can advance the consultation fee for 2. Speaking of these words, it is clear that we are going to lose money and eliminate disasters. If these two people really want to blackmail money, they will stop at the right time. Moreover, boss's remarks can also allow bystanders to deduce the truth of the matter from it, without worrying about the damage to Meek Singh's reputation. It can be described as a dripping water. I don't know that the two people on the opposite side didn't have the slightest intention to compromise when they heard that. The one who stalked them was furious. "You black-hearted boss, you treat my brother two people as the Green Forest robbers? It's really impossible. My brother is sitting upright, and I have a clear conscience in this life, but you, the black-hearted boss, sell some poisonous rice. Where is your conscience?" The meaning of this statement is strict and loud, and Yang Kai listens to it. The straight mouth. Sitting upright with this kind of virtue, have a clear conscience in this life. Hey boss is also standing on the spot. Why? Didn't these two people blackmail money? Just as I didn't know what to do, a handsome young man walked out from the crowd of onlookers. This young man was about the same age as Yang Kai, but he was born and handsome, red lips, white teeth. Will know when you see it. Living conditions are thousands of times better than Yang Kai. The young Shishiren walked up to the two great hands, circled them with interest, and kept smashing his mouth while turning, making a sound. Others didn't know it, so Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly remembered. On the way here, he seemed to have seen these three people in front of him. They were in that alley. The man who squeezed people gave the owner a stare just now, and the boy in front of him was also there at the time. Aren't these three people in a group? Suddenly Yang Kai smelled a strong scent of trickery and slippery. Attach this week's reward list. Thanks. Evil Army Wind 100 points reward. Central Silkworm Potatoes 10,000 points reward. Kunlun Beggar King 2 100 points reward. Xiaogo Fat 100 points reward. Modown Night Ecstasy 100 points rewards. Zulkan 100 points rewards. 100 points rewards for Kinmozinian. Mini Ueu 100 points rewards. Taking you to 588 points reward. Stormwings 588 points reward. Fengi Union 588 points reward. Shinyan 100 points reward. Thank you all. 11 good people do to the end. Accompanies Buddha all the way to the west. This book is the first time that this book is on the list. The new book list this time expert is like a cloud. Can you lie and get a good ranking? It depends on the support of the book friends. I beg for the recommendation votes from the book friends. This the High Heaven Pavilion disciple that suddenly walked out of the crowd circled around the two great ants several times. The expression on his face was quite cynical, and his eyes gradually mocked. When the two great ants saw that the visitor was unkind, their brows were also frowned. The one who was holding each other stared and shouted angrily. Yukid turned around, turning the head of the uncle dizzy. "What do you want to do?" The teenager laughed, standing in front of two people, took a deep look at the poisoned person, opened the mouth and said, "This face is blue and white. It looks poisoning is not superficial." That is. Great Han, who slapped the snake, said fiercely, "Otherwise, why would my brother and my brother not go to the doctor? I came here with the mortal danger to expose this black-hearted boss, so that the neighbors in the neighborhood would know his true colors and don't come here to buy rice anymore." Boss turned pale. Not at all. Know what the purpose of these two people is. To say that they are here to blackmail money, even boss can understand. But the crime of wanting to add to it is really confusing and invisible. While he was meditating, Yang Kai asked softly, "Uncle did you offend who during this time?" Boss was thinking hard, crying and crying. Number. Then your ice line blocked whose money? Although Yang Kai is young, he has seen a lot of intrigues in the world, and he thought of this possibility after he turned his mind. How can a small business block money? Boss shook his head repeatedly. This is strange. Yang Kai squinted his eyes and looked into the field, trying to figure out the probability of the matter in his heart, but he still didn't understand. In the field, the teenager of High Heaven Pavilion asked a question, but he suddenly sneered, and furiously shouted at the pale-faced man, look at the move. On one side he resorted to a trick of the black tiger to dig his heart, and went straight to the heart of the poisoned person. A shocking thing happened. The expression was sluggish, and it has been mown since it appeared, like a poisoned man with his feet in the gates of hell. His body is healthy when his fist comes over. The ground jumped back, quite as quiet as a virgin, moving like a rabbit. With his movement, the blue and white color on his face faded away instantly and became extremely rosy. The crowd onlookers exclaimed, obviously shocked by the sudden change. Poisoned. The High Heaven Pavilion young man looked at Two Great Hands sarcastically. Poisoned, even with such skill. I admire them. Two Great Hands were sneered. He pierced the trick with a single move, and could not help but also complexion azure white, which seemed to be really poisoned. The onlookers are also boosting. They are not fools. They don't know the truth after seeing here. These two guys did not know what kind of purpose they came to pretend to be poisoned and slandered his rice line, but they were exposed by the young man in the High Heaven Pavilion. For a moment, the field is full of contempt for the two guys and praise for the boy in High Heaven Pavilion. The boy himself is likable. Now, the name of the boy hero is Sit Down. Yang Kai has a vague sense of feeling. This is acting as a double acting. He is acting as a chivalrous hero, hoeing the strong and supporting the weak, and then repaying the favor. If it wasn't for the owner to see them together in the alley inadvertently when he came, I'm afraid he would be deceived at this moment. But why are they tossing about it? The Two Great Hands can't pretend anymore. They stared fiercely at the High Heaven Pavilion young man, opened the mouth and said, Boy, who are you? How dare you control my brother? Nosy. The youth of High Heaven Pavilion is handsome, and proudly said, under the High Heaven Pavilion disciple Su Mu. When I heard the words High Heaven Pavilion, one of them was Great Han looked quite jealous, and the complexion said with difficulty, it turned out to be the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. No wonder the dragons among humans was born. Today, my brother admit defeat. Boy, I remember you. The landscape meets. We'll meet again someday. These remarks seemed to be negotiated and made Yang Kai want to laugh. Su Mu said with a sneer, good to go. Don't send it. The thing has reached this step. If nothing happens, the two guys will probably leave, and then this Su Mu must be praised by everyone, especially he boss's thanks. But Yang Kai didn't want to keep boss in the dark. Before the two people left, he hurriedly shouted, you can't let them go. These villains are despicable and frame the good businessman. Today, it's his rice tour. If you don't teach them a lesson, you may not be the Liu's garment store or the Jiang's grocery store tomorrow. Most of the onlookers are nearby. Shop boss, I was watching the excitement. I couldn't help but my heart burst when I heard this. I was right. How could these two despicable villains leave so easily? Let them go today. If tomorrow they run into my shop to run wild, wouldn't it mean that they will lose money and be ruined? When the time comes, there is no boss so lucky for someone to clear the siege. The thoughts got to this point. The people who were about to let go of the road immediately stood on their heels, and they all looked at the Two Great Han in the field with bad expression. Yang Kai clearly saw a trace of stunned and panic in Su Mu's eyes. At this moment, Su Mu also looked at him following the source of Yang Kai's voice. Two people for eyes contact. The latter the expression was adjusted immediately. Yang Kai chuckled at him and drove the duck to the shelves. This junior brother, as the saying goes, good people do it to the end, accompanies Buddha all the way to the west. It's better to take these two people together with you and me. How about next? Seeing Yang Kai's thin body and looking weak, Su Mu even called his own junior brother, and now the plan was disrupted. Annoyed could not help but annoyed. Who is your junior brother? Yang Kai said, I am also High Heaven Pavilion disciple, pay respects to join sect for more than 3 years. Su Mu is speechless. This is really the senior brother of Own. Stop gossip. Yang Kai stepped forward and coldly said, my generation walks in the rivers and lakes. The most important thing is a chivalrous character. Xing chivalry is the duty of my generation. Senior brother, can't you let junior brother monopolizing the limelight? Let you and my brother join hands today to take down these two despicable villains. Why is the boss fair? And the Black Plum Village is a good one. By the way, let a group of people applaud. Sumu was full of sorrows, and only felt that he had been dragged onto the thief boat by the unknown senior brother, and now he can't even get off. The two men are also looking here. Sumu raises the head and glanced at them, unable to help but feel guilty. Junior brother, let's go. Yang Kai took Sumu's shoulder and rushed straight. What is this called? Sumu wants to cry without tears. Where did this senior brother jump out? What a bad major event for me. But now that he has reached this step, Sumu is helpless. While rushing at the two guys, he winks at them and signals that they don't be impatient. Owner finds a chance to let them go. The two guys were nodded slightly. Yang Kai saw everything in his eyes, and he more affirmed the guess in the owner's mind. Hey, boss over there is worried that Yang Kai will suffer, so he picked up a weight and rushed over, shouting, neighbors in the neighborhood, old young masters, stop watching the show. Come and help the two little brothers. Kaya, he boss is on, and the boy in Mixing's shop also yells to watch faithfully, and he rushes up with an empty cloth bag in one hand. He was kicked by one of these two men just now. With a kick, it is natural to take revenge at this moment. Led by he boss, the onlookers are no longer onlookers, and they all flocked. For a moment, his head was full of heads before the trip, and it was very lively. The two great hands didn't care much, but after seeing this scene, the complexion paled with fright. They only had time to say, don't hit your face. They hugged their heads and squatted to the ground. 12, 12, 12 trick recommendation ticket. A bad news, a good news. The bad news is that he failed to make the list, but he failed to make the new book list. Xiaomo blushed with shame. Died. But last night, he kept refreshing the web page until 2 o'clock in the morning, and the result. I almost did not fall asleep. The good news is that we have a chance to explode the chrysanthemums above. Come on, heroes and women, use the recommended tickets in your hand to pick out each and every one on it, and let them know what a chrysanthemum is. In addition, Wu Lian is definitely a good book with passion. Please read it patiently. Ping pong 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 pong. Although the merchants on this street are ordinary persons, they are the jaw-dropping battle strength erupted. These merchants have more or less ruined their money, and they hate this kind of people the most in their lives. Now that there is an object to vent their anger, where can they feel weak? Especially the Xiao of his Mihang's shop. He put the two cloth bags in his hands on the two men, just one for each person, and it was just a blow when he was blindfolded. At this time, everyone's fighting became more and more fierce. Anyway, the two great hands couldn't see who was beating him, so naturally there was no need to worry about being settled by the Autumn Queen. There are so many people and powerful. Yang Kai just made a gesture, and was squeezed out by these merchants before he could start. For a long time, the merchants gradually stopped, leaving only the two men curled up on the ground, wailing. The cloth bag covering his head was also blown away. Sumu fixed his eyes to look inward, and called me, my mother, and the soles of his feet were a little cramped. I saw that the two men who were originally extremely tall and strong had noses not noses, eyes not eyes, and their faces were swollen like pigs' heads, and their mothers who were almost beaten couldn't recognize them. This situation will occur because the two men themselves are not at all, although they are equipped with swords at their waists. They are just pretentious. If it is really an expert, how would you care about the attacks of these ordinary persons? But then again, how can a real expert do such a nasty thing? Falling down these two people, many merchants felt a sigh of disgust, but they still gathered around and refused to leave. The two men noticed that the faces of the people were bad, and they were extremely frightened. One of them extended the hand and raised it to Sumu tremblingly, shouting weakly, Sumu complexion greatly changed and roared, what kind of crisp? Do you want young master to give you crispy bones? Yang Kai saw in his eyes, smiled in his heart, and walked forward said loudly, these two despicable villains don't know how many trade companies have been cheated by this method and forced their families to ruin. It is really abhorrent. Yang Kai's words are really exaggerated, but the people who can't bear to live here are all merchants. For a moment, people have an illusion of deep sympathy. He's Mihang's shop. Xiao even spurned, bah, the stinky thing that is not worthy of death. How dare you come to our rice shop and let the wild go. The second person in the shop was out of anger, that's all, but Yang Kai immediately picked up the words. Yes, this kind of person is really worthy of death. This junior brother, it's not as good as you and me, a killing blade, so that they will never want to do anything wrong in the future, and it can be regarded as enforced justice on behalf of the heaven. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Then the two felled men had cold sweat on their foreheads and looked at Yang Kai in horror. They absolutely didn't expect this thin boy to have such a very ruthless heart. Su Mu stared at Yang Kai even more with widened eyes, to see if he was joking, but Yang Kai had a solemn expression. Clearly he wanted to be serious. To be honest, although these two men are hateful, they are not guilty of death. Yang Kai's words are undoubtedly too cruel. Su Mu stammering said, Senior brother, is this too much? Excessive? Yang Kai shook his head sternly. If we let their conspiracy succeed today, then Boss's rice shop is about to go bankrupt. Once Boss's rice shop goes bankrupt, how can his family make a living? This is to force people into a desperate situation. How can you kill them too much? I know that everything a person does has to pay a price. Originally, those people who saw Yang Kai's proposal to kill people were a little bit in their heart. But after listening to these few words, I feel that there is some truth. For a moment I don't know what to do. But anyway, even if you want to kill someone, you don't need them to do it. So everyone is watching from the sidelines. Only Boss wanted to speak, but was stopped by Yang Kai's eyes. But even so, you can't just kill people. Su Mu is really anxious. The senior brother in front of him is so vicious and merciless, which he absolutely didn't expect. It was originally planned to let these two guys come out to slander he boss, and then known to get out of the siege, so that he boss would be grateful to Own, and the purpose of Own was achieved, but didn't expect to jump out of a cruel senior brother, will kill people at every turn. This is very bad. Su Mu can clearly see the two men on the ground cast pleading eyes at Owner, hoping that Owner can save them. There is even a slight threat in his eyes. Why can't Su Mu understand them? Meaning, they are all grasshoppers tied to a rope. If we have a hard time, don't make it easy. Well, that's the look. At this moment, Yang Kai said with a smile, Junior brother, Confucianism uses literary chaos, and knights are forbidden by martial arts. People in the rivers and lakes of my generation have few lives in their hands. Be that junior brother can't get it, or you know each other. That's why you don't want to kill. Su Mu suddenly turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, but he saw the opposite side. Smile and look at Own narrowly. What do you mean by senior brother? Su Mu's face turned cold, thinking that his plan of is it possible that Own was seen through? But the owner didn't show any weak spot at all. How could it be seen through? He didn't know that Yang Kai would see through it only because of an unintentional one. This is really a coincidence. If it weren't for that one, Yang Kai would have been fooled today. He boss is a shrewd man. He heard Yang Kai have hidden meaning, and he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, little brother, which one is this singing? Yang Kai, there is quite a taste for Su Mu. How can boss not see it? Yang Kai shook his head without answering, let alone breaking, but still looks at Su Mu. Junior brother, I think you are also a courageous person, but today is enforced justice on behalf of the heaven. Hesitate even more? How? And senior brother, I'll be with you. What are you afraid of? What am I afraid of? Su Mu haha smiled. His face twitched, as if muttering to himself, what am I afraid of? Isn't it just killing people? Who hasn't killed them? As if admitting that Own had never killed people, he was short in front of Yang Kai. In the end, it was a teenager temperament. Being so excited by Yang Kai, Su Mu couldn't step down immediately. Here cruel, Su Mu looked at the two great hands who fell on the ground with murderous intention. When the two people touched Su Mu's eyes, they knew it was going to be broken. This kid was given flickering round and round, has been delirious. Junior brother, let's go. Yang Kai continued to fan the ghost fire. Su Mu panted, slowly nodded. When the two great ants saw this situation, they immediately knew that the situation was not good, and their lives were worrisome. How could the man who had just been assisting him bear it? He immediately jumped up and pointed to Su Mu's nose and said, "Su Mu, you treachery villain, say that you will let me brother two people come to his rice line to have a fight, and you will come to help boss. I have a good opinion of it, and now I want to start with my brother, you, something worse than a pig, the garbage that grew up in the dross. You fart." I was exposed to the villain in public. Su Mu also fly into a rage out of humiliation. Hum hum. The great hand sneered, but didn't want to affect the injury on his face. He couldn't help covering the corners of his mouth with a yell. CC gasped and cheered up, "Everyone, old young masters, today, my brother came to his mixing to make trouble for the second time. It was all this kid's idea. He fell in love with he boss's daughter, but others looked down on him, so he came up with this horrible idea. 13, 13, 13. You are waiting. Don't think I'm arrogant. Continue to rush to the list for votes. There is still a little distance from the list. Only rely on everyone. Everyone can get on with one vote." Speaking of this sentence, it can be said to be fried. Countless people immediately cast their eyes on Su Mu, eyes full of incredible. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had been guessing what Su Mu's purpose was, but after thinking and thinking about it, he could only think of two possibilities, one for profit and the other for fame. But didn't expect own guess all wrong. He turned out to be beautiful. He boss's daughter Yang Kai has also seen it. The little girl was born Shui Ling. Although she did not have the capacity of causing the downfall of a nation, she was also a pretty daughter in a humble family. Slender, only 14 this year, it is also a famous little beauty in Black Plum Village. I never thought that such a young female was targeted by Su Mu. This is why mixing caused this trouble. You don't want to talk nonsense. Su Mu's face flushed, and he wanted to quibble. The man continued to say with a sneer, "I don't talk nonsense. Although my brothers are a bit bad in character, they often do some slanderous things, but they slander others. Poison, you can't do things like cutting people and money. You must know that the old young masters are also the foster parents of my brother and my brother. Cutting people and money is equivalent to killing oneself. Where can I do such things?" Everything was instructed by this kid. The sincerity of these words made a group of people laugh. Yang Kai asked in a timely manner, "After everything is done, how much thanks does he promise to give you?" "Fine silver 50 tals. Great Han replied, 50 tals, so many." Yang Kai gently nodded. After listening to boss for a while, he naturally understood the whole story, and immediately looked at Su Mu angrily, and said with contempt, "You despicable villain, you have used such dirty tricks. My family, where can my daughter look at you? High Heaven Pavilion has a scum like you, and it has ruined the good style of High Heaven Pavilion. Bai Kong has a good skin, but his character is not as good as little junior brother Yang. It's the one who raises all kinds of people, and I feel ashamed for your parents." Those merchants also scorned Su Mu's despicable behavior. Su Mu's face is a burst of green and a burst of red. After knowing that after today, the owner will come to Black Plum Village in the future, I am afraid that he will come before him. And the cause of all this is the one in front of you. Senior brother. If it weren't for him, the owner would surely win the favor of his boss today, and it's easy to get in touch with the daughter of he family in the future. He is known as a waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first, and he might be able to hold a beautiful person. Return. But now, all of this is in vain. Not only did the plan fail, but the reputation was ruined. Su Mu was extremely ashamed, but his expression calmed down. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, "How do you call this senior brother?" "Guess." Yang Kai squeezed his eyelids at him. Su Mu took a deep breath. "If you don't tell me, I will know your identity. It's been more than 3 years since I started, but now I haven't had a breakthrough body tempering environment. That's the trial disciple. Heaven Pavilion trial disciple is just a number of 10 fingers. You wait, I will find you to settle this account." After all, He turned around and walked out. Su Mu has some skill in the end. Physically, even if someone stopped in front of him, he was pushed aside, as if out of no one. Shirandi left. When Su Mu left, everyone thought of the two men beaten up as pigs. But where are they there? They ran away secretly when Yang Kai and Su Mu were clashing. This farce came to an end, but Yang Kai have good eyes. After debunking this fake trick, these merchants are full of praise, especially Boss, who is even more grateful to Yang Kai. The young shopkeeper also looked at Yang Kai with admiration. The crowd gradually dispersed, and proprietress came over, holding Yang Kai's hand and not letting it go. The more I watched, the more I liked it. Boss looked worried. Yang nephew, today you have offended that Su Mu. I am afraid that there will be some trouble in sect in the future. After today's event, Boss has become kind to Yang Kai's. Don't be afraid. Yang Kai slightly smiled. Sect has its own sect rules. Even if he hates me, he can't do anything to me. In other words, but nephew must be careful. If it is because of what harm is caused to nephew today, then the uncle is also in the heart. I will be careful. Yang Kai comforted. He and his wife are grateful to Yang Kai for helping out today. They had to keep him for dinner. Yang Kai originally wanted to agree, but proprietress scared him away. Xiao Yang, where can your parents live? Where do you live? Have you married this year? Looking at this posture, proprietress is afraid that he wants to be promoted to the owner's mother-in-law. Yang Kai was vague, and quickly applied oil to the soles of his feet. When I left, I carried a large bag of white rice, far more than 10 silvertals can buy. Now, there is no need to worry about the owner month meal. At first, Yang Kai was also worried that Su Mu would ambush his own on the road. After all, Su Mu looks handsome like a jade tree, but in fact he has a small belly, insidiously damaged, and ambushing a sneak attack own thing is not impossible. But he didn't show up until Yang Kai returned to the High Heaven Pavilion. Think about it carefully. He is still on the road without sneak attacking his own. Although many people died during the internal challenge of the High Heaven Pavilion disciple, sect stipulates that it is never allowed to kill the same sect for no reason. Especially it was a cannibalism outside sect. If he dared to ambush his own outside of the High Heaven Pavilion, if things were revealed, Su Mu himself would have to face disaster. He wants to deal with own, and he will definitely only make a fuss about the challenge. As for whether he can find out the identity of the owner, there is no doubt about it. The High Heaven Pavilion trial disciple is sparsely populated. Even if Su Mu didn't know owner before, he would understand the identity of owner by asking casually. This person's true strength Yang Kai didn't see through, but he must be in the body tempering state. But I don't know how many levels he has in the body tempering state. It seems that you have to hurry up and practice, otherwise you really can't stay in the High Heaven Pavilion. Something in his mind, Yang Kai hurried back to the hut, took a short rest, and started the practice. At this time, I can't practice body tempering record, but I can practice the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion. These basic skills are used for body tempering's foreign skills, and the foreign moves consume the physical strength of the owner to achieve the purpose of tempering the body. For example, the long punches and whip kicks used by Yang Kai when he was challenged are such basic skills. Long punches and whip kicks are not in the martial arts, which means they cannot be regarded as true. Martial arts can only be regarded as basic. This basic skill is necessary for every sect and family. On a clearing on the left side of Yang Kai's hut, there is a wooden figure that is an epicent tall. This is made by his own. The material used is a century-old locust tree. The texture is hard and it is best for practice. Up. This wooden figure is pitted, and there is even a faint blood stain, which is the trace left by the practice in Yang Kai. Normally pulling away, Yang Kai banged against Mu Ren ping pong, using his full force with his punches. His legs were as fast as a gust of wind. The Mu Ren was shaken for a while, and there was a sound of peng peng peng. However, after only a moment of practice, Yang Kai felt something was wrong. Today's fist and leg strength seemed to be a lot bigger than before. You can clearly compare the swing amplitude of the wooden figure and the muffled noise. Moreover, With the passage of time, the skeleton above the own flesh and blood also gave birth to some warm and tingling feelings. This is clearly a feeling from the meridians. The chi sense that was born in the morning gradually became clear, and it was agitated within the body. Beginning with body tempering 4-layer, chi sense is born, and the meridians in body refining can be quenched. This warm and numb feeling is the movement of meridians being exploited. 14 incense burner. It still has 3 changes. Still ask for votes. Only one person can be on the list. After practicing until the lamp was in hand, Yang Kai stopped unconsciously. The long time use of fists and kicks not only didn't feel tired, but was energetic and full of stamina. Since I got the unyielding golden body, my own physical strength seems to have improved a lot. I didn't feel tired after walking 20 li today. And carrying such a large bag of rice is even lighter. I am afraid that only when practicing body tempering record will the owner really feel the pressure. Thinking of how he felt about practicing body tempering record this morning, Yang Kai couldn't help but shudder. The feeling of pressing down in that world was very uncomfortable. But there is pressure to make progress. Now there is no pressure. How can I practice? Human potential is forced out. And the growth of martial artist is even more so. Step by step, the potential of own is forced, and the limit of own is surpassed little by little, so that the strength can be improved. But now that own has punched so many punches and kicked so many feet, he doesn't feel tired at all. Where can I reach the limit of own, and how can I push his potential? This can be difficult to handle. Yang Kai is also a little depressed. It is indeed a great thing to get unyielding golden body, but with its strong recovery ability, the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion can no longer be practiced. Going down. Is it possible that I can only practice 1 hour every day before sunrise? 12 hours a day. Only practice 1 hour, then what is the remaining time for? Sleeping with your head covered? This is definitely not good. Yang Kai rejected this idea without even thinking about it. While making a fire absent-mindedly for cooking, Yang Kai is thinking about how to make the owner feel the pressure. If this matter is to be known to others, I am afraid it would not know whether to cry or laugh. Other martial artists are eager to relax on the road of practice, but Yang Kai now wants his own to find abuse. Think about it, and didn't expect any good way. The most important reason is that the current economic conditions of own cannot keep up. There are many medicine pills that can be assisted in the practice of body tempering. In addition to medicine pill, there are some other external methods, but the roots of all these are one word: money. In the High Heaven Pavilion, money means contribution points. Poor Yang Kai only has 12 points for contribution. It is really too much. After the rice was cooked, Yang Kai ate a few bowls and had no vegetables, so he ate it dry, but Yang Kai was already very satisfied. This is the only one he has eaten in recent days. One full meal. Yang Kai didn't go to practice after the meal, so he took a shower and then lay down on the bed. Continuing the practice is just half the results for twice the effort. It is better to think about the solution. Sharpening an axe does not delay the work of chopping firewood. Thinking about it, Yang Kai's heart moved and he gave the wordless black book to summon again. The famous Yang Kai of this black book has probably been figured out. Every page of the book is sealed with something. As long as the own strength is reached, it can be summoned out. The unyielding golden body obtained on the first page is the foundation and the root. The second page is the body tempering record, which is the practice for unyielding golden body. I don't know what it is on the third page, because when I snooped last night, I couldn't see anything. This is definitely related to the strength of the owner. Now the first page and the second page are empty. Yang Kai studied carefully for a while and found nothing, but when he accidentally turned to the third page, he was in a trance. Huh? Yang Kai frowned, staring closely at the third page. Almost instantly, on the third page of the golden light twinkling, countless golden shadows burst out and jumped directly into Yang Kai's mind. Soon, a vortex, slowly appeared on the third page of the writing. An antique incense burner rises in the middle. This change made Yang Kai somewhat absent-minded, and he was overjoyed after thinking about it. Yes, Isn't Owen already breakthrough to body tempering 4-layer this morning? I couldn't see mystery on the 3rd page last night. Why didn't I try it after the breakthrough today? Although it is only a level of gap, it is this level that prevents Owen from prying the 3rd page. After trying to understand this, Yankai couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If I checked it this morning, maybe I wouldn't have to worry about it now. To suppress the excitement, Yankai took the incense burner in his hand and looked at it carefully. This incense burner is not big. It looks like an ordinary person's household incense burner, but it is semi-closed, with a lid on the mouth, and a few tiny holes on the lid. The antique is not outstanding. No matter where it is placed, it will not attract the attention of others. Yankai sniffed lightly and found that this thing does not taste at all, and it doesn't sink when it starts. Is this doing and so on? Yankai for a moment is a little bit confused, so I can't just close eyes and look at the information that flooded into Owen's mind just now. After a short while, Yankai opened his eyes with a strange expression. According to the information just received, this income burner actually assists Owen practice. It's just that the incense burner itself has no effect. Instead, you need to add some herbs to it to burn the scent, and this scent is what assists practice. In different realms, the herbs that need to be put into the incense burner are different. What makes Yankai a little puzzled is that the herbs suitable for owning this realm are 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass. As far as Yankai knows, the value of these 2 herbs is not high, but they are rare, and they are somewhat toxic. Although they are not very toxic, if you inhaled the properties of these 2 herbs for many years, it is also harmful to people. These 2 herbs are really helpful to Owen's practice. There must be these 2 herbs in the contribution hall, but with the personality of Old Man Meng's goose plucking, the price is definitely not cheap. And Yankai itself doesn't have a few contribution points. Where can I splurge? In this way, only the owner can find a way to find these 2 herbs. Fortunately, the Black Wind Mountain vein is not far from the High Heaven Pavilion. Yankai has been in and out hunting many times, but he is familiar with it. Maybe there are herbs in it. Go into the mountain tomorrow. Yankai made up his mind. All the troubles disappeared, and soon fell asleep. Before going to bed, Yankai deliberately checked the 4th page of the wordless black book to avoid the embarrassment of today. However, there was no movement on the 4th page. Probably because the strength of body tempering realm 4-layer was not enough to snoop. The next day, Yankai woke up early. The practice body tempering record got such a great benefit yesterday, he naturally has tasted the marrow. The longing for its savor grows even more. How? He himself is not a lazy person. While the Eastern Purple Chi came to the east, the slow and full-bodied body tempering fist technique gradually unfolded. Although the cultivation level is 1 layer higher than that of yesterday, how much progress has been made in displaying body tempering record? Not at all today. After 1 hour has passed, it still stays at an 20th progress, but Owen's body was tortured with a little backache, and the bones burst out, as dense as beans. A sip of purple chi is inhaled, and the thin chi sense within the body becomes clearer and firmer. The meridians seem to have been developed a lot, and the skin surface has many acquired impurities. 15 entering the mountain to seek medicine. Get up early and raw, ask for a ticket. In addition, I went to a place to register an account last night and posted a post. The result was questioned, not the deity. Well, I have to say that people nowadays are very vigilant, and it will probably not happen that the little girl is abducted by a lollipop. Xiaomo is very pleased. After the practice is over, Yankai spent more than an hour to do today's work well, and then he ran to the contribution hall. Although he decided to go to the mountain to find medicine, Yankai doesn't understand pharmacology. Even 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass are only known by their names. I'm afraid I won't recognize it if I meet it. So this preparation work must be done well, so as not to be embarrassed when the time comes on an empty run. Yankai went to the contribution hall to write down the appearance of the 2 herbs first. I wanted Treasurer Meng to open a convenient door to teach the owner how to understand herbs. but he didn't expect him to lose a booklet. Yang Kai took a look and found that this booklet is all about herbal medicine, including not only medicine efficacy and pharmacology, but also the growth environment of herbal medicine. There are illustrations on each page, and the introduction is quite detailed. What makes people feel a little regretful is that the herbs introduced in this booklet are only in ordinary grade. Human practice is divided into levels. The herbal weapon medicine pill in the world is also divided into levels. From bottom to top, there are ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mystery grade, spirit grade, saint grade, each level 1 points high, middle, low 3 rank. For example, the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass that Yang Kai needs now are ordinary grade low rank herbs. The medicine efficacy is low, so the value is not high. Leaving the contribution hall, Yang Kai went to the General Affairs office to take a leave. After all, he was still the sweeping servant of the High Heaven Pavilion. He would definitely not be able to return on the day he went to Blackwind Mountain. Have to say hello. The manager of the General Affairs office didn't embarrass him either. He readily agreed for 3 days before Yang Kai set off. Blackwind Mountain is only 20 li away from the High Heaven Pavilion. It is not far or near. In the past, Yang Kai often went in and out of it to hunt, so it was quite familiar. But this is the big girl who went into the mountain to gather medicine for the first time on the sedan chair. Yang Kai's was also quite prepared. He brought some clean water, made a few rice balls, and a shovel. A cloth bag was on the road. In a hurry, Yang Kai came under the Blackwind Mountain. Looking around, the dark mountain forest is like a great desolate giant beast lying between heaven and earth. There is no end in sight, forest trees in the mountains. The lush greenery, rugged rocks, unique scenery, and the oncoming breeze make Yang Kai feel refreshed. There are many ominous beast traptors in Blackwind Mountain, and many of these ominous beast traptors are beyond the reach of practical martial artists. Therefore, people who usually enter Blackwind Mountain don't dare to go too deep without any strength. The outer 30 li is still considered a safe zone. After 30 li, it will be very dangerous, and the more dangerous it goes in. Yang Kai just wants to find some low-value herbs. Naturally, he won't go deep into it too much, so he is safe for himself. At this hour of rushing, Yang Kai was not idle either. He had been trying to remember the herbs he encountered in Blackwind Mountain before. He didn't recognize it at that time, so naturally he didn't collect it. Now he comes prepared. But I can't let it go anymore. This time, Yang Kai really reminded Yang Kai of a lot of places. Even the herbal medicine that Don needs now has a place to grow. Yang Kai was full of energy, and immediately followed his familiarity into the Blackwind Mountain. After 1 hour, a sharp tooth grass hidden in the thorn bushes was smoothly collected in the bag. A good start was made. The scattered memories in Yang Kai's mind became clearer. Almost follow the picture and walk all the way to harvest. In the evening, Yang Kai had picked 4 different herbs. After all, this is the outskirts of Blackwind Mountain. People often come and go. It is difficult for medicinal herbs to grow here. Basically, a long achievement will be taken away. So although Yang Kai only harvests 4 plants, it is satisfied. None of these 4 herbs are required by the owner, and the rank is not high. It is just the ordinary grade low rank at the bottom, but if you take it back, you can also exchange some contribution points. The sun was about to set. Yang Kai hurried at his feet, and finally arrived at the last place in his memory with herbs before the sunset. This is a very strange place, surrounded by lush greenery, but the place in front of you is empty. About 30 feet in radius, it is almost a dead land. Not only without trees, but even mixed no grass grows. In the very center of this dead place, there are 3 small grasses arranged in the shape of a product fluttering in the wind. The grasses are yellowish. At first glance, they might be necrotic. This herb itself is this color. Seeing that the herbs here are still there, Yang Kai couldn't help but sighed in relief, and ran over with a smile, holding a shovel like a sharp plan. Not much time. All 3 herbs are in their hands. Somewhat worriedly, He took out the booklet given by Treasurer Meng and compared it with Yankai. Only then did Yankai settle down. It is indeed dead land, dried up grass. Undoubtedly, the real thing in hand is the same as the booklet in the booklet. The illustrations are the same, and even the growth environment is as described in the booklet. Dead land, dried up grass. Where there is dead grass and dead wood, it is very convenient to find. Basically, if there is a place in the forest that has become dead like this, it is definitely because of dead land, because of the growth of dried up grass. Cautiously put 3 dead land dried up grass into the bag. Yankai then took out the water ice balls and started eating and drinking on the spot. This time I entered the mountain. The most important thing was to look for 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass. Only one of them has been found now, and the number is too small, so we have to work harder. But now the sky is getting dark and it is naturally inconvenient to move around, so Yankai decided to take a rest on the spot and look for it again tomorrow. I went hunting on the mountain, and I went there on the same day. Yankai really didn't spend the night in the mountain, but as the saying goes, I haven't eaten pork before. Could it be that I haven't seen a pig run? Yankai naturally knows what to pay attention to when spending the night in the mountains. Looking for a big tree nearby, Yankai climbed up, found a suitable and comfortable position to sit down, closed his eyes and slumbered. I couldn't fall asleep for a while. Yankai showed the wordless black book to summon again, and turned to the 3rd page. Thoughts move, and the incense burner emerged from it. This is also a mystery that Yankai accidentally discovered, and the things that came out of the black book can also be taken back. After all, the black book is made with Space Soul Stone. Space Soul Stone itself has the function of opening up space and storing things. It is not difficult to understand that the incense burner can be put in. The only thing that puzzles Yankai is that except for the incense burner, everything else cannot be accepted by the black book, which makes him a little confused. This wordless made by Space Soul Stone black book, could it be that can also selectively accommodate things? After playing black book for a while, Yankai is also exhausted. After all, after walking a lot of mountain roads today, I fell asleep. No words for a night. Early the next morning, Yankai practiced 1 hour's body tempering record as usual. He had a good harvest. Not only did he hit a few more punches than the previous 2 days, but also within the body chi sense has become more and more solid. Yankai has a feeling that it is about to break through. The chi sense in the meridians seems to be reaching its limit, and it only takes 1 step to reach the 1-layer floor. 16 body tempering 5-layer. Could it be that is it really not on the new book list? Recommended tickets are so scarce. This discovery makes Yankai feel excited. He has been practicing in the High Heaven Pavilion for 3 years, but only body tempering 3-layer. But since I got the wordless black book, I broke through to 4-layer on the 2nd day. Now only 2 days have passed, and I have to break through again. The speed of this practice is that Yankai himself feels a bit terrifying. Practicing body tempering record consumes a lot of money. Yankai took a long break before he gradually slowly recovers and ate the remaining rice balls. Then he embarked on the journey of continuing to find medicine. I have searched all the places in my memory that should contain herbs yesterday, and today I have to try one's luck. Fortunately, the herbal value of these ordinary grades is really low, and not everyone will pick it when they see it, so there is always some gain. For the entire day, Yankai found 7 or 8 herbs, and even 3-leaved remnant spirit flower also found 2. Now I finally got together the herbs needed for practice, but the quantity is a bit shabby. Time passed by in a hurry. When night fell, Yankai was still walking in the forest. It was not that he didn't want to rest, he was really hungry. I thought I could hunt some game today, but I didn't even think that I didn't even touch a rabbit. I only found a few nail-sized wild fruits. It's sour. I've eaten my teeth. I got into my stomach. I felt hungry afterwards. I knew it a long time ago, so I made more ice balls and took it with me. I regretted it. Where can I find food if I can't find a shop in front of the village? While hungry and embarrassed, Yang Kai suddenly saw a ray of fire coming from the mountains and forests ahead. He was shocked and hurriedly walked over there. People who dare to make a fire in the mountains are either inexperienced idiots or confident hands. Yang Kai encounters the latter at this time. Just approaching the fire, there was an angry shout on the face. Who? At the same time, Yang Kai felt his own skin tightened and his spine was cold. Susu. Yes, when I fixed my eyes, I saw two silhouettes, one tall and one low next to the fire. Both of them looked at the owner with great vigilance. The tall man is a sturdy man with a bow in his hand and an arrow on the bow. The bow is full of strings, and the point of the arrow is aimed at One. But beside this man, there is a young boy who is about 11-12 years old. Although young, but the boy's eyes are very bright. Not only is not afraid, but has a taste of be eager to have a try. The little boy also pinched a bow in his hand, but it was much smaller, and the formidable power should not be big. Although Yang Kai was pointed at by two full-stringed bows, Yang Kai didn't feel any irritation at all. Walking outside was indispensable to guard against others, and they did nothing. Don't be nervous, I just went into the mountain to gather medicine, Yang Kai said quickly. Hearing these words, the two men opposite, one big and one small, took a close look at him. The sturdy man slowly put down the bow and arrow in his hand, and patted the little boy again and motioned to him. Relax, this is said with a smile. I thought the firelight attracted a beast, but it was a false alarm. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. The strong man is bold. He waved. Come on, the night wind is cold. It is not easy to discuss life outside. Yang Kai thanked him, and then walked forward. Go. Sitting by the fire, the strong man has been looking at Yang Kai, and he can't help but sympathize when he sees him thin and slender. Since we are sitting together, it is natural to talk. During the small chat, Yang Kai learns that this is father and son, two people. He lives at the foot of the mountain and lives on hunting. Although life is not counted, wealth can maintain food and clothing. And although the little boy looks at, he is also a veteran of hunting grounds. With his father's multiple visits to Black Wind Mountain, his experience in mixing mountains and forests is much richer than that of Yang Kai. Yang Kai also reported his family. After learning that he was actually the discipline of High Heaven Pavilion, the robust man was a little surprised. The little boy became more curious, and his bright eyes kept spinning on Yang Kai. The man said, this kid in my family also wanted to practice martial arts, but he was rejected from aptitude. So he admires you martial artists very much. The words reminded Yang Kai of his experience over the past 3 years, and he couldn't help but feel a little empathetic, and reached out his hand to touch the child's head. While talking, Yang Kai's belly called disappointing. The little boy was taken aback, suddenly laughed, and then took out a dry food from the package and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was moved in his heart, but he didn't hold out hands to receive. Instead, he looked at the burly man, who said with a smile, let's eat. It seems like you haven't eaten anything today. Yang Kai didn't refuse anymore. He took the dry food and gobbled it down. After chatting for a while, the three of them went to sleep separately around the fire. Yang Kai didn't dare to sleep too deeply. He was always in a light sleep state, waiting for the hunter if there was any danger around. If the father and son is cut off, it can be regarded as a favor. One night passed, and nothing happened. Early morning came again. Yang Kai quietly left without waiting for the father and son, two people of the Orion, to wake up. When he left 2 herbs as a gift for his meal last night. If these 2 herbs are crushed, they will also have a certain healing effect. Father and son of Orion can always be used when they are in the mountains and forests all the year round. Purple Chi in the East was born. Yang Kai practiced 1 hour's body tempering record. When work was over, accompanied by a mouthful of purple Chi inhaled, within the body meridians suddenly shocked suddenly, and the warm feeling spread throughout the body. Chi senses booming, and it's in the meridians. Body tempering 5-layer. Yesterday's feeling was true. Indeed, I was going to be promoted. I practiced 1 hour today, and it really broke through. Yang Kai is very happy. and his more and more expectations for unyielding golden body. Counting down, it took only a few days for Oning to get unyielding golden body, but it has been through twice. The speed of this practice is simply incomparable. This is still in the case of limited practice time. If you can practice all the time, how fast should it be? Yang Kaion is a bit stupefied. However, body tempering is only the basic stage of a martial artist, and practice will naturally be faster. As the realm improves in the future, the speed of improvement is likely to slow down. After taking a break, Yang Kai went on searching for medicine again. I also harvested a lot on this day. I picked more than a dozen herbs, and I also caught a fat rabbit, so I don't worry about being hungry. On the third day of entering the mountain, Yang Kai went deeper into the Black Wind Mountain, almost reaching the limit of 30 li outside. When he walked here, Yang Kai didn't dare to go inside. Now if this strength encounters some ominous beast raptor, it can only flee, or it might be treated as a mouthful by these beasts. Although I didn't go deep into it too much, today's harvest is much larger than the previous 2 days. There are more than 20 herbs. Counting the harvest of the previous 2 days, I went into the mountains to find nearly 40 herbs this time. But the 2 needed are still very small. We found 40 herbs in 3 days. Although all of them were ordinary grade low rank, the harvest was not small. You can also get a lot of sects for contribution points. But this delays the time of practice, and it's not worth the gain. 17 and Monster Beast. I just learned that today, during the Double Ninth Festival, I was busy with new books during this time. I wish you all a happy Double Ninth Festival and a happy birthday to my daughter Gyogo. In the afternoon, Yang Kai turned around and walked towards the location of the High Heaven Pavilion. On only took 3 days off. The day of departure does not count. On must rush back before tomorrow morning, or he may be punished. The time is abundant. Yang Kai estimates that Ona is now almost 100 miles away from the High Heaven Pavilion, which is not too far, and can be there before dark. I look forward to how the income burner produced on the 3rd page of the wordless black book will improve the owner. Yang Kai feels happy and hears a brisk footstep. Only less than half of the distance, Yang Kai suddenly heard roars and heart-piercing shouts not far away, sometimes mixed with the cry of a child. Hearing the movement, Yang Kai stopped and hurriedly listened carefully. After a while, Yang Kai complexion changed and hurried to the direction of the sound source. He heard that the roar was coming from the Orion who had met the night before, and the cry was also made by the little boy. This father and son, 2 people, may have encountered some trouble, otherwise it is impossible to panic. Yang Kai had eaten other people's dry food that night, and they were kind to the owner, so how can he ignore it now? In the process of running, Orion's roar became more and more desolate, but the cry of the little boy gradually weakened. Yang Kai's face is heavy, and there is a vague premonition in his heart. When Yang Kai ran to the place, even the roar of the Orion could not be heard. There was a dark hole under the high slope facing him. The grass beside the hole was dense. All around was covered with Yin-Si cobwebs. There was a small bow on the ground, which was the weapon the little boy was holding that night. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai hurriedly threw the things on Ona's body to the ground, stared wide-eyed, watchful of all around movements, and went straight into the dark hole. The light inside the cave can't be considered bright, but things can also be seen. Fixed a glance, Yang Kai couldn't help but startled, and saw that the cave was full of spider webs. Beside the cave wall, on the ground, one after another, silvery white like chopsticks, thick and thin, staggered vertically and horizontally, layered on top of each other, blocking on the way forward. The inside of the cave is moist and dark, with water dripping from the top, and Yang Kai feels a little sinking when he steps on it. Holding his breath and walking inward, Yang Kai saw a man almost trapped in spider silk into a chrysalis shape, lying on the side, showing only one face. Exactly the night before Orion encountered. Yang Kai rushed forward and tried for a while, and found that the Orion was only anxious and fainted. It didn't matter to him. He hurriedly pinched among his people. Orion faint woke up, and when he saw Yang Kai, he said anxiously, Save the child. The child was dragged inside. Please help the child. Dragging it inside? Yankai was shocked and hurriedly untied the Orion. But the spider silk entwined around him was so tough that he couldn't untie it for a while, so he could only give up temporarily and plunged his head into the hole. Orion raised from behind and said, "Be careful, that's a spider monster beast." Hearing the words monster beast, Yankai shook his heart. But monster beast, like an ordinary wild beast, it can only be slaughtered by people. This thing is a real beast, and none of them can be provoked by the current Yankai. The reason why 30 li outside Blackwind Mountain is defined as a safe zone is because there is no monster beast haunted here. But now there is one here, which is really unexpected. Knowing that there was a monster beast inside, Yankai acted more cautiously. He fumbled and walked in for about 10 feet before seeing Orion's son. At this moment, the little boy was tied up with spider silk like his father and stuck to a huge spider web, suspended in the air. Beside the little boy, a huge back-colored spider is sticking out of the straw in his mouth and inserting it into the boy's arm, and wisps of red blood are clearly visible from the boy within the body flow into the spider's mouth. On the ground of the cave, all kinds of weird bones piled up into a mountain. I think this spider monster beast has already hunted a lot of prey here. Yankai didn't have time to consider whether he would be able to defeat the spider. Any delay may cost the little boy his life, so he remained silent at the moment and rushed forward suddenly. The huge back-colored spider probably didn't expect to be disturbed at this time. When it was being gorged oneself, a brute force came from the side and the huge spider web was immediately broken. A large hole, the back-colored spider fell off with Yankai, and the little boy also fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, back-colored spider was furious. 8 long hairy feet swayed on the ground, and the eyes on the head looked towards Yankai. Before Yankai could get up, he was overwhelmed by a swoop from back-colored spider. Yankai roared, and an iron fist smashed out heads. It hit the back-colored spider's mouth and staggered. Taking this opportunity, he kicked it out again. A spider kicked out. Rolling on the spot, Yankai squatted on the ground, alert to the movement of the back-colored spider. The confrontation made him feel a little more settled. This monster beast is not high in level. Otherwise, the owner is basically impossible to fight with it. It is probably a level 1 monster beast. But even level 1 monster beast is a little difficult to deal with the current strength of Own. Both sides are looking at their opponents. Back-colored spider is not impatient, but Yankai is a little unsatisfied, because the little boy seems to have lost too much blood and has signs of poisoning. So please solve. There is no way to save him here. Suddenly, back-colored spider opened its mouth parts, and between inhalation and spitting, a bright silk thread spurted out of the mouth parts and hit Yankai. The tenacious degree of this spider silk has been learned by Yankai before. He naturally knew that he couldn't be trapped, and he rolled to the side at the moment, which was worth avoiding. I didn't know that back-colored spider didn't care about his avoidance, and kept spitting out spider silk in a place. When Yankai reacted, the cave was already separated by a huge spider web. He was completely cut off and trapped him inside. Is this going to force me to fight to the death? Yankai smiled. The only trace of worry also disappeared, and the arrogance in the bones was aroused. In this situation, if you don't kill this spider, you definitely don't want to go out. In that case, you can only fight to the death. Time is pressing. Yankai has no time to delay, kicking his feet on the ground, and quickly approaching back-colored spider. Another spider silk flew towards him. Yankai was on his guard. How could he not avoid it? Avoided 3 spider silks one after another, finally narrowing the distance with this monster beast. But before Yankai could punch, back-colored spider raised a front foot and chiseled at him fiercely. Yankai raised his arm to block, and the sharp forefoot of back-colored spider poked his arm through. The pain caused Yankai to roar, and the blood boiled all over his body. The fresh blood flowed out. Not only did not make him feel fear and panic, but there was an inexplicable excitement and expectation surging in his heart. Clank clank. Warm feelings spread throughout the body. 18. 18. 18 Good people get good rewards. Get up early to ask for votes. Yankai punches. Screaming hit the left row of back-colored spider's eyes and exploded 2 on the spot. Back-colored spider is horrified. Its only mentality makes it a kind of fear for the bleeding and excited person in front of it. It pokes the forefoot in Yankai's arm and wants to take it back, but it is tightened by Yankai. The muscles were stuck tightly, and he couldn't break free for a while. Yankai's second punch came and blasted the eyes of back-colored spider. Back-colored spider screamed in pain, and kept shrinking back. The movable feet swayed wildly, leaving rows of wounds on Yankai's body. The wounds were not deep, but they were not deep. See blood. The pain makes Yankai more and more excited. His whole body seems to be gushing with endless strength. His mouth shows a cruel smile, and he attacks his opponent like an overwhelming fist with his intact fists. The faster he hits, the back-colored spider burst his forehead and splashed body fluids. The screams of screams kept coming out, and back-colored spider didn't want to sit still, and sprayed spider silk continuously from the mouth parts. It was close at hand. Yankai couldn't evade, so he was wrapped up soon. But at this moment, back-colored spider was also beaten out of shape, and his entire head almost burst open. If it weren't for Monster Beast, its life force would be tenacious, and it would have died long ago. This is the case. After it sprayed the last spider silk, it gradually stopped struggling, and finally died under Yankai's fist. Yankai didn't expect at all. Owner actually defeated a Monster Beast easily and killed it. Even though it is just a level 1 Monster Beast, it is not something body tempering 5-layer can easily deal with. Although the own injury is not shallow, it feels not at all at the worst. Confirming that the back-colored spider is dead, Yankai inserted it into the front foot of the owner's arm and pulled it out. The moment it was pulled out, it brought up a warm fresh blood. Without time to check the injury of owner, Yankai efficiently tore the spider silk tighter owner and hurriedly carried the little boy lying on the ground out. The little boy's father finally escaped from the bondage of the spider silk, and was dashing towards this side. When he saw Yankai running out with his own son covered in blood, he quickly asked, "How is he? Is it too much blood loss and poisoning?" Yankai replied. Running outside the cave, Yankai laid the little boy flat on the ground, ran out again, took the owner's bag back, found some herbs from it and chewed it in his mouth, then looked for it. Some were handed to the Orion. Chew hard, and then feed it to him. The Orion was desperate and heard Yankai's instructions. There was no hesitation. He put the herbs in his mouth and chewed fiercely. At this moment, Yankai's mind is very clear. The pharmacological properties of these herbs are presented one after another in his mind. What herbs can detoxify, what herbs can heal, and what herbs can stop bleeding. It is comparable to a master in pharmacology of physicians. Not much time. Yankai took out the herbal medicine from his mouth and applied it to the boy's injured arm. Orion also fed the herbal medicine from his own mouth into the boy's mouth. Under the nervous and expectant gaze of the two people, the little boy's pale face gradually became a little bloody, and his breathing was much smoother than before. Orion's holding heart finally let go, and fell to the ground. The Iron Man wailed, "Fortunately it's okay. Fortunately it's okay." Yankai splashed a pot of cold water and went, "Not yet. These herbs of mine are the lowest ones, which can only relieve his symptoms. You have to go down the mountain to seek a doctor, or the root cause will fall." Orion obeyed Yankai's words, and now plainly said, "Then I will take him to seek a doctor now." "Not busy." Yankai stopped. "Wait for him to calm down before leaving." "Oh. What the elder said is." Orion suffered such a disaster, and his backbone was long gone. Yankai said what he said. After finishing speaking, suddenly remembered that the benefactor in front of me was also very injured. Worriedly said, "My benefactor, do you want to deal with the injury of the owner?" Yankai waved his hand. "No need. But you shed so much blood, how can you stand it?" Orion looked at him in shock. "I don't know. Yang Kai stood up and bounced. I don't know why, I feel good. Not only feel good, but also excited. Yang Kai estimates that all this has something to do with On's unyielding golden body, but how can you explain it to a hunter? Thinking back to the battle just now, Yang Kai's blood boiled over. This is the first time On has faced life and death battle. But On not only doesn't have the slightest fear, but also enjoys the feeling of blood splashing, as if all this is commonplace. By the way, wait a moment, and I will come as soon as I go. Yang Kai suddenly picked up his own package and rushed into the cave again. Orion thought he was going to clean up the body of Monster Beast, but that was not the case. Although Back-Colored Spider is a monster beast, its corpse has no value, and its level is too low. Yang Kai enters the cave to gather herbs. During the battle with Back-Colored Spider just now, Yang Kai accidentally discovered that there was a large area of purple flowers in the cave. At that time, he didn't have the time to take a closer look. Now that I think about it, I can't help but feel refreshed. If On is right, then the purple flower is exactly the three-leaved remnant spirit flower that Ona badly needs. Three-leaved remnant spirit flower grows in a humid and dark place with many dead bodies, and this cave fits its growing environment. Holding great expectation in his heart, he returned to the cave and took a look. Yang Kai almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Good people in the world are rewarded, and now it seems like that. If it hadn't come to rescue the father and son, two people, how could the owner encounter such a good thing? The large purple flower in front of you is indeed the three-leaved remnant spirit flower, and there are still a lot of them. Roughly speaking, there are as many 30-40 plants. The small purple flowers are connected together, which looks terrible. It is gratifying. Yang Kai doesn't hesitate, so he quickly took out a shovel and put these three-leaved remnant spirit flowers into his bag. After some busy work, Yang Kai was satisfied, and when he was about to leave, he saw a dark red color like a mushroom at the corner of the cave. Yang Kai moved in his heart and walked forward to take a closer look. This thing is about the size of a bowl, dark red, some like mushrooms, and some like spirit mushroom. Yang Kai doesn't recognize this thing. The booklet given by Treasure Omeng does not have its description. Is it possible that what heavenly material earthly treasure is? Yang Kai is gearing up. No matter what it is, first pick it back and talk about it. Anyway, it doesn't take up space. When Yang Kai came out of the cave, the parcel was full to the brim. Go, I will go down the mountain with you. Yang Kai said to the Orion outside. Many thanks, gracious. Orion was grateful. He didn't know that Yang Kai was afraid that they would be in danger, so he wanted to follow. On the way, no thanks. Yang Kai greeted him and hurried down the mountain with the two people of Orion. Until dusk, two people came to Black Plum Village and quickly found a clinic in the town. Guess what level of heavenly material earthly treasure that mushroom is? 19. Sumu is here for trouble. After setting up the little boy, Yang Kai did not rush to leave. After all, the little boy gave On a piece of dry food that night. You have to wait until he wakes up to leave at ease. Orion was busy going in and out, and he was too nervous. Not much time. He was blasted out by the clinician, was too noisy. Dr. Chu said, fortunately for the timely handling, otherwise the dog would really be dead. Blessed, your great kindness and virtue, Jiang Shan has nothing to repay. This life work is extremely hard, let it be sent. After that, he knelt down to Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't help, just said with a smile, Jiang big brother, there is gold under the man's knees. You have already repaid your kindness when you kneel. You don't have to remember it again in the future, and I ate your son. I owe you a piece of dry food. After finishing talking, this helped Jiang Shan, the hunter, up. Jiang Shan was touched, crying, you are so good, you are. As he was talking, the clinician came out and said to Jiang Shan, nothing, it's a serious problem, don't worry, but he has lost too much blood. I am afraid he will fall asleep for a while, and he will be fine when he wakes up. Hearing this, Yang Kai and Jiang Shan were relieved. As soon as his mind relaxes, Yang Kai feels a little tired. It is too exciting today, and his own has suffered a lot of injuries and shed a lot of blood. Although he was excited at the time, it still hurt himself a little. This relaxation, I went to sleep directly, and slept till dawn. In the early morning, High Heaven Pavilion. Many disciplines have been up early, excited, and gathered together to look forward to one place. Their longing eyes, stretched necks, irritable mood, alive a group of withered women at home, waiting for the husband who has returned from the expedition for many years, are so focused, so expectant. With the passing of time, more and more people gathered here, and everyone turned their attention in one direction. That direction is where the hut where Yang Kai lives. Today, it is time to challenge Yang Kai's life again. For these contribution points that are almost equivalent to nothing, how can the High Heaven Pavilion disciple present? There are also people who can't bear it in the heart and sympathize with Yang Kai's encounter. After all, they have to be beaten every 5 days, which is really miserable. But if you think about it carefully, own sympathy alone will not help. Many people who hit Yang Kai's idea, that many, own does not challenge Yang Kai. There will always be others who will challenge Yang Kai. Anyway, he will be beaten. It is better to start with own. Thinking about it this way, I simply gathered to try one's luck. Well, if I was chosen, I would definitely act lightly so that he would not hurt him. Many people made excuses for own in their hearts. In the past this hour, Yang Kai had already got up and swept the floor. But today it is very strange. The disciples waited for a long time and didn't see Yang Kai's silhouette. Each and everyone looked towards the cabin with their toes, but always can't see people. What's the matter with Yang Kai? Have you slept? Why haven't you come out? I don't know. Speaking of which, I haven't seen him in the past few days. Could it be that you have left the High Heaven Pavilion? Impossible. Yang Kai's arrogant temperament. You don't know that he was impossible to go after he killed him. If you want to leave, you left when you were relegated to trial disciple a few months ago. How can it be delayed until now? Everyone present discusses spiritedly, but no one knows that Yang Kai told a few days ago, I went to Blackwind Mountain on vacation, but I haven't returned yet. It's no wonder that Yang Kai doesn't interact with people normally, and naturally nobody pays attention to whereabouts. When it was noisy, a group of people came from not far away, headed by a face like a crown jade, born handsome like a jade tree, very chic, and a beautiful boy, but I don't know why. At this moment, the expression on the boy's face was a little gloomy, and he gnashing his teeth while walking. Beside this young man, there were many High Heaven Pavilion disciple closely followed, and the stars wrapped him in the middle like a moon, making him more different. When I came here, I saw so many people gathered around, and the headed young man showed an unhappy expression, wondering, what's the matter? Why are there so many people in this place? A person next to him hurried forward and whispered, Young Su, today is a day to challenge Yang Kai's, so the fellow apprentices are gathered here, waiting to get contribution points. The young man called Young Su raised his brows, laughed heartily and said, it seems that our senior brother Yang has a bit of a difficult life. The words are full of taking pleasure in other people's Jiao Feng of misfortune and happy. Well, he basically has to be beaten every 5 days, and he won't stop until he is beaten unconscious. The person who spoke before explained. Young Su smiled again. Well, somehow, the Chi sense in young master felt a lot of evil in his heart. But it was not enough. Must kick him out of the High Heaven Pavilion. He is not the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. He can play whatever I want. Young Su said, this kid dares to spoil your good deeds in Black Plum Village. I don't know how much Prince Ma has grown. For a glance, he didn't even inquire about our Young Su's identity. It's to overestimate one's capabilities. The Young Su filmed by this flattery is very comfortable. Even nodded. Young Su is the Su Mu that Yang Kai encountered in Black Plum Village. That day, Su Mu and the two great hands played the double role was exposed by Yang Kai, flying into a rage out of humiliation. Angrily left, and after returning to the High Heaven Pavilion, he began to inquire about Yang Kai's identity. He has some means and channels, and he knew the details of Yang Kai's within a day. It's just that under the sectarian rules, it is inconvenient for him to do it directly. He waited until today to bring people to find Yang Kai's trouble, but didn't expect so many people gathered here, and they were all staring at Yang Kai. This makes Su Mu a little unhappy, waved his hand and said, "Let them fall apart. Tell them that Yang Kai today is packed." What this said, it seems that Yang Kai is the girl in Chunlu is still the kind of pros and cons. A person behind him hurriedly stepped forward and rushed to everyone to hold the fist saying, "You fellow apprentices, today Su Mu Young Su has decided to fight Yang Kai, and I would like to invite you all to make a convenient door. I'm tired of waiting for everyone here, I'm really sorry, and I'm still looking at Heihan." As soon as this word came out, many people were shocked, and they all looked at Su Mu, and some people yelled, "Why, Yang Kai uses a broom to choose his opponent every time, so why do you let you? There is always a first come first, then come first, right?" When the voice fell, someone pulled him one hand, whispered, "That's Su Mu. Do you know who Su Mu is?" "Who? This person doesn't have a long entry time, so I don't know." "Stupid, there is an elder surnamed Su in the High Heaven Pavilion, and there is also a surnamed Su in the Court and Disciplines." "You said he is who?" That person awoke. Although the words have not been clicked thoroughly, the listener is not a fool, so he shut up right now. He is just an ordinary disciple. Hearing that Su Mu has such a big backing, how can he dare to make noise? "You won't have a few contribution points to win Yang Kai. You can't offend him." "Yes, yes." The listener was taught and surprised by cold sweat. 20 burning a house. Su Mu watched the reactions of the crowd with satisfaction, and the lightly snorted in his nostrils showed disdain. Although today's challenge to Yang Kai has been given by Su Mu, the people gathered here did not at all leave. They don't know how Yang Kai offended Su Mu, so naturally they want to stay and watch. Watch the excitement. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai is still missing, and Su Mu is a little uncomfortable. What about others? "I don't know. He usually comes out to sweep the floor. I don't know why I haven't come today." "Young Su, do you want to go and see where he lives?" Su Mu thought for a while, nodded and said, "All right." A trifling sweeps the floor. Xiao Si, how dare you let this young master wait and make him look good later? It is not a secret where Yang Kai lives. Several people around Su Mu are now guiding him. The people watching the excitement also grandiose followed. A moment later, a group of people arrived in front of Yang Kai's hut and looked at the extremely shabby wood house with air leakage everywhere. Su Mu was refreshed for no reason, and pointed to the wood house and said, "That kid lives here." Back to young Su, Yang Kai is a trial disciple. He has to take care of his own clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. Sect will not care about him. This is probably the house he owns. Good, good. Su Mu was so happy, thinking that Yang Kai would be poured into a soup chicken on rainy days, and he was very happy. With a light cough, the smile was reduced. Su Mu Dragon Walk Tiger stepped forward and shouted, "Yang Kai, get out of this young master and die." This shout, if Hong Song is full of hatred, is full of accusations of blood and tears, and it makes the hearts of the crowd of onlookers tremble. The Liang Tsai between Yang Kai and Su Mu is probably not small. What? Su Mu is awe-inspiring and immobile. After yelling, he stares at the door of the wood house expectantly, imagining the scene where Yang Kai scared witless runs out of it to sue for mercy. The more he thinks about it, the more proud he gets. Wait and wait, there is not much movement in the house. Su Mu's face was a bit unbearable, and angry roar, "Yang Kai, get out quickly if you are conscious, or we will have to rush in." There is still no movement. Su Mu also feels something is wrong. If Yang Kai is really inside, he should take a breath. Could it be that he is not there? Turning his head away, Su Mu gave a wink at the person under his hand, and the person rushed out, kicked the door of the wood house, and ran into it vigorously. Not much time, this person ran out again and said to Su Mu, "Young Su, there is no one inside, and there is still some dust." It seems that this kid knows that a catastrophe is imminent. I ran away on the next day. Run? Sumyu almost vomited blood. The owner has been deliberately preparing for several days. Today, he brought so many people to support the scene. Did that Yankai run? It's like an imposing manner with a menacing punch, but hitting the cotton at once, making Sumyu feel an indescribable sense of weakness and depression. Speaking of which, I haven't really seen Yankai in the past few days. A wise man submits to circumstances. Yankai offended this Sumyu. I guess I left sect when I knew the disaster was imminent. No wonder he didn't show up until now. Hey, Yankai is gone. There will be no one in the future. The contribution points are out. The onlookers whispered, but they passed into Sumyu's ears without a word. Although he was proud, but failed to take revenge, Sumyu was still upset. With a gloomy expression on his face for a moment, Sumyu had to accept this reality and said angrily, "It's cheaper for this kid, but if this hatred is not reported, I hate it. Give me the torch." The broken house was burned. Everyone was shocked. Even the people Sumyu brought with him were extremely hesitant. One person said, "Young Su, set fire in sect, isn't it good?" What are you afraid of?" Sumyu glared. "The sky is falling down and I will be against it. Besides, this is not sect's property. If it burns, it burns. What's so great about this broken house? It has tarnished young master's magical eye." Listening to him, everyone dispelled their worries. Anyway, young Su has a backing, and it's really nothing to burn a broken house. At the moment, some people go to fetch fire and search for dead grass. After a while, everything was ready. Sumyu's face expression was holding a torch made on the spot, and his face was distorted by the burning fire. "Yankai, don't tell me to run into you in the future, or you will definitely make you better off dead." Sumyu gnashing teeth cursed, and was about to throw the torch in his hand into the woodhouse beside him, but there was a blood-reeking chi, and someone was slapped on the shoulder. Someone asked, "What is this?" Sumyu didn't expect to replied, "Burn the house." "Why do you want to burn my house?" The voice of the people came a little annoyed. "Your house?" Sumyu fiercely curled his mouth and turned his head to look at the person. Sumyu suddenly jumped a few steps to the side like a rabbit. In a defensive posture, complexion was panicked, and all the hairs on his body stood upside down. It's really because the look of the person here is too terrifying. The clothes are tattered, the hair is messy like weeds, and the dirt is extremely dirty. Not only that, but there are countless bloodstains on his body. Bloodstains on his clothes, and on his shoulders. I set up a small package. The package was bulging, and I didn't know what it was. The breeze came, and the man's ragged trousers were messy in the wind, revealing a thriving leg hair. The most unbearable thing for Sumyu is the smell on this person. The smell of blood and sweat is mixed together, which makes people feel nauseous and can't swallow food for 3 days. This look, this style, is rarely seen. If you hold a broken bowl in your hand, it will be a beggar who eats Bajie-fan. But how do you feel familiar? Sumyu looked at the people carefully, and the more he looked, the more confused he became. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly patted his thigh. "Yankai. Who is this not Yankai?" Although the look has changed and his face is full of dirt, how can he not recognize Sumyu, who has a grudge against Yankai? How can you not recognize it? Yankai also recognized Sumyu, grinned, showing white fangs. "Isn't this the Su junior brother who is showing divine might in Black Plum Village?" With a teaser, Sumyu's face, a burst of green and a burst of red, jumped his feet and said, "Yankai, there's a road to heaven yet you don't walk it. Hell is doorless yet you charge to it. You are dead today. Are you looking for trouble?" Yankai frowned. "Nonsense." Sumyu triumphantly, "Do you think I came to visit you? If you ask me for trouble, just ask me and burn my house." "What?" Yankai asked. Sumyu hurriedly threw the torch, rushed up and stomped on him, as if he was stepping on Yankai himself, very relieved, and it took a long time to step on the torch. This delay finally caused the onlookers to come back to his senses. Until now everyone knew that Yankai was not afraid of Sumyu leaving the High Heaven Pavilion, but went out and didn't know what to do. Up. What can I just do to make Owen so miserable? Is this too much blood flowing? And the scratches on his clothes. It was obviously broken by some sharp weapon. Who did he fight with? And the kind of life and death battle? 21. I have 3 tricks for you. Raw every day. Recommendation ticket. Member click evaluation ticket. These scars and bloodstains are naturally the traces of the fight with back-colored spider. There was no time to deal with it. When I returned to Black Plum Village, I had to seek medical treatment for the little boy. Naturally, I was delayed. Then Yankai was there. Went to sleep. I slept until this morning and only woke up. The little boy was already awake. Yankai left without worry and hurried back to Sect, seeing a group of people surrounding his wood house from a distance. There are people holding a torch, and seeing that the posture is about to burn the own house, how can Yankai agree? Naturally, I walked over and asked. Didn't expect Sumyu's trouble to find the owner. The main character appeared and Sumyu, who failed to arson, not only did not feel the slightest guilt, but was even more excited. He pointed to Yankai and said, Yankai, let alone this young master not giving you a chance, as long as you can. You wait a moment. Yankai raised his hand to indicate, and Shishiren walked into the house. Hey! Sumyu swallowed halfway into his stomach, just as if he had eaten a fly, and it was the kind of fly that flew up from fresh feces, not to mention how uncomfortable. Young Su, this person is too don't give face. Someone under his team was unfair for Sumyu. HMPH. Sumyu sneered, I'll be beaten fiercely later. I heard that this kid never admits defeat, so don't show mercy. Today must let him know the fate of offending this young master. Yes. Yankai walked into the house and took off the small package on his shoulder. This package of herbs is the harvest of the owner in the past 3 days. Yankai was a little worried when he came down. After putting the package away, Yankai walked out again and looked at Sumyu seriously and said, what did you want to say? Sumyu looks at him bitterly, full of resentment and an urge to vomit blood. Just now, I prepared a line of own for a long while, and was interrupted by Yankai before he could say it. At this moment, seeing him asking again, he quickly shouted out impatiently, Yangchi, don't say this young master will not give you a chance, as long as you knock down for me in front of fellow apprentices today, knock down a few beeps, and call grandfather a few more times. I will go around you without dying. Otherwise. HMPH. Those hums were meaningful, and a threatening smell came out spontaneously. After that, Sumyu's face is full of revenge and joy, as if what happened to Yankai. Yankai shook his head slowly, and looked at Sumyu heartbrokenly. Why? Sumyu felt guilty, mainly because Yankai is too calm and composed, which made him feel a little unsure. After all, he suffered a loss after eating Yankai in Black Plum Village, and he felt a little spiritual. Shadow. Unfilial. Yankai sighed. The onlookers stunned, Sumyu stunned, wondering why this is not filial. What do you mean? Sumyu asked fiercely. Don't understand? Come and I will teach you. Yankai looked like a good-hearted person, eloquent and seduced. Let me ask you, do you have Elder in the High Heaven Pavilion? You have some eyesight. Sumyu's tail is almost up to the sky. Yankai smiled, thinking that you came to retaliate against me with such a big fanfare. Naturally, you have to rely on it. If there is no one above, how can you dare to be so impudent and burn my house? This person does not have a small authority in Sect, right? Yankai asked again. Elder's job. Sumyu hummed, I also have an elder sister, core disciple. Just stick out a finger to kill you. Yankai suddenly understood Sumyu's details, and then he patted his shoulder and said, that's right, it's too unfilial. What's right? Sumyu was furious. Going around dizzy and eyes blurred by Yankai, I don't know what he is going to say. I don't understand such a simple thing. How did your head grow? Yankai frowns, looking at Sumyu pityingly, explained patiently, your elder sister should be my senior sister. If I really call you that, Then how would your elder sister call you? How would that elder call you? Unfilial, unfilial. If I were that elder, I will lock you into Destitute Dragon Stream today, let you never think of it for the rest of your life. Sumew's body was shaken, and the complexion was pale. Destitute Dragon Stream, but the most terrifying place of High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion stretches for hundreds of years and decades of disciplines. There are always some disciplines who have done bad things and committed heinous crimes after they got out of Master Sect, and once these unpardonable ones if caught by Sect, the cultivation level will be abolished and thrown into Destitute Dragon Stream. Basically, if you enter you will die. The three characters Destitute Dragon Stream are well known within a few thousand miles of this area. Sumew is not afraid of Yankai, but instinctively afraid of hearing these three words. Aware that Sumew's state is not right, the person who followed him hurried forward and said, "Young Su, this kid is sharp-tongued, don't be courageous with him, today we are here to vent your breath." Sumew's spirit slowly recovers. Some fly into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Yankai, don't say anything. If you don't kneel down and apologize today, this young master will definitely make you regret being born in this world." Yankai had cold light flashed in his eyes, clenched his fists and said, "Su junior brother, is this going to fight me?" Sumew contemptuously said, "I think, but you are disappointing. You are not qualified yet. This young master is body tempering 9-layer. Listening to what he said, Yankai suddenly understood. Sect stipulates that the disciplines should be challenged, and the difference in strength should not exceed 3-layer. Sumew really cannot challenge Yankai. The gap between two people is too big. That's why he brought people here. These people are not just supporting the scene. Sumew looked at Yankai with contempt, sneered at the corners of his mouth, and said without turning his head, "Everyone, this senior brother Yang is said to have practiced in body tempering 3-layer, which brother? Go up and learn how to do it." Body tempering 3-layer, so high level. A group of people burst into laughter. Everyone present, who is not later than Yankai's entry, but who is not better than him high level. "Let me come, young Su, my strength is the lowest among the brothers, only a trifling body tempering 5-layer. I should be able to play with senior brother Yang for a while." One of them crossed the crowd and stepped forward, looking at Yankai contemptuously. Yankai looked back at him and was also smiling, laughing that their information was out of date. 5 days ago, Own was indeed body tempering 3-layer, but it is different now. However, Yankai will naturally not announce this kind of thing. He has been promoted to the 2-layer world for 5 days with a strange speed. The person Sumew brought opened the mouth and said, "Senior brother Yang, my name is Zhao Hu, but remember who beat you today?" "I wrote it down." Yankai looked serious. Zhao Hu seems to have deliberately raised Sumew's face, stabs and stabs at that fight, and hooks his little finger at Yankai. "Senior brother Yang, I won't give you the junior brother face. I have 3 tricks for you. If you can make me move, even if you win. If it doesn't work, don't blame the junior brother for being unrelenting." This rampant provocation contains Kaigyogo, Sumew's contempt, making Sumew dazzled and screamed in his heart. Secretly thought Zhao Hu, this kid is really powerful, knowing how to humiliate people. This is not bad. Body tempering 3-layer is only 2nd-layer behind body tempering 5-layer, but there is a dividing line in the middle of this 2nd-layer. And the strength that can be exerted is fundamentally incomparable. 22 rewrites the defeat. Even more how? Yankai looks embarrassed at the moment. At first glance, he has experienced hardships. How can he fight with strength? In addition, he is thin, malnourished, and easy to be despised. Almost everyone thinks that Yankai is hard to avoid calamity today. Even Xiaoning Chang standing on a big tree in the vicinity. Xiaoning Chang, who is the Dark Hole disciple, is here again today to record Yankai's record. This is not good. How can I let junior brother give in? Yankai hesitated. There is nothing wrong with it. Zhao Hu insisted, as junior brother, you should have 3 tricks. Ha ha. That's okay. Yankai it seems reluctant, since Zhao junior brother said so, then senior brother is welcome. Although let the horse come. Zhao Hu let out a sullen cry, his feet standing like a rock on the ground. The muscles on his body were piled up, and green veins burst forth. Looking at Yang Kai with thin arms and thin legs walking towards Zone step by step, Zhao Hu sneered, thinking about your small body, I will blow you away in one breath and be able to fight again. What strength? Yang Kai walked slowly in front of Zhao Hu, raised a fist, and shook it in front of Zhao Hu, saying with a smile, Zhao junior brother, senior brother really hit him. Come on. Tone barely fell. Yang Kai's fist has already hit Zhao Hu's chest. There was a muffled sound of hong, and everyone onlookers didn't even see the trace of Yang Kai's hands. This fist hit it so strangely. Zhao Hu's complexion turned white, his chest dented involuntarily. The second punch of hong came again, hitting Zhao Hu's abdomen. Zhao Hu's body was suddenly bent down, only feeling a stomach of acid water turned outward. Yang Kai popped a kick and curled it on Zhao Hu's chin. Zhao Hu flew out, and fell to the ground without moving. When absolute silence in the audience, the quiet needle fall can be heard. Each and everyone looked at Yang Kai in shock, eyes full of unimaginable. Su Mu's eyes were so big that they almost burst out of their eye sockets. 2 punches and 1 kick. Zhao Hu of Body Tempering Realm 5 layer was beaten out. Is this motherfucker something that Body Tempering 3 layer can do? Although Zhao Hu didn't fight back from start to finish, this force was too great. 100 Jin people were blasted several feet away. How could it be possible without any strength? Moreover, the speed was extremely fast. Zhao Hu smiled contemptuously at the previous moment, and was unconscious at the next moment. Not only the onlookers in front of the hut couldn't believe the eyes of the owner, but even Xianing Chang, who stood on the treetops and watched the record. She clearly recorded Yang Kai's record on her booklet. For more than 2 years, she lost 47 defeats without a single victory. It was rewritten today, and the win is so clean and neat. Xianing Chang was stepping lightly on the branches of the tree. Her posture was outstanding. But Yuan Shi didn't slow down. With a mouthful of shock. The light body method was interrupted, and her body sank suddenly. Crash bang, there was a burst of light sound. This masked female was planted all the way from the top of the 3 Jianghai trees. Her little buttocks landed first, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Fortunately, she is agile and not slow to respond. She borrowed some strength at the last moment, otherwise the consequences of this fall might be quite serious. In this way, the 2 hips are also hot and painful, tightly squeezing the lips, and the 1 layer mist swells in the water-cutting pupils. Resisting the pain and slowly standing up, her 2 slender legs trembled slightly. Xianing Chang looked around nervously and found that no one saw the owner, which was sighed in relief. If someone sees this appearance, it will be a shame. Running Yuan Shi to relieve the pain in the buttocks. Xianing Chang within both eyes flashing rays of light. I really don't understand why it's only been a few days. The strength of this Yang Kai has increased so much. Those onlookers are not strong enough to see any reputation. But how can Xianing Chang's eyesight be comparable to ordinary people? At the moment when Yang Kai started his hands, Xianing Chang clearly felt Qi Sense's encouragement among his meridians, and was able to practice Qi Sense. It was clear that he had reached Body Tempering 4 layer, and it seemed that Yang Kai's seems to be more than 4 layer. Wasn't he just Body Tempering 3 layer a few days ago? This smelly junior brother, hidden strength, not only scared those people, but also scared the owner to fall from the tree, which is really horrible. Vaguely, Xianing Chang has already attributed the pain in her butt to Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai glanced at the direction where Xianing Chang was hiding. Although Xianing Chang's scream was short, he heard it, but it was a little far away and nothing unusual was found. No longer entangled, just brows tightly knit, and looked at On's fist, as if a little dissatisfied. Yang Kai is really dissatisfied. After all, this is the first time to discuss with others after getting the unyielding golden body. He didn't control his strength for a while, and even knocked Zhao Hu into the air. Originally, he just wanted the opponent to move. The one who moved, It seemed that On was stronger than expected. In the field, Sumu came back to his senses first, pointing to Yang Kai loudly shouted, "You cheat!" Yang Kai remained calm and composed while handling pressing looks at him in affairs. "Su junior brother, you can eat rice but you can't talk nonsense." "Where did I cheat?" Sumu was speechless for a while. "Yes, where did you cheat?" Zhao, who owns the big Thorn and Thorn, standing there still, arrogantly saying that he wants to let Yang Kai 3 strokes, but they really use 3 strokes to get him. What happened under the public gaze? How can it be fraudulent? How can you cheat? Young Su, it seems that the intelligence is wrong. This kid is more than body tempering 3-layer. I'm afraid he has already been promoted, otherwise how can he move Zhao Hu? Seeing some clues, the people in the group softly said to Sumu, "So that's how it is." Sumu nodded, his face gloomy. Zhao Hu is too careless. If he really does it, how can he be defeated? In Mu's thoughts, Zhao Hu's defeat at this time was purely careless. After all, even if Yang Kai was promoted, he was only a 4-layer body tempering. There was still a gap between Zhao Hu and Zhao Hu. If he did it, Yang Kai would definitely lose. "Senior brother Yang, you are hiding well." Sumu, gloomy and cold, looked at Yang Kai. He didn't let out a breath today, and his heart felt uncomfortably tight. Yang Kai shrugs his shoulders unconfirmed. "Let's come to Japan for a long time, next time you won't be so lucky." Sumu cold snort led the person back to the original path, and one of his men picked up the unconscious Zhao Hu on his back. Before leaving, he gave Yang Kai a bitter look. This beam is really closed. Yang Kai doesn't care. Anyway, sect has its own sect rules. They have to challenge if they want to trouble themselves. Moreover, the practice of own has to be tried by someone, or else I don't know how far own has grown. With this thought in his mind, Yang Kai felt that it was a blessing to have a vengeance with Sumu. Today's battle is really not addictive. Hey, Yang Kai is a little dissatisfied. Sumu is gone. The excitement is over. The crowd of onlookers has naturally dispersed, but many people are still a little dreamt. The trial disciple Yang Kai, who has not won in more than 2 years. I won a game today. Although there are tricks in it, I won after all. 23, 23, 23. An incredible thing. This matter caused an uproar among the ordinary disciple watching the game. If it weren't for Sumu's identity, I'm afraid everyone would rush away and spread it. This news is out. But because this matter is related to Sumu, everyone is also acquainted and didn't dare to talk about it. I just bought today's things in my stomach. The front of the cabin was finally cleaned. Looking at the sky, Yang Kai was a little depressed. It was a pity to be delayed by Sumu today and have missed the practice body tempering record. Go back to the house and take out the last set of clothes left by Own. Yang Kai ran to the small pond next to take off the tattered clothes on his body and prepared to take a shower. The past few days were in the mountains. I shook, and I had a fight with back-colored spider again. And there was indeed a strange smell on my body. Xianing Chang surreptitiously approached the hut. She wanted to see what realm this junior brother is now. It was a bit not clear just now, but the hut was not at all people. After arriving at the house, Xianing Chang swept his eyes brightly. What he saw were 2 white butts. Moving his eyes, I saw Yang Kai was completely clean and naked, posing as a diving posture. Xianing Chang's face turned red after brushing the floor. Although she is very strong, she is still an unmanned young female after all. Not to mention her ass, she hasn't even seen a man's thigh. And now she suddenly sees this kind of scene where she can bear it. So exciting. Xianing Chang jumped up with a heart pounding and hurriedly hid his body. How does Own have such a relationship with today? The poor girl's tears were about to fall. No matter where she could watch Yang Kai's secret, she stomped her foot and the body flashed and disappeared in place. This smelly junior brother, master sect, is so unscrupulous. Naked under the broad daylight, it's so shameless, so shameless. In the pond, Yang Kai is taking a bath while checking the body of the owner. He discovered that since practicing body tempering record, his muscles are obviously stronger and stronger than before. Although he is still thin, he is thin and tasteful. Furthermore, The scars left by the black-colored spider yesterday on the abdomen are also scarred at this moment. Only the wound on the arm pierced by the black-colored spider is still a little painful. After all, it is a transparent injury. Impossible is so fast, but it is not as serious as the owner imagined. It basically only takes a few more days to recover completely. Recalling yesterday's life and death battle, Yang Kai is a little excited again. I don't know why. Own now seems to be more motivated the more he faces danger. Own is not originally this sex. Is it possible that Own has a tendency to be abused in the subconscious? After more than 10 years, he suddenly awakens. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly sank into the pond, suffocated for a long time, before coming out of his head. Although there are many things in a hurry, Yang Kai took a broom to sweep the floor after taking a shower and getting dressed. After all, this is a job in the High Heaven Pavilion. Since I took this job, I have to take it seriously. While sweeping the floor, Yang Kai clearly felt that many of the fellow apprentices today saw the expressions of the owner. All were a bit wrong and full of doubts. I wanted to come here to watch the excitement in the morning, and I don't understand why the owner can beat Zhao Hu out. Yang Kai serene, work honestly. After sweeping the ground, Yang Kai went back to the woodhouse, opened the package, took out the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass that owner needed from inside, and put the rest back. These remaining herbal Yang Kai are useless, but they can be sold to Contribution Hall for some contribution points. Grabbing the package, Yang Kai was about to go out, but after thinking about it, he changed his head and put on the blood-stained rags. Then he painted on a big face, and then charge ahead. Contribution Hall. Old Man Meng is holding the teapot, sitting behind the counter, wandering around Erlang's legs leisurely, earth grade, humming a little tune in his mouth. Suddenly, the silhouette flashed at the door. Old Man Meng looked up weakly, and was about to curse which bastard did not open his eyes. He came to disturb Old Man cleansing early in the morning, but he saw Yang Kai battered and exhausted. He walked in, the tattered clothes couldn't block his spring light, his tooth eyes were faintly discernible, and the hair on the legs was completely shown. The 2 High Heaven Pavilion female disciples passing by the door saw this scene, exclaiming the gangsters, covering their faces and retreating in shame. How determined is Treasurer Meng? I have been on Blade Mountain, and I have been in the Fire Sea. The bones in Yingshan's still face doesn't change, and the 10 people in Tucking are also serene. At this moment, a sip of tea is also sprayed out. There is no image at all. Little Yang Kai. What are you doing? Old Man Meng almost messed up, stood up in a hurry. Dumbstruck looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai rushed to the counter and took a breath. I am back. Have you suffered a lot? Treasurer Meng is so pitiful. Yang Kai. A few days ago Yang Kai was fine when he left him, didn't expect just to go to Blackwind Mountain, and he turned into this virtue, this human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost. It is simply too miserable. Well, it's a bit dangerous. Yang Kai nodded, no longer talking nonsense. Quickly opened the package, pointed to the pile of herbs in the package and said, but the harvest is also good, Treasurer Meng. These herbs Contribution Hall, don't you? Treasurer Meng fixed his eyes and frowned. The herbs that are trifling ordinary grade low rank have no value at all. There are a lot of these herbs in the Contribution Hall, and there is no place to put them after they are collected. Just about to refuse, Treasurer Meng saw that Yang Kai was looking at owner expectantly, and then looked at his outfit. His heart suddenly softened, nodded and said, well, take it. Yes, every 2 herbs will be exchanged for a little contribution. Then you little. Yang Kai didn't count to offer, so he pushed the package forward. Treasurer Meng counted it. There were a total of 2 thin herbal medicines, and a total of 16 contributions. Yang Kai is now on the account. You got these after 3 days of running in Blackwind Mountain? Treasurer Meng asked casually. It's pretty good to be able to get these. Yang Kai said as he looked at all around. Cough cough, it's good. Old Man Meng couldn't bear to hit Yang Kai. After all, he also knew Yang Kai's difficult situation. This kid is not good at aptitude, but he is willing to work hard. Now there are not many young people who can bear such hardships and stand hard work. It's a pity that aptitude is his fault. It is destined to not have much big accomplishment in this life. While feeling in the heart, Treasurer Meng saw Yang Kai's thief's eyes, and couldn't help but suspiciously asked, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai mysteriously and secretively going forward and whispering, "Treasurer Meng, I went into the mountain this time, and it seems to have found an incredible thing." Seeing Yang Kai being so cautious, Treasurer Meng knows that incredible thing. "I'm afraid it's very unusual." I made a solemn expression and asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "I don't know. Didn't this bring it back for you to see for me? You are experienced and knowledgeable. I'll recognize it," Yang Kai said, touching from behind his buttocks, and then took out a package, lightly placed it on the counter. 24 Earth Grade Low Rank Blood Mushroom. Treasurer Meng took a look at him and saw that his expression was still a little nervous in anticipation, so he became cautious, and opened the package lightly, squinting. Look inside. The size of the bowl, the dark red color, resembles a mushroom, resembles spirit mushroom. The shape is really not bad, quite a style of heavenly material, earthly treasure. Cough. Treasurer Meng couldn't help but cough a few times. Yang Kai looked at him nervously, and asked softly, "What is this?" Treasurer Meng's expression gave him a weird look, and did not answer, but asked, "You? Where did you find it?" "In a cave. There was also a level 1 monster beast guarded by it, but I killed it, and then I picked it out." Treasurer Meng's heart jumped. "Have you met Monster Beast? Didn't I tell you not to go deep?" "I didn't go deep, and I don't know why it is outside Blackwind Mountain." Yang Kai was a bit wronged. Treasurer Meng sighed, thinking that this kid did this, probably because of a fight with that monster beast. He used his strength to deal with Monster Beast. Even if it was only level 1, it's definitely not that easy. Poor Xiao, suffering from untold hardships at the age of 3 days in Blackwind Mountain, won the trifling 16 contribution, and defeated a level 1 monster beast, and survived. If he was told to know this thing. It's wrong. It's too hurtful. That's all. Old man is rare to do good deeds, and it's a virtue. Yang Kai saw Treasurer Meng complexion solemnly, but never answered. He couldn't help but waited a little anxiously. When he was about to ask again, Treasurer Meng took a sip of tea, smashed his mouth, and squeezed out a smile. He said, "You brat is lucky." Hearing this answer, Yang Kai suddenly let go of his holding heart. He was really worried that this thing was worthless, and it was a trouble. Big joke. "Treasurer Meng, what is this? How much contribution is it worth?" Yang Kai rubbed his hands together, looking forward to it. This thing is called blood mushroom. It's rare medicinal herbs. It's nothing." Treasurer Meng hadn't finished speaking, and a look of disappointment appeared on Yang Kai's face. Hastily changed his words, No, it is the Earth Grade Low Rank grade, it is the Earth Grade Low Rank." "That's right." The tone is firm, and the Treasurer Meng almost believe it. Earth Grade Low Rank? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised. "Treasurer Meng, are you right?" Treasurer Meng slammed his face. Joke, old man's life. Female. Cough. Read countless medicines, and practiced with a pair of golden eyes. Where can I make a mistake? How much contribution can I change? Yang Kai is only interested in this. You can count on 20 points. So few. Yang Kai was a little disappointed. Originally, he thought this thing could be in the low level. Click contribution. A lot of boys. Treasurer Meng thought this was for nothing. How could it give you too much? But verbally found a reason. Although you are looking for this blood mushroom, it's Earth Grade Low Rank. It's true, but it's small and the year is not high, so it's only worth 20 points. Oh. Yang Kai didn't refute, he said readily, then 20 points, right? Treasurer Meng nodded, again recorded in the account. This time I went into the mountains and removed the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass that One needed. A total of 16 contributions were gained. Counting the previous savings, Own already has 48 contributions. Yang Kai suddenly felt that Own was getting richer. However, although entering the mountain can collect medicines for contribution points, it also delays practice time, and also has to try one's luck, which feels like putting the cart before the horse. Despite his enthusiasm, Yang Kai decided not to do it unless he had to do it in the future. The purpose of accumulating contribution points is for practice. Yang Kai can still distinguish the primary and secondary relationship between the two, and he has not been dizzy by the harvest. Own now has a lot of 3-leaved remnant spirit flowers, and finally I picked the 30-40 strains in the cave, but the number of dead land dried up grass is very small. Only 5 or 6 trifling strains. If you really want to use it for practice, I'm afraid it's not enough. You have to redeem some from the contribution hall. Make up his mind, Yang Kai said. Treasurer Meng, give me 10 dead land dried up grass. Old man Meng glanced at him, although he was puzzled what is this for. But I didn't ask much. I just remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. I looked at him and said, 10 ordinary grade low rank herbs, 10-point contribution, are you sure you need it? Yang Kai frowned and said suspiciously, no. Didn't you just say that the 2 herbs are exchanged for a little contribution? The charging price is the charging price, and the selling price is the selling price, which is different. Treasurer Meng smiled brilliantly, and a strong profiteer smell emerged spontaneously. Yang Kai was angry and pointed to Old Man Meng's nose and said, you are buying and selling. It is shameful to get the price difference from it. Have you given your conscience to the dog? Old Man Meng waved his hand and said, this is exactly what I want to buy and sell. This is the price set by sect. It has nothing to do with me. The goods in the contribution hall are clearly marked with a price. Old Man is only responsible for watching the scene. Otherwise, how do you think sect can feed your 3,000 disciplines? Yang Kai stunned. Think about it, too. Do business and pay attention to making money. It's a big high heaven pavilion. Without any means, 3,000. How does disciple live? Although this is indeed suspected of earning the difference, no one is forcing you to buy and forcing you to sell. Then you still want to dead land dried up grass? Seeing Yang Kai's face hurt, Treasurer Meng suddenly felt better. Yes. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Sooner or later, he would use it. Since he didn't want to go into the mountain to collect medicine, he had to buy it here. Treasurer Meng turned around and went to the back hall. Not much time. He brought 10 dead land dried up grasses. Yang Kai checked it out and Treasurer Meng took down the accounts. HMPH. After eating a depressed, Yang Kai was a little unhappy, holding the herbal medicine and turned away. Come often when you have time. Treasurer Meng greeted warmly from behind. I often come to let you kill. Yang Kai finally knows how the name of this dream-peeled skin came from. 3 steps in 2 steps. Yang Kai rushed out in a violent fire, and walked to the door. One silhouette flashed in from outside and almost collided with Yang Kai. The reaction of the 2 people was quite rapid. Yang Kai suddenly stopped, and the other person stopped too, but a refreshing scent came toward him. Raises the head, Yang Kai saw a pair of bright moon-like eyes staring at Own, but his face was not clear, because this person was actually covered with a veil. This is a female. Although I can't see the real face, it can be inferred from the color of the skin. It should be young. It is probably the senior sister of Own. Yang Kai nodded at her, apologized a little, and then stepped aside half of her body, which meant she was told to come in first. After the other party froze for a while, the roots of his ears suddenly turned red, and looked at the expressions all of the owner and flinched. This look made Yang Kai see in his eyes, thinking that senior sister was rather shy, so he quickly turned aside his gaze to avoid abruptly. Xiaoning Chang was embarrassed. She didn't expect Own to meet Yang Kai at the entrance of Contribution Hall. When she saw this person's face, Xiaoning Chang remembered Own. Thinking of him again. Suddenly, Xiaoning Chang's face blushed, her ears became hot, and she hurried into the room without daring to lift her head. Yang Kai finds it a bit funny, but it's rare to see a small accomplishment this kind of female. There are many female disciplines in the High Heaven Pavilion, but martial arts practitioners are generally more open-minded. But like her, just being blushed by the owner, no wonder he was covered with a veil. This senior sister is a bit cute, but why does Owen feel that the scent on her is a little familiar, as if she had smelled it somewhere? 25. 25. 25. The magical uses of incense burner. Members are asked to click and recommend votes. Xianing Chang entered the contribution hall and secretly slid back, and found that Yang Kai had already left, which made her breathe quietly. Probably because of things in the morning, she always felt a little guilty. When I was confused, I heard Treasurer Meng standing behind the counter and sighing. "What's wrong, Master?" Xianing Chang asked. "I'm sorry that kid just now." Treasurer Meng sighed. "Is a good child, willing to endure hardships and hard work, good character, not bad temper." Xianing Chang heard that the master of Owen praised Yang Kai, so praising Yang Kai suddenly became annoyed, thinking that you still don't know what he did to your recipe in the morning, and it was so naked that it stained your disciples' eyes, and also brought others shocked. Treasurer Meng kept talking. Xianing Chang became more annoyed as she listened. Extend the hand suddenly patted on the counter. Pa made a sound, and something was smashed into pieces. Treasurer Meng fixed his eyes, his face suddenly distorted, and wailed heartbreakingly, "My Earth-grade low-rank blood mushroom worth 20 points contribution." "This is blood mushroom?" Xianing Chang looks at what has become a powder on the desktop, wondering if Master is dim-sighted from old age. "How is this blood mushroom?" No, I misunderstood my teacher." Treasurer Meng let out a light breath, and the powder on the counter flew out, as if being pinched by an invisible hand, scattered outside the door. "Decline along the way." "By the way, did you come to be a teacher today and so on?" Treasurer Meng straightened his face, rare and serious. "I have a breakthrough." Treasurer Meng's skin moved, and he carefully checked the state of Xianing Chang. He couldn't help but nodded again and again. "Okay, I did not read it wrong, but only your physique is really suitable for this cultivation technique. Come, eat this medicine pill, it can stabilize your realm." Xianing Chang took it, hesitates it softly for a moment, said, "Master, how is your injury?" Treasurer Meng slightly smiled. "Don't worry about being a teacher. I've been here for so many years, it's nothing serious." Yang Kai, with a feeling of excitement and anticipation, rushed back to the small wood house. Now the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass have been prepared, and there are still a lot of them. It should be enough for a while. Everything is ready, but Dongfeng is owed. Yang Kai really wants to know if the incense burner can really help Owen practice. The wood house is the most remote and desolate location of the High Heaven Pavilion. Basically, no one cares about it. So Yang Kai didn't want to reveal the secret of the owner. He walked into the house and took out the wordless black book Summon and turned it to the top 3 pages, then take out the incense burner and place it next to the bed. Fetched 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass again, stuffed the 2 herbs in, and then put the lid on. At that moment, a faint scent filled the wood house. Yang Kai took a deep scent and felt it attentively, and found that although this scent is a bit special, it is nothing too noteworthy. And after the owner took this puff, the body didn't feel much. However, the scent continuously pouring from the hole in the incense burner lid bursts into Yang Kai's nostrils, just like small, slender snakes. Very weird. Following Yang Kai, the snout enters his within the body. Something suddenly appeared in the body, in the flesh and blood, in the meridians, and even in the bone marrow. A tingling sensation spread throughout the body. Yang Kai didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly ran out holding the incense burner to prepare for practice. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai was immediately surprised. Owen's foot seemed to be filled with lead, which was extremely heavy, and with this footstep, Owen's physical strength was also fading rapidly. Taking another step, Yang Kai has the illusion of collapse. A cold sweat appeared on the ground. The muscles of his whole body are tense. It is within the body that chi sense has been out in the meridians. Puffed and jumped, all bones rattled. Third step stepped out. Yang Kai's feet softened, and he fell directly to the ground, and the incense burner in his hand also rolled out far away. Holding hands on the ground, Yankai motionless as mountains, but the heavy breathing is like a twitching bellows. The chest is violently ups and downs, the flesh and blood of the whole body are twitching, muscles, internal organs, bones, bursts of expansion, shrinking. The tingling feeling became stronger and stronger. Yankai wanted to yell, but he suppressed it firmly. The current situation is clearly a state of overwork. I have experienced it several times before, so Yankai is fairly familiar. But, just walked out 3 steps just now. How could he use up all his energy? Not only was my physical strength exhausted, but even my spirit was exhausted, as if I hadn't slept for a few days and nights. Tiredness struck, and my eyes were a little blurred. It can be said that On is now essence, chi, and spirit falling to the lowest point, and there is no strength to move a finger. At this moment, the medicine efficacy of 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass came to Yankai's mind. Both herbal medicines are slightly poisonous and not very toxic. It doesn't matter if most people eat a few plants, but the former hurts the mind and the latter hurts the body. Based on On's current physical condition, Yankai understood a little bit. I'm afraid this happened because the owner inhaled the scent from the incense burner. But whether it is 3-leaved remnant spirit flower or dead land dried up grass, it is impossible to have such a strong medicine efficacy. Mystery must appear in the increase burner. It can magnify the medicine efficacy of these 2 herbs infinitely. On got the unyielding golden body, and his recovery ability is extremely strong. After practicing for a long time that day, I didn't feel tired. Naturally, I couldn't reach the limit. If I reached the limit, I couldn't force the potential of On. But now it's different. Owner is exhausted just by taking 3 steps. It is so simple that he has reached the limit. Are you afraid that you will not be able to practice? Yankai has always firmly believed that the potential of people is endless, and the key lies in how to tap them. Although aptitude this thing can influence the growth of a martial artist, one's own efforts are also an indispensable factor. So over the years, even if he knows that own aptitude is not good, he has been tireless and never gave up practice. Thinking of this, Yankai's energetic, gradually hardened hands propped up the exhausted body. Both thighs trembled violently. Yankai's veins were exposed. Yazu was about to split, a little bit, propped up Owner inch by inch. Within the body's physical strength has almost been drained, and the consciousness is about to be blurred. But an obsession in my heart bursts fiercely. I have never had such a strong idea in my life. The idea of wanting to win. Stand up from wherever you fall. Standing up is the breakthrough and the limit is victory. Time has never elapsed so slowly. With the effort of a cup of tea, Yankai only half straightened, and his feet stepped on the ground. His legs were slightly bent, shaking like a swing, and he could straighten up. The trend is so firm that it never changes even if it is slow. Finally, as Yankai roared, his body stood upright, staggering slightly, and his feet firmly fixed in place. 26 villain revenge, all day long. At this moment, Yankai smiled. Even though his physical strength and spirit were exhausted, his eyes were unable to see things. His ears were humming, and his brain pierced like needles. He still smiled. Win. This joy of overcoming On is far stronger than overcoming others. Just when Yankai thought that his own was about to faint, there was a warm feeling within the body, which came out of the bones, like a spring wind and the rain dew, like the long-term dry rain, scrapes every inch of On's skin, every inch of flesh and blood, bringing a burst of vitality. The exhausted physical strength recovered a little, and even the spirit was much better. Although he did not fully recover, he was not in a coma. Yankai didn't try anymore. Instead, he sat on the ground and felt his own body within the body. He found that the tingling sensation of within the body had disappeared, but it became a kind of comfort. The comfortable owner almost wants moan out. The flesh and blood of the whole body are moving rhythmically. With this movement, it is obviously solid and explosive. The chi sense tutu in the meridians is constantly moving, and the bones seem to be a lot stronger. With this alone, On's body seems to be much stronger. Yang Kai thinks, the warmth that came out of the bones at the last moment should be the credit of unyielding golden body. Having experienced this kind of things several times before and after, Yang Kai can be regarded as grasping the key. Only the unyielding and tenacious of the owner in the face of difficulties can stimulate this potential ability of the unyielding golden body. If the owner compromises in the face of difficulties, the unyielding golden body will not provide any assistance to the owner. It is really a golden body with personality. Yang Kai chuckled softly. At this moment, he understood why the incense burner could help On practice. The medicine efficacy of the herbal medicine added in the incense burner is magnified thousands of times. After On inhalation, it increases the speed of physical strength and the degree of mental fatigue. So On just took 3 steps and almost stopped province personnel. However, although this kind of medicine efficacy amplified by the income burner, although tyrannical, it shouldn't be repercussions to the owner, otherwise it will not be able to assist practice. Only by overcoming this difficulty and stimulating the recovery ability of the unyielding golden body, can the owner get real benefits and become stronger within the limits of breakthroughs. The scent wafting from the incense burner is also complementary to the unyielding golden body. All this is Yang Kai's own guess, but based on what happened just now, it's basically a fact. Next, Yang Kai has to verify it carefully. The strange fragrance in the incense burner has never stopped. Even if there is no wind in the room, it floats over looking for Yang Kai's direction. However, Yang Kai found that if the owner stops in place, the smell will not have any effect. After resting for 1 hour, Yang Kai felt that On had recovered a lot of strength and stood up tremblingly. Yang Kai stepped forward again. Having suffered a big loss once, Yang Kai walked quite slowly this time, and felt carefully while walking. When he landed on the ground, Yang Kai found that the strength of his own body within the body was like a flood that broke the bank. The crash bang flowed out, as well as mentally. Suddenly, he was exhausted and had no chance. By this, there is no sign. With another kick, he recovered his little strength and was completely drained. Yang Kai almost fell. Bite the jaw. Yang Kai's stubborn temper came up again, moving desperately. This time Yang Kai had to stop after 4 steps out. Although he was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, his body could not keep up. After all, his strength was still too bad. The warm feeling within the body once again radiated from the inside, and the strength of recovery made him insufficient to Kuma. After many experiments, all of Yang Kai's conjectures have been proved to be correct. Although the scent wafting from the incense burner makes people feel tired, it will not cause repercussions. The unyielding golden body also needs the belief of On to stimulate. The more unyielding in the heart, the stronger the warm feeling, the greater the benefits to the body. This kind of practice method is simply unimaginable. To put it bluntly, it means playing with fate. Accidentally means the degree of consigned to eternal damnation. Fortunately, Yang Kai is very self-aware, and every time it is a little breakthrough the limit will be stopped, and the effect will be considerable after accumulation. Human potential is indeed limitless, but there must be a step-by-step process to become stronger. After a whole day of tossing, Yang Kai has made obvious progress. It has been able to take 6 steps, and has made a lot of progress compared with the first time. But Yang Kai is still unsatisfied. Owner is only walking while smelling the scent. Whenever he can show his fists and feet in the scent, then it is a real practice. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai discovered another incredible problem. This practice consumes too much herbal medicine. Put one of the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass into the incense burner, which can only last for 1 hour. After 1 hour, you have to put herbs in it again to produce the fragrance. Yang Kai pinched his fingers, and his face suddenly became hard to look. 12 hours a day. On practice 7 or 8 hours a day, which requires at least 14 herbs to support. Judging from the current reserve of On, dead land dried up grass will be consumed in at most 2 days, and the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower will also consume more than half. What should I do if these herbs are consumed? The current contribution points of On is only 38 points, How many days can it be supported? I thought that On was very rich and powerful, but now it is still poor. It was night. Yang Kai went to sleep with deep worries. He was full of how to get herbs and contribution points. Even dreaming was a big piece of three-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass. Picking hands and feet are weak. This night, Yang Kai didn't sleep well. Su Mu didn't sleep well this night. Remembering that the imposing manner in the morning brought people to trouble Yang Kai, but he was defeated, Su Mu was a little tossed and turned. If it weren't for him, On might have hooked up with Mixing Boss's daughters now. If it weren't for him, On would not be so angry. Thinking of the appearance of He family's daughter Shui Lingling, Su Mu was full of resentment, and the owner would never have the face to contact each other. As the saying goes, rather than demolishing 10 temples and not ruining a marriage, Yang Kai, you can beat Mandarin ducks. It is simply bully intolerably. As the saying goes, for a nobleman to take revenge, 10 years are not too late, and the villain takes revenge all day long. Su Mu undoubtedly belongs to the latter, although a few days later, he can challenge Yang Kai again. But how can Su Mu wait until then? He can't wait to beat Yang Kai to an explosion now, so as to relieve the hatred of Ona. Tossing over and unable to fall asleep, Su Mu annoyed got up. Not only the owner got up, but also very late at night to awake the younger gang of On. 27. Let's talk about it and you won't get pregnant. The power outage until now. Please recommend. Not much time. Su Mu's house gathered a group of sleepy High Heaven Pavilion disciple. Young Su, what's the matter? One person rubbed his eyes and asked. It's nothing. It's the morning. Su Mu tried to calm down, calling everyone over. That is, I want you to give me ideas and see how I can avenge this revenge and solve my heart hate. Another human said, Young Su, can't you just wait 4 days? I will challenge that Yang Kai in 4 days and promise to beat him into a pig. Su Mu is displeased. Will I be able to wait until then? What can I tell you to come over for? A group of people sleeping Zhengxiang was quarreled, and now apparently lacking energy. Su Mu's words are not answered, but yawn loudly. Su Mu looked at their reaction and became even more annoyed. Then she shouted, give me a good idea. If you can't think of a good idea today, don't go back to sleep. Everyone is surprised, and then discovered that Su Mu was really angry, all drowsy, so he hurriedly used his brain to make suggestions. Not much time. A High Heaven Pavilion disciple named Li Yunshan turned his eyes, thought of a good idea, and said to Su Mu, Young Su, we can do this. While speaking, he leaned over and talked to Su Mu in detail. Su Mu was heartbroken, and he kept patting Li Yunshan on the shoulder. It's not bad. It's a good idea. It's up to you. Young Su, don't worry. Li Yunshan was also smiling. Go back to sleep. Su Mu waved his hand, and everyone felt relieved and quickly dispersed. Looking at the dark night outside the house, Su Mu smiled. Yang Kai, senior brother Yang, let's watch at dawn. After a while, Su Mu to one's heart's content go to sleep. The next day, Yang Kai got up to practice body tempering record and went out to sweep the floor. I practiced with an increase burner for a day yesterday. Although I was hovered between life and death, I still suffer from backache and back pain, but the effect is quite remarkable. The most obvious effect is the practice body tempering fist technique. At that time, On clearly felt that the power of that world had become smaller. This is also very understandable. The smell in the incense burner puts a lot of pressure on the owner, and practice body tempering record also has the same tremendous pressure. Once you adapt to one type, it will naturally adapt to the other. Incense burner is a good thing. Yang Kai was excited and wanted to finish the work quickly and continue to practice. Only Yang Kai only swept halfway. Suddenly a person in front of him blocked the way. Yang Kai raised the head and looked at the other person, vaguely feeling familiar. At this moment, this person is smiling and looking at the owner. Li Yunshan gave Su Mu an idea last night and got today's errand. Although he has a plan in his mind, He dare not carelessly. He believes that he can deal with Yang Kai firmly. What is the most important purpose now? Let the opponent be fooled and let him fight with the own. Fortunately, when he went to make trouble with Su Mu yesterday, he hid behind the crowd. He didn't say much at the time. This Yang Kai probably didn't notice the owner, so it was convenient to act. Waiting early on the road where Yang Kai was sweeping the floor, Li Yunshin waited for a while, and he saw Yang Kai come by, then smiled and walked over with the expression of harmless to humans and animals. This face of own should be kind enough now. Li Yunshin cheered up the owner. Is this junior brother okay? Yang Kai is not welcome. Anyway, the disciplines in body tempering are all own junior brothers. Regardless of the low level of own, this entry time is already beneficial. Anyone who sees body tempering can call themselves senior brother. Are you Yang Kai senior brother Yang? Li Yunshin to ask a question, when already knows the answer. Yang Kai nodded, yes. Li Yunshin is overjoyed. It's really you. Senior brother Yang. I've been admiring the name for a long time. See you today. Sure enough, name is not in vain. The Li Yunshin own who said this feels disgusting, but he has to be sincere in his words. It's serious. Yang Kai, a person knows his interests. Own's name is probably very loud among ordinary disciple. Li Yunshin was quite familiar. He took Yang Kai's big hand in one hand and shook it vigorously. Senior brother Yang, I heard that you fiercely taught that Zhao Hu yesterday. It is really pleasant. Ah, why, you have enemies with him? Yang Kai looked at him. Li Yunshin face turned cold. It's a bit of hatred. This person has a human face and a beastly heart. Despicable, shameless, and once shamelessly shameless me. Then you don't want to take revenge. Yang Kai, strange saying. I want revenge in my dreams, but... Li Yunshin sighed. Senior brother Yang probably knows that there is someone behind Zhao Hu, a trifling Zhao Hu. I am not in my eyes yet, but the person behind him is not something I can provoke. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Su Mu, after all, has someone at the top. Usually the discipline is really don't dare provoke. So, senior brother Yang taught Zhao Hu yesterday, and he really give a bad breath for junior brother. Li Yunshin was grateful. Yang Kai said with a smile, it's just the same sect to discuss, what can't be considered. Li Yunshin said again, senior brother Yang can beat Zhao Hu, I don't think my strength is weak. Yang Kai waved his hand, such insignificant ability, it's insignificant. Li Yunshin sneered in his heart, thinking that you were telling the truth. If you didn't use a trick yesterday, where would Zhao Hu fail? However, he didn't dare to show it on his face. If Yang Kai became suspicious, it would be bad. Senior brother is humble. Come and come, Li Yunshin normally better to discuss with others. Senior brother Yang is kind to me again, since I met today, you can't miss it. Li Yunshin went around after a long time. I finally found a chance to express my thoughts. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Are you going to learn from me? Li Yunshin fiercely nodded. That's natural. I also hope that senior brother will give him any advice and let junior brother learn about it. How senior brother taught Zhao Hu yesterday, and it helped me understand my concerns. This reason is really far-fetched. Yang Kai shook his head and said, forget it, I don't usually follow people are fighting. Li Yunshin was anxious, that won't work. Senior brother, you have to agree to your promise today. And you have to agree if you don't. Yang Kai looks at with a smile. Li Yunshin's heart suddenly burst. Ono was eager just now, and his tone of speech was a little heavy. He quickly said with a smile on his face, junior brother is so martial and idiotic, he will be all over his body without discussing with others. Not good. I hope senior brother will do it. Not good. Yang Kai refused. What's wrong? This is for no reason. Seeing Yang Kai, Li Yunshin seemed to move on purpose, so he hurriedly hit the railroad while it was hot. Same sect to compare and verify what you have learned with each other. What is the reason? Friendship will be good for you and me. That said, it's still no. Yang Kai waved his hand again and again. Don't, senior brother, you won't get pregnant if you compare it with each other. Li Yunshin was anxious, but he didn't dare to show a bit of it. He changed his mind, as if he had thought of something, and suddenly said, Senior brother is afraid of losing contribution points, right? 28. 28 is too stingy. We are going to make the list again in the early morning, when the time comes. Online friends, please support it. Faced with Li Yunshan's question, Yang Kai did not answer. Li Yunshan thought that his own guess was right, and now said with a smile, Senior brother, don't worry, you and I should be about the same strength. It's not always certain who wins. If junior brother really wins by chance, then I will compensate senior brother for the loss. Is this true? Yang Kai was a little surprised. With a word of a gentleman, it is difficult to chase a horse. Li Yunshan replied in a deep voice. Li Yunshan thought that Yang Kai, who had been fooled, was fooled, and he was ready to flex his muscles. He knew that Su Mu must be hiding not far away and peeking. As long as he can teach Yang Kai fiercely, young Su let out a sigh of relief, and the own will be a big face. But I didn't think. Yang Kai frowned again. Li Yunshan almost jumped and scolded his mother. This senior brother is really annoying. Like a girl, how could Zhao Hu lose to this species? Senior brother, is there any problem? Li Yunshan felt that Owen was almost on the verge of an outbreak. Well, although I also want to discuss with you, I have been challenged yesterday. If I fight again, I will have to wait a few days. Pig. Li Yunshan barely breathed a breath, and hurriedly said, Senior brother, you can challenge me. I have not been challenged in the past few days. We High Heaven Pavilion disciple. Don't challenge others once every day. Is there a chance? So that's it. Yang Kai suddenly realized, forced a smile. No wonder junior brother, senior brother has never challenged others in these years. This rule is thoroughly forgotten. Li Yunshan exhaled slowly, as if he wanted to vomit out the anger and depression in Owen's heart. It took a long time to say, Senior brother, now we can discuss it. Yang Kai has another problem. Junior brother, if I lose, you really lose my contribution points. Loss? Absolutely, and it will pay you 10 times. Li Yunshan gnashing teeth. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't believe it, unless you give me the contribution points first. Why do you give this to you? Li Yunshan is depressed, but the contribution points are all recorded in the accounting office, and cannot carry the transaction with you. This senior brother is too small. Could it be that this kind of thing owns Rene Gonadet? I have an idea. Yang Kai smiled slyly, waved to Li Yunshan, and whispered in his ear. Li Yunshan's face has changed several times, and I have to admit that Yang Kai's thinking is really quick, and he can even think of this way. If junior brother feels embarrassed, let it go. It's not that you can't believe in senior brother. It's just. Yang Kai tried to catch it, retreat in order to advance, and stop talking. Li Yunshan didn't know what he meant. Although he was contemptuous in his heart, he could only bear it for Owen's plan, opened the mouth and said, It's okay, senior brother, wait, I went to get something. Come here, wait, I'm fast. While speaking, I ran away in a hurry. Looking at his disappearing back, Yang Kai was full of emotion. In this world, there are still people who send them to the door and ask the owner to beat them. It is weird to give away things if they fail. But this is good. It can be regarded as a solution to the urgent need of the owner, but a pity, this method can only be used once, and it cannot be used again next time. For a moment Yang Kai is a little annoyed. I knew that Lion's big mouth fiercely killed him just now. With this Li Yunshan's urgency, it is estimated that if the owner just asked for a little more, he would also agree. Come down. Su Mu took a group of people and hid them not far away. It was a secret joy to see Li Yunshan and Yang Kai picking up the words. He was only ready to stare at the show, but didn't expect after a while, Li Yunshan ran away in a hurry. Su Mu was confused by this scene. The plan mentioned last night didn't have this step. Li Yunshan, what the hell is happening? Su Mu was puzzled, and quickly sent someone to intercept Li Yunshan, wanting to ask about the situation there. After waiting for a quarter of an hour, the talent sent out came back and whispered to Su Mu, Young Su, Li Yunshan said, that Yang Kai's small belly chicken intestines, he has to go to the contribution hall to exchange 10 herbs for compensation. He was only willing to discuss the losses after his defeat with Li Yunshan. Is this too stingy? Su Mu was dumbfounded. Yang Kai is just a trial disciple, and if he is defeated, he loses a little contribution. Why should I compensate for 10 herbs? The person replied, Li Yunshan owns exaggerated and demanded 10 times compensation, so, well, deserve it. Su Mu has a weird face, but forget it, as long as you can teach Yang Kai a meal. 10 herbs are what? 10 herbs, which is estimated to be a 10-point contribution, and it is really not put by Su Mu in the eyes. When a group of people knew the situation, they could only wait and wait. After 1 hour, Yang Kai almost finished sweeping the ground, and Li Yunshan ran back with sweat. It's not that the place is too far from the contribution hall, but the contribution hall old man Meng is still sleeping. Li Yunshan knocked on the door for a long time before waking up. Old man Meng Chunman was disturbed, and his temper was naturally bad. Li Yunshan didn't have time to teach Yang Kai, but was slaughtered by old man Meng. 10 ordinary grade low-rank herbs were consumed. It took 20 points contribution to exchange it. The anger Kai in Li Yunshan's heart secretly waits for the interest must be recovered on Yang Kai. When he arrived at the agreed place, Yang Kai did not leave, and was standing there with a broomstick. Li Yunshan made 3 steps and 2 steps, gasping for breath, and ran to the front, handing over 10 herbs in his hand, ill-humored saying, "Here, senior brother, little bit." Hee, no need. Yang Kai looked very generous, but took it, and put the broom and herbs on the ground without seeing it. "Senior brother, can we discuss it now?" Li Yunshan asked. "It's okay, it's okay. Junior brother didn't need to be so troublesome." The junior brother said. Senior brother believed it. Yang Kai smiled happily. Li Yunshan almost got angry with 1 Buddha coming out of his body, 2 Buddhas ascending to heaven, 3 Buddhas in nirvana, and 4 Buddhas in the same house. It's you who said that you need herbs first, and you who believed it. You have to say all the good and bad things all by yourself. I have been busy all morning and haven't eaten anything. Is it possible that it ran away in vain? But forget it. Li Yunshan took a few breaths and calmed his mind. Now that the goal is half achieved, as long as Yang Kai dares to challenge the owner will not show mercy. Then junior brother, shall we start? Yang Kai asked Li Yunshan for advice. Okay. Li Yunshan's spirit was lifted, and now holds the fist saying, "Senior brother, please advise." "Don't dare." Yang Kai smiled. None of the 2 people reported the current state of owning to each other. Li Yunshan was afraid of scaring Yang Kai away. Yang Kai was also happy to do so. Tacitly, a challenge began like this. With Zhao Hu's lessons learned yesterday, and today's suffocated enmity, how could Li Yunshan be polite? Only prepare to bring down this senior brother with Ting. In a flash confrontation, a deep sigh of anger, and dodge. Yang Kai and Li Yunshan have already met. Li Yunshan suffocated his anger. He didn't have any strength in his shots. He took out the true ability and flew up and down with his palms, 1 palm faster than 1 palm, and 1 palm heavier. Yang Kai is not in a hurry, and the muscles on his thin body are tense. The results of the practice of the past few days are shown in this brief moment. Only the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion, Long Punch and Whip Leg are used to meet the enemy. The palms of the fists are staggered and Li Yunshan is shocked. A strong force came from the other side, shaking his footing. Deng 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 took a few steps to retreat. Not only that, but the palm of owner seemed to be printed on a rock just now, and the rebounding hand bones were all feeling numb. 29 is a big loss. Please recommend. Please click on members. Last week, I failed to make the list. Xiaomo learned from it, and then it hurt. What will happen this week? Xiaomo urgently asks for your recommendation votes. Members click. I pierced my voice and appealed to the support of all heroes and heroines, so that Wu Lian can stand on the new book list! After having a dark loss, Li Yunshan did not dare to neglect, and with his flexible body skills, he circulated around Yang Kai. He slapped and slapped Yang Kai at the right time, and quickly slapped Yang Kai over a dozen hands. Let you have a small belly, let you instruct Lao Tzu to run to the contribution hall early in the morning to get angry. Li Yunshan's heart is secretly refreshed, and he is very heavy. Every time he hits Yang Kai, he hears the sound of peng peng. See, not far away, Su Mu was dazzled, as if he had done it himself, and he felt happy in his heart. The two people in the confrontation are all martial artists in the body tempering environment. Practice has just started, and there are very few methods used to fight. In addition, Yang Kai deliberately experimented with the current physical fitness of the owner. Let Li Yunshan take a lot of advantage. Fighting for a cup of tea time. Yang Kai has already thought about it. Owner's body is okay now, much better than the previous days. With the goal achieved, Yang Kai is not ready to entangle with this junior brother anymore. Li Yunshan was about to take advantage of the chase, but suddenly saw the old senior brother Yang expression, who had been beaten by the owner, who had been defeated, suddenly became excited, as if the evil spirit in the color saw a naked big girl. Then the eyes full of excitement made Li Yunshan goosebumps. But a closer look, this kind of excitement and that kind of excitement are somewhat different. This is a cruel and bloodthirsty excitement. Li Yunshan inwardly shouted something bad in his heart, and was about to distance himself, but Yang Kai stepped out one step at a time, blocking his way like a mountain. Li Yunshan jumped high, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai leg raised, momentum is big, power is deep, sweeping on Li Yunshan's waist. With a scream, Li Yunshan flew out like a rag sack and fell several feet away. Before he could get up, Yang Kai rushed up in a stride and squatted on Li Yunshan. Double fists generally rain. Screams suddenly sounded. This competition finally ended with Li Yunshan's advice. Originally, Li Yunshan wanted to fight back when Yang Kai fell to the ground, but Yang Kai didn't even ask about his attack. He was in a crazy posture of injury for injury. In a moment, Li Yunshan couldn't support it anymore. He found a strange thing. After being beaten, Own and Yang Kai's reactions were completely different. Own hits him. The more he hits him, the more excited he gets. The more he hits Own, the more painful he becomes. Who in this world would be excited about being beaten? In the end, Li Yunshan even saw Yang Kai's skin and flesh a little red. Blood surging under his skin, blue veins piled up, looking hideous, like a madman. Li Yunshan once thought that Yang Kai was really crazy. But after the discussion was over, the senior brother unexpectedly returned to normal, with an amiable face, and affectionately pulled Own from the ground, smiled and said, "You let me win," and then left with the broom. When he is fighting and not fighting, he is simply two people. Li Yunshan was suffering from a lot of pain. After eating a lot of Yang Kai's fists, how could he not get hurt? This time is really trying to gain an advantage only to end up worse off. Li Yunshan wants to cry without tears. People repeatedly push back and don't want to discuss with Own, but Own is better, holding the herbs in exchange for 20 points contribution, begging people to fight, and as a result Own was beaten. Not only was the herbs by him take it away, if Own loses this game, contribution points will be deducted. This time, I really lost a lot. Isn't this a bad idea? Li Yunshan was very regretful. Su Mu and the others also stayed not far away. When Li Yunshan and Yang Kai met, they couldn't help but cheered, to celebrate the success of Li Yunshan's strategy. You can see the scene of Yang Kai being beaten right away. Su Mu had even thought about it. After Yang Kai was beaten into a pig head, the owner would ridicule him a few more words, so as to relieve the suffocation in his heart. But when the battle started, everyone was shocked, because Yang Kai and Li Yunshan actually tied. For a moment, Su Mu only felt a little shaky in front of him, and asked suspiciously, "What realm is Li Yunshan?" Body tempering is 7-layer. Some Yuan Shi has been born within the body, but the time is still short and I haven't practiced martial skills yet. One person next to him replied, "Where is Yang Kai?" Su Mu asked again. "It's probably body tempering 4-layer, right?" The tone was a little uncertain. A group of people looked at each other in amazement. The strength of the two differed by 3 levels, but they were evenly matched. This is simply sensational. It's no wonder that Zhao Hu was brought down with 3 tricks yesterday. With Yang Kai's current strength, Zhao Hu is not an opponent even if he is fully capable. It's just that, how can this rumored airbag strength be so strong? If he really has this kind of strength, why did he lose all battles before? Yang Kai has been in the market for more than 3 years, and it was basically a year after entering sect that he was challenged. From then to yesterday, I never won. There were more than 2 years in between. The shock to Sumu and the others is still to come. They thought that Yang Kai's ability to rival Li Yunshan is not a miracle for the time being. How could it be impossible to win? But when Yang Kai really beats Li after Yunshan was killed, the group of people suddenly silenced, and they couldn't believe the eyes of the owner. Body tempering 4-layer defeated body tempering 7-layer. This kind of thing has never happened in the history of High Heaven Pavilion for hundreds of years. Could it be that? And there are also stinky salted fish. When turning over, while in a trance, Sumu suddenly felt a slap on the shoulder and turned his head to look, only to see Yang Kai holding a broom in his hand and looking at owner with a smile, with affection on his face. Su Junior brother, next time there is such a good thing, remember to let me know. You knew it a long time ago? Sumu's mouth twitched. Yang Kai laughed. Although the Li Junior brother hid behind the crowd yesterday, he has no other strengths as senior brother, but has a good memory. It's sinister. Sumu hates gnashing teeth. He didn't know until now that this group of own people have fallen into Yang Kai's big pawns. Each other. Yang Kai laughed. Oh, yes, I can still challenge tomorrow. Every day all have a chance, don't you? Everyone, play well. I will find you tomorrow. The complexion of a group of people immediately cooled down. Listening to what Yang Kai said, he seemed to have tasted the marrow. The longing for its savor grows. Do you like this tune? Looking at Li Yunshan's current appearance, and comparing the strengths of Onan and Li Yunshan, everyone basically shivered and said in horror, Young Su, what can I do about this? Sumu, it's not true. After all, challenge is the custom of sect, which discipline has not been challenged before. Although he has a backing, he does not dare to break sect's rules wantonly. Don't worry. It's probably to scare you guys. If he dares to challenge you, I will make him walk around. When Sumu said that, everyone's hearts were only slightly settled. Yang Kai is also a temporary intention. The High Heaven Pavilion disciple has a chance to challenge once a day. He has not used this right before, but he really forgot. Today, I was reminded by Li Yunshan once before Yang Kai remembered it. Challenge once a day to win an ordinary disciple. Although there are only 2 contributions, mosquito meat is also meat, and the amount accumulated in a month is not small. Even more how? Practice. You must never work behind closed doors. You can learn from these fellow apprentices every day and practice your hands and feet. It is really beneficial and harmless. Anyway, it doesn't take time. Just treat it as a pastime, relax, and contribute. Why not earn points? It is still more profitable today from this challenge. Not only did I get 2 contribution points, there are also 10 dead land dried up grasses that have been scarce. It's a huge profit. It would be great if someone sent 10 herbs every day all. Yang Kai had some reveries in his mind. Go back to the wood house and take out the incense burner, and a strange fragrance is lit. Yang Kai continues his difficult practice. 30. The salted fish turns over. To report on the battle situation, Wu Lian temporarily ranks 11th on the new book list, which is considered to be on the list, but in the last position. Xiaomo is not satisfied. We have to have insatiable desires, eat the look at the pot, and charge towards the higher ranking. So, this early morning, Xiaomo had to roll all over again asking for recommendation tickets, and clicked on favorites and members. These 3 seem to be the scoring elements of the new book list. As the saying goes, reading to vote, people will be handsome, and the ancients will not deceive you. On the second day, a group of High Heaven Pavilion disciple was gathering together to practice exercises. Everyone was talking and laughing. Although they worked hard, they were also happy among them. Suddenly, one of them looked in one direction in horror, trembling said, Su. Young Su. What's wrong? Su Mu was puzzled. He's really here. Who's here? Su Mu was a little impatient. Following the direction of the man's finger, he saw Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Shi Shiren came from there with the hand broom. A group of people complexion changed dramatically. Morning, junior brother, it's really hard work to get up so early to practice. Yang Kai greeted everyone, and looked at Zhao Hu and Li Yunshan among them. Some bloody nose and the two people of swollen face shrank subconsciously, thinking of the weight of Yang Kai's fists. Their skin tightened. What are you doing here? Su Mu's expression was a bit unbearable. Although he knew Yang Kai's purpose, he still asked. After all, he boasted in front of everyone yesterday. Challenge. Yang Kai smiled brilliantly, glanced at everyone, and asked kindly, which junior brother the past few days hasn't been challenged? Have a fight with senior brother Chuck. The rules of High Heaven Pavilion sect. The same sect is to learn from each other. You must not avoid the battle, and you must not cowardly fight. Drive out of the door wall in violation. With this rule set here, even though the group of Su Mu's people are afraid of Yang Kai, as long as the other party asks for a challenge, and if one has not been challenged in the past 5 days, knowingly the result is that even after being beaten up, brace oneself must agree. On this day, Su Mu's Jiang San was beaten by Fat Yang Kai to one's heart's content left, and Su Mu cursed at his back. One day, Yang Kai came again. Su Mu's Li Si was beaten up. Yang Kai left contentedly. Su Mu kept intimidating, to no avail. On the third day, Yang Kai came back. Su Mu's Wang Wu was unlucky. He was beaten with bloody nose and swollen face. Yang Kai left again contentedly. Su Mu cursed weakly. When Yang Kai came again, Su Mu learned well and didn't scold him or intimidate him, because he knew it was useless, and this senior brother Yang was not afraid of the threat of own. Su Mu only took his eyes fiercely to gouge him, with an unforgettable hatred. So repeatedly being tossed, a group of Su Mu's younger brothers suddenly quit. Yang Kai is bully intolerably. High Heaven Pavilion ordinary disciple that many, he doesn't look for anyone, but instead looks for the group of own, which is obviously revenge. Moreover, there are quite a lot of people in this group. Yang Kai challenges one every day, repeats it, and will not return empty-handed every day. Yang Kai's move caused an uproar in the entire High Heaven Pavilion. This trial disciple's salted fish turned over and attracted everyone's attention. Since he beat Zhao Hu that day, it seems that his whole person has changed. He is no longer the soft persimmon that anyone can pinch. He will find someone to fight every day and win every battle. Moreover, it is rumored that Su Mu has no temper at all tossed by him. Su Mu is who? That is a person with a big backing. There is nothing he can do with Yang Kai. How can other ordinary disciple touch Yang Kai's mold? This has led to Yang Kai no one dares to challenge now. Everyone knows that this entry has been relegated to trial disciple for more than 3 years, and senior brother, who also serves as the sweeping servant, is not an easy master. When these news spread, everyone was guessing what Yang Kai's strength was. Some people guessed his body tempering 4 layer, others guessed his body tempering 5 layer, and others guessed his body tempering 8 layer. After all, he even defeated Li Yunshan of body tempering 7 layer. But no matter who it is, he doesn't know the true state of Yang Kai. Only Xianing Chang knows. In the past few days, Yang Kai has been peeping every time she fights with people. With her strength that is countless levels higher than Yang Kai, she can naturally see Yang Kai's realm. But it was precisely because of seeing it that Xianing Chang was secretly surprised. When this junior brother beat Li Yunshan, it was only body tempering 5 layer, but only 4 days time. It has reached the level of body tempering 6 layer. How did he practice so fast? Even if its own and physique is special, I took a lot of medicine pill in the body tempering environment, but the progress has not been so fast. In order to solve the doubt, Xianing Chang even secretly went to the Yang Kai hut to ambush to find out how he practiced. But after checking and checking, I can't see why. He was just using his punches and kicks, and there was nothing unusual. However, when he used his punches and kicks, he often exhausted Ono with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and he was drenched in sweat. Xianing Chang wondered why the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion made him so strenuous. This is not a mysterious skill. After investigating for several days, Xianing Chang didn't see any clues. Although Yang Kai faintly felt that there were some secrets in Yang Kai's body, he went back to look sorry. After all, peeping at others is really not something worth showing off, especially peeping at a teenager who is often naked. Every time Xianing Chang sees a red heartbeat, she is embarrassed and angry. This person took off his upper body as soon as he practiced, as if the ribs were so good. However, he seems to be stronger than the previous day, and he has grown more fleshy. Recalling the scene where Yang Kai was naked for the first time, Xianing Chang in the heart secretly compared after that. On's face flushed. Yang Kai naturally didn't know that On was being spied on these days. After completing the task of sweeping the floor at the High Heaven Pavilion every day, he went to challenge the group of Su Mu. Going back to the wood house for practice, the days are boring, but very fulfilling. The role of the incense burner is extremely powerful. Together with the Aniha body tempering record every day, he has set foot on the state of body tempering 6 layer yesterday. Within the body chi sense already has a solid signs up. Only one step away, another step is the body tempering 7 layer. When it comes to this realm, a little Yuan Qi will be generated within the body. Although not much, it is also Yuan Qi. As long as within the with Yuan Qi in the body, you can start practicing martial skills. When the time comes on, the attack method is no longer as boring as long punches and kicks. Body tempering from 7 layer to 9 layer is the stage when Yuan Qi is born within the body and multiplies and grows. It is also the stage when Yuan Qi flows through the whole body meridians and becomes full mastery. Only by allowing Yuan Qi to form big circulation within the body and open up the world's channel, can it break through the body tempering environment and reach another level. It is almost a life-threatening practice. Yang Kai can feel the growth of On every day. It is a very real feeling. As of today, Yang Kai has been able to use the incense burner's scent, but the duration is not long. Practice body tempering record in the morning is much easier than before. Every day all improves. If the conditions keep up, Yang Kai believes that On will really grow up soon. But Yang Kai found an embarrassing thing. The owner's dead land dried up grass was exhausted. Although the 3-leaved remnant spirit flower still has surplus, there is not much left. The past few days Yang Kai is also very economical, but it is indeed too fast to be able to withstand the consumption of herbal medicines, and it is gone after using it. Unfortunately, Yang Kai can only take a trip to the contribution hall and use all the remaining contribution points of On to exchange some herbs. 31 tonight, night attack Yang Kai. The friends who read the book will leave behind the recommendation ticket. Old Man Men was kind this time and gave Yang Kai a few more strains. However, he held on to Yang Kai and asked why his strength had progressed so quickly. It seems that Yang Kai's scourge of Su Mu and the others also spread to Treasure Meng. I still have some good feelings for Treasure Meng Yang Kai. Although the old man is not tuned, he is lustful and has a thick skin, but he fits Yang Kai's appetite very well. This matter is not easy to explain. Yang Kai can only say that the owner accidentally ate a piece of fruit when he entered Blackwind Mountain, and then suddenly resuscitated and knew how to practice. Treasure Meng pondered for a long while, combined with Yang Kai's performance in the time and these days when he entered the Blackwind Mountain last time. He could only believe what he said, and ultimately boiled down to the word fortuitous encounter. Out of the contribution hall, Yang Kai was worried. All the contribution points have been replaced with herbs. It is estimated that it will last for 3 or 4 days. Where should I get herbs afterwards? Although you can get 2 contributions by challenging others every day, the contributions obtained by this challenge must not be received until the 8th day of each month. There are still nearly 20 days left. How can On wait until that time? Unable to think of a good way, Yang Kai has no choice but to practice. In a few days, the strength of Yang Kai body tempering Jing 6 layer has gradually stabilized, and there is a tendency to march towards 7th layer. Hard work every day, almost neglect sleep and forget about food. The hard work finally paid off. Compared with Yankai's good days, Sumiu and the others are living in terrible waters. These days Yankai every day all has to come to them to trouble them, make them annoying, and beat them. I can't hide it. I'm almost aggrieved to death. Sumiu himself is confident to defeat Yankai, but the gap between the two people is too big to be challenged at all. Sumiu always thinks that Yankai is just the 45th layer of body tempering. Sumiu knew that it couldn't go on like this, and if it went on like this, the hearts of the people would be lost. Thinking about it, Sumiu became cruel and summoned all the High Heaven Pavilion disciple ravaged by Yankai. His face was gloomy and said, "Tonight, Yankai is attacked by the night. Yixu shame. Since you can't follow the rules, don't behave." Everyone was shocked. Sneak attack? Sumiu nodded. This is not good. Li Yunshin hesitates. Although Yankai is a bit unkind, but he is just and honorable to challenge us to win. We quietly go to sneak attack at night like this. If you spread it out, I'm afraid you will be punished. Li Yunshin's words were recognized by most people present. Sumiu angrily said, "But he is too much. He just doesn't put brothers in his eyes. Every day all come, or he doesn't know when he will be rampant. No matter what, I must go to trouble him tonight. Any one of you who wants to come together will follow me. If you don't come, I won't force it. If something happens, Sumiu will do my best to bear it, and it won't hurt you." Sumiu said this sincerely, even if some people think it is not good to do so. They can't bear to refute at this moment. After all, Sumiu puts the responsibility on the shoulders of the owner and has done his best. Li Yunshin thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. If things happen, let the bastard know that we are not easy to mess with." Young Su, this time junior brother, gave up his life to accompany the gentleman and tell you have fun. "Let's go too," everyone said in unison. Sumiu smiled and nodded. That's right. It's night. Everyone is full of energy, and they will gather in Sumiu's house when it is the 3rd clock. Are you ready? Sumiu solemnly asked. Everyone is nodded. Well, this time must make that bastard unforgettable. Sumiu reached out and covered a piece of black cloth on his face, revealing only a pair of thief eyes, and the others were also very learning and excited. Set out. Sumiu raised his arms and gave the order. A dozen black shadows sprang out and quickly merged into the night. The High Heaven Pavilion also has a discipline to patrol at night, but Sumiu and the group are originally from the High Heaven Pavilion. They know the rules of action of these patrol disciplines and they easily avoided it. Why don't you say that house thieves are hard to defend? Sumiu's current performance is the best example. Not much time. Everyone gathered in front of Yankai's small wood house, a dozen feet apart. Everyone suppressed their breathing, and they all looked at the dark wood house with righteous indignation. There is no light in the house. Yankai should have been asleep. Sumiu's heart relaxed, turned to Li Yunshin next to him and said, Yankai is not weak, and you and I will go and hold it together. Then the brothers beat him hard. Okay. Li Yunshin nodded. Don't kill anyone, you can fight it anyway. Sumiu exhorted again, and everyone quietly agreed. Go. Sumiu waved his hand and rushed towards the small wood house. More than a dozen silhouettes ran fast in the dark night. They were all practiced. They acted silently. Everyone was suffocating in their hearts. They were all excited about waiting for the violent beating of Yankai. Very much. These days, they are tossed by Yankai. A few feet away from the small wood house, the cold light in Sumiu's eyes becomes thicker, and the corners of his mouth can't help but float up. The distance is closer. The wooden door of the hut is in front of him, and Sumiu has reached out a hand to touch the door. Suddenly, a strange scent poured into the tip of his nose. Sumiu lightly sniffed, and felt that the scent was a bit weird, not unpleasant, but it was never smelled before. The taste of. Although he was puzzled, Sumiu didn't care much, just rushed forward. One step out, Sumiu softened and almost fell to the ground. This incident made him cry out cold sweat. At that moment, the strength of own body seemed to be taken away in half, and there was a buzz in his mind. Muddle-headed, and he was tired. It's another step. Sumu fell directly into a dog to eat shit, and his nose touched the ground first. Too warm heat instantly flowed out of the nose, full of bloody mouth. Pa pa pa. A series of sounds came, and the high heaven pavilion disciple that gathered together and rushed towards the small wood house. Each one, all fell to the ground like Sumu. Each and every one is weak and weak, carrying the bloody nose and swollen face, and the wailing sounded one after another. It was so lively. What's the matter? Sumu, holding on to his spirit, turned to Li Yunshin and asked. Li Yunshin wanted to struggle to get up, but he didn't have the strength at all. He lay down on the ground and panted feebly. The complexion is ugly. Hesitates. Young Su, we are afraid we are poisoned. Poisoned? Sumu turned pale with fright. And it's very poisonous. Li Yunshin tremblingly stretched out a hand. Su-young, I'm afraid it won't work. You give me revenge. After explaining his last words, Li Yunshin's head tilted and there was no movement. Sumu was shocked and called Li Yunshin's name anxiously, but couldn't wake him up anyway, and then turned around. None of the brothers that own brought had escaped this tribulation, and none of them were silent. An inexplicable panic and sadness surged in the heart, and Sumu's head calmed down at this moment. This is High Heaven Pavilion. How could someone be poisoned? Moreover, the medicine efficacy of this poison is so overbearing. With only 3 breaths, all lives are gone. 32, 32, 32. True Yang secret art. Who poisoned? Why poison? Just when I didn't understand it, a surprised voice came from my ear. Huh? It's Yang Kai's voice. Sumu hates Yang Kai so deeply. How can he not hear it? It's him. It turns out that this poison was poisoned by Yang Kai, so the soul is pale. We are just trying to teach you a lesson. You are actually doing this evil. Too cruel, right? He intends to curse Yang Kai, but Sumu's consciousness quickly blurred. Fuck. This young master, could it be that just so confused and dead? This young master was full of ambitions, and he died here before he had time to show his ambitions. Heaven is jealous of heroic genius. Heaven is jealous of heroic genius. Yang Kai walked up to the group of people at a brisk pace, knelt down and uncovered their masks, fixed his eyes, and everyone was acquaintances. After thinking about it, Yang Kai understands what they want to do. It is estimated that they have been tossed by the owner these days, and come to take revenge on the owner by the sneak attack at night. It's just that they have some bad luck. Yang Kai weighed the incense burner in his hand, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh on the surface. This is really an accident. Yang Kai usually puts the income burner into the wordless black book every night before going to bed. It's just that the practice time tonight is too long and I'm a little tired. I accidentally fell asleep. I forgot to close the incense burner, but the herbs I put in it hadn't been consumed yet, so Sumu and the others ran to smell it. The formidable power in the incense burner is huge. When Yang Kai smelled it for the first time, he only took 3 steps and fell to the ground. Yang Kai wears an unyielding golden body. Even more how Sumu these people, they don't have the support of unyielding golden body. It is estimated that it will take several days to recover before they can recover. Although the negligence of the owner must be held to a certain extent, the carelessness of Sumu and the others is the root cause. If they hold their breath at the moment they smell the scent, they probably won't do it. So miserable. Hey, why bother? Yang Kai sighed, and put the incense burner into the wordless black book, staring at a crowd of people on the ground, a little embarrassed. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai dragged them all out, then found a place to throw them away, and ignored them. Back to the wood house, Yang Kai continued to rest. Today, this incident has made Yang Kai alert. The owner has to quickly break through body tempering. The incense burner can only be used outside now, but if you arrive at the open yuan stage in the breakthrough body tempering environment, you don't have to be so troublesome. At that time, the incense burner will work even if it's placed in the wordless black book. As long as Yuan Shi who owns within the body can communicate with wordless black book, it will be done. In the next few days, Yang Kai has been diligently practicing, and the two kinds of herbs have been used sparingly, but they are still declining. In the morning 3 days later, after Yang Kai finished the body tempering record practice, with the inhalation of oriental purple chi sense in the body meridians was suddenly excited, as if it had become only a small insect, swaying through the meridians. Yang Kai expression grave, hurry up and feel it with your heart. The turbulence of chi sense drove the squirming of flesh and blood, and the whole body was numb, unspeakably itchy and comfortable. I don't know how long this situation lasted. Suddenly, Yang Kai felt all over light, the abdomen is hot, at the same time, chi sense's bulging disappears without a trace. The thoughts are conveyed, the warmth in the abdomen seems to be alive, and I am excited. Yuan Chi finally stepped out of this step, body tempering 7-layer, within the body gave birth to Yuan Chi. This is the most obvious sign. The first ray of Yuan Chi in life is always born in Danshan. Yuan Chi at this time is very insignificant and can't support a martial artist to fight, because once used, this ray of Yuan Chi will disappear. Within the body weekdays, it takes a lot of effort to condense. But because within the body gave birth to Yuan Chi, this time martial artist can start practicing martial skills. It is incomparable with the basic skills of High Heaven Pavilion such as long punches and whip legs. Martial skills are tactics that can be used with Yuan Chi and are the basis of martial artists' battle. The same punch, body tempering Jing 6-layer and 7-layer have completely different effects. If body tempering Jing 6-layer can hit 200 kin with a full punch, then use Yuan Chi's body tempering 7-layer can hit 500 kin or even 1000 katis. Of course, in the body tempering environment, general martial artists will not easily use martial skills, because Yuan Chi's recovery is not easy. Only when you arrive at the open Yuan stage can you use Yuan Chi to fight at pleasure. At that time, even if Yuan Chi runs out, you can quickly recover. The root of everything lies in the ability to recover quickly. So, starting with body tempering 7-layer, what the martial artist needs to do is to use this strand of Yuan Chi as the foundation to thrive. The most commonly used method is practice martial skills. Each type of martial skills needs several or even a dozen or more Yuan Chi of the meridians to drive and operate in a certain order and route to form different martial skills. Grow Yuan Chi in practice martial skills to open within the body weak and arrive at the open Yuan stage. This is what every martial artist will do. Yang Kai is no exception. After knowing that Ona has reached body tempering 7-layer, Yang Kai quickly calmed down his excitement, and hurried back to the house summoned to give out the wordless black book. Turn directly to the 4th page and feel it with your heart. Since these days, every breakthrough he has tried to crack the seal on page 4, but he has never succeeded. Yang Kai estimates that only at the 7-layer of body tempering, the dividing line of this body tempering, will the 4th page change. His guess is not at all wrong. In less than a moment, a touch of golden light appeared on the 4th page. Like the last few times, these golden lights broke away from the shackles of the pages and got directly into Yang Kai's head. Some information suddenly appeared in my mind. True Yang secret art. This is what the black book gave to the owner after this time breakthrough. After a closer look, Yang Kai's expression becomes weird. This true Yang secret art is a little different from ordinary martial skills. General martial skills are fixed tricks. Even if they can change, they are always invariable. There is a basic outline. Beyond this range, it would not be the corresponding martial skills. But true Yang secret art does not. It does not have a fixed strategy, countless changes, which can be said to be do as one pleases. In other words, it simply has no moves. This is first different. True Yang secret art is simple to practice, but has requirements for practice conditions. You must be in an environment with Yang Chi before you can practice true Yang secret art. But when the true Yang Yuan Chi from this tactical practice reaches a certain level within the body, it will be chi condensation and accumulate in Danshan. This is impossible for any kind of martial skills or tactics, because every martial artist's body is saturated. Once the practice reaches the apex, There is no way to increase Yuan Qi within the body, unless breakthrough own limits. 33. 33 Yang Origin Seal. As the saying goes, read books to vote, fight wine without peeing. I shamefully ask for votes again. But true Yang secret art is different. When it reaches its limit, true Yang Yuan Qi will turn into a liquid and immerse in Danshan, which is equivalent to sweeping the meridians away, and you can continue to practice. In other words, the practice method will not reach the limit. As long as there is Yang Qi, you can practice unlimitedly. This is the second difference, and this difference highlights the out of the ordinary of true Yang secret art. Once Yang liquid is out of practice, you can use Yang liquid to attack during battles. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, and then decided to practice this set of true Yang secret art. In the first place, he had no choice and no contribution points, so he naturally couldn't get martial skills from sect. Secondly, he also believes that the things produced by Wordless Black Book will certainly not be bad. Those in sect are not necessarily better than true Yang secret art. As for the practice environment, it is not something to worry about. The sun is also Yang. As long as there is a sun, you can practice this true Yang secret art. Of course, the efficiency is very low. After all, the sun is shining all over the earth. How much can one person absorb in the glorious universe? With a decision in his heart, Yang Kai immediately walked outside the house, put his own under the sun, sit cross-legged to the ground, closed his eyes, and thought about the luck of true Yang secret art. Gong root, try to control the only strand of Yuan Qi in own Danshan, and operate according to the root of true Yang secret art. Everything is difficult at the beginning. This sentence is not false. Although Yang Kai was able to communicate with that strand of Yuan Qi, it was extremely difficult to drive it into operation. After a whole day of practice under the scorching sun, Yuan Qi within the body only increased by a small amount, and Yuan Qi's flow rate was also slow as a turtle. But after all, it is the first time to practice. Yang Kai is very satisfied with this kind of results. This is a process of accumulated over a long period of time, and it cannot be completed overnight. There is no shortage of patience, Yang Kai. It took 3 days for Yang Kai to finally pull Yuan Qi from Danshan to his chest. With a move of his mind, he controlled this little bit of Yuan Qi, which is not too powerful, at several key points near his chest. Shuttle up in the middle. He must form the Yang Origin Seal within the body according to the information he got from the Wordless Black Book. This is the first step of the practice true Yang secret art. This Yang Origin Seal has no other purpose. It is only used to sense the existence of Yang Qi. After all, Yang Kai's qualifications are still low, and his strength is too weak. He has not yet formed his own divine consciousness, and it is impossible to find out where there is a strong Yang Qi on a large scale. With this Yang Origin Seal, it is different. This thing is very sensitive to Yang Qi. As long as Yang Qi exists within a certain range, Yang Origin Seal will react. The strand of Yuan Qi within the body shuttles endlessly around the chest. Yang Kai's expression is meticulous, not sloppy. Consolidating the Yang Origin Seal is a very complicated and tedious process, and if there is any difference in the process, all previous efforts may be lost. 1 hour has passed, 2 hours have passed. Yang Kai sitting under the sun is already drenched. Sweating for a long time even caused some signs of lack of water in his body, and his lips were white. But Yang Kai's expression was firm, and he still kept moving that strand of Yuan Qi around the key points on his chest, without any irritability or discouragement. I don't know how much time passed. Yang Kai suddenly felt a strange sensation in his chest, followed by a pain in the flesh and blood there, as if it had been put on a red iron seal. Yang Kai Huo's eyes opened, gritted his teeth. This pain comes and goes fast, just a blink of an eye. The chest has returned to normal, and it is even a little cool, but the feeling of sharp pain is still reverberating in the mind, making people feel frustrated. Vaguely, Yang Kai felt that there was something on his chest, but he looked down but couldn't see anything. Is the Yang Origin Seal formed? Yang Kai brows tightly knit, pondering slightly. Yang Origin Seal should have been successfully formed. It exists in the center of the owner's chest, but the owner cannot see it. But now that the Yang Origin Seal has been formed, it should be a response to Yang Qi. Why can't the owner detect it? Could it be that there is no strong Yang Qi around here? Holding the idea of giving it a try, Yang Kai stood up and walked inside the High Heaven Pavilion. As he walked, he paid attention to the movement of his chest. Walking not much time, a sudden warmth came from my chest. Yang Kai expression shocked. Sure enough, Yang Origin Seal was indeed formed within the body. There was no response just now because there were not too many Yang Qi nearby. Now that there is a reaction, it means that Yang Qi exists nearby. Yang Kai expression is excited. Practice true Yang secret art has very demanding requirements for practice environment. The richer the Yang Qi, the faster the practice will be. Like Yang Kai, relying solely on supreme strength of Yang to practice is undoubtedly the slowest. Following the direction of the source of Yang Qi felt by Yang Origin Seal, Yang Kai ran all the way, and in just a moment, Yang Kai rushed into a room. As soon as I came in, a familiar voice came into my ears. Hey, little Yang Kai, why are you here at this time? Raises the head and took a look. Yang Kai, I was surprised to find that Treasurer Meng was looking at Own strangely behind the counter. It turns out that this is the contribution hall. Glanced at Treasurer Meng, and then at the back hall behind contribution hall. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling the eyes. The source of Yang Qi is very clear. It must be something Yang attribute in the contribution hall warehouse. But that's from the contribution hall. I want it, but I can only exchange contribution points. Yang Kai now has 0 contribution points in the account, and all contribution points have been replaced with 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and deadland dried up grass. Want to understand this? Yang Kai was immediately disappointed. He didn't even bother to take care of Treasurer Meng's question, and turned his head dejectedly. What do you mean? Old man Meng was immediately depressed. Aimless people are walking around in the High Heaven Pavilion. The Yang Origin Seal on the chest plays a role from time to time, guiding the direction of Yang Kai Yang Qi source, but these Yang Qi sources are either the door. The leader's residence in the middle of the world is either already in someone else's pocket. Yang Kai even has the heart of masking and robbery, but looking at the small body of Own, and then looking at the strength of others, Yang Kai had to give up this idea. Although you can't get these Yang attribute treasures, Yang Kai doesn't get nothing. According to his many experiments and feelings, Yang Origin Seal within the body can clearly feel the existence of Yang Qi within 50 Jang. If it exceeds 50 Jang, Yang Origin Seal will not be able to sense it. It is estimated that this is also related to the strength of Own. As the strength increases in the future, the range that Yang Origin Seal can sense should increase. I hurriedly walked in the High Heaven Pavilion for 2 or 3 hours. Except for some forbidden areas, the entire High Heaven Pavilion was almost everywhere. Yang Kai still didn't find anything. I want to come. Since these things can be Yang Origin Seal feels that it must be of great value. How can it be thrown on the road for the owner to pick it up? The idea of Own seems naive and ridiculous. Would you like to go to Blackwind Mountain again? There must be Yang attribute in this mountain range, right? While considering whether this idea is feasible, the Yang Origin Seal on his chest was actually hot again. Yang Kai almost instinctively followed the direction given by Yang Origin Seal and walked there. 34 Destitute Dragon Stream. Walking not much time, an incomparable gigantic, almost a mountain stream that spans heaven and earth, appeared in front of us, and a gust of wind blew on the face, almost blowing Yang Kai. Somersault. Yang Kai came back to his senses, raises the head, and he was stunned. How could it be here? The mountain stream in front of you, which is more than 1,000 feet wide, almost bottomless, and unknowingly long, is the most dangerous and mysterious place in the High Heaven Pavilion. Destitute Dragon Stream. Speaking of which, this mountain stream itself is very strange. The place where the High Heaven Pavilion is located is simply not on the mountain range, but on a flat ground. This mountain stream is not so much a mountain stream as it is a crack in the earth, but the crack is a bit too big. Destitute Dragon Stream, High Heaven Pavilion is not a forbidden place, because here is very dangerous and extremely dangerous, and the wind is howling. One may fall accidentally, and once it falls, there is absolutely no life. Destitute Dragon Stream is also the place where High Heaven Pavilion exiles rebels and traitors. In the past few hundred years, if there is any great rebellion and unforgivable in High Heaven Pavilion, they will abolish their cultivation level and exile them to destitute inside Dragon Stream. Yankai can't understand this very much. If it's really rebellious, just kill it. Why choose exile? Abolishing the cultivation level and being left here is a dead end. Of course, destitute Dragon Stream is not only a place to exile the rebels, but also the first choice for many lovers to die. There have been many stories of this and that kind in High Heaven Pavilion, and the stories are eloquent. After the death of the lover, he did not want to live and jumped off the destitute Dragon Stream. The male discipline of High Heaven Pavilion, based on this reverend, people have one or two this kind of stories hidden in their hearts, waiting for the right time to pick up girls. As long as the beautiful lady listens to the rain on pear flower and her face is haggard, High Heaven Pavilion male discipline showed his broad chest and warm arms again. It was absolutely invincible and unsatisfactory. These touching stories, I don't know how many tender stories have been achieved, they are the love in the heart of the male discipline of High Heaven Pavilion. The information about destitute Dragon Stream was circulated in Yankai's mind. He slowly walked a few steps forward and glanced at the bottomless mountain stream, full of doubts. How can there be Yang-Chi in it? And compared with the different ones I sensed just now, there is not only a strong Yang-Chi below, but at this moment, this Yang-Chi is still radiating continuously upwards. Even standing on the side of a mountain stream, Yankai can feel the warmth in the air. This warm heat is not supreme strength of Yang, but it is countless times purer than supreme strength of Yang. After thinking for a moment, Yankai simply sat on the ground, no longer entangled with the reasons, but tried to absorb it. Practice true Yang secret art. The more you are in the rich environment of Yang-Chi, the faster you practice. Now he is within the body Yuan-Chi is scarce, and true Yang secret art runs slowly. But with the help of Yang-Chi, the practice speed should be much faster. In the evening, Western Mountain is at sunset. Although there is not much sunlight, Yankai can still feel that the efficiency of practice now is much higher than that of previous days. This practice has been practiced all night, and by the early morning of the next day, Yankai opened his eyes to investigate the results of his practice. Yang-Chi and no Yang-Chi are different. Although they practiced under the sun before, it took 3 days to practice a little Yuan-Chi, but now it only takes 3 days in one night. The efficiency is staggering. Yuan-Chi within the body also grew stronger, no longer like the candlelight in wind and rain a few days ago. Furthermore, with Yuan-Chi's growth, Yankai found that own control was much easier than before. It's another day. Yankai didn't continue practicing true Yang secret art, but stood up and practiced to a her body tempering record. By the side of destitute Dragon Stream, Yankai sweats like rain. Although he practiced all night, he didn't feel tired at all, but was full of energy. After practicing the body tempering record, Yankai finished the task of sweeping the floor, and then he ran back. Anyway, On's 3-leaved remnant spirit flower and dead land dried up grass are almost consumed, and the incense burner will not work for the time being. Of course, there is only one option left to practice here. Originally, Yankai wanted to go to Sumu and those people for a fight, but it's strange to say that since that night, Sumu and the others seem to have evaporated in the High Heaven Pavilion. Never seen. Although Yankai has some enmity with them, he can't be considered enmity. Entangling with them is just to make fun for the owner, to verify the growth of the owner, and he did not take seriously their night sneak attacks. Being an owner and being bullied, as long as he has the strength to retaliate, I am afraid I will try to get it back. Sit next to the destitute Dragon Stream again, ignoring the strong wind that is enough to blow a living person away. Yankai thoughts move. The only thing Yuan-Chi surging among the meridians, repeatedly circulates. Yuan Shi's cycle, as if pulling a mysterious power, makes the pores of the skin all simultaneously relaxed, and Yang Qi exuding in the air is more like a cat smelling a fishy smell, impatient into the body. The body is warm all over, as if taking a hot bath. Yang Kai feels relaxed all over. 2 days passed in a hurry. Yang Kai plentiful harvest. With the practice of these 2 days, Yuan Qi of Yang Kai within the body has grown a lot, and there is also a gentle Yang Yan power in Yuan Qi. This is the most obvious feature of practice true Yang secret art, because within the body Yuan Qi is formed by absorbing Yang force, and naturally belongs to Yang. 35, 1 drop Yang liquid. Yang Kai doesn't know how many Yuan Qi people will have within the body when they are 7-layer in body tempering, but it should not be as much as Own. The initial accumulation is always very slow. Owner can absorb the Yang Qi between heaven and earth because of true Yang secret art. And how much is the world like true Yang secret art, this kind of God Miao secret art? On this day, when Yang Kai finished his practice, he slowly opened his eyes. The Yang Qi that has been absorbed these days has gradually become heavier, and the heat sensation in the meridians has become more and more intense. Yang Kai faintly feels that the Yang Qi absorbed these days seems to be saturated. Once Yang Qi is saturated within the body, it will be Qi condensation and become 1 drop Yang liquid storage. In Danshan, this so-called Yang liquid has endless magical effects. It can be used in combat and can be used for unexpected effects. Yang Kai is still looking forward to it. Slowly eyes opened. When Yang Kai was about to adjust his breath, the corner of his eyes suddenly caught sight of a person standing not far from the owner. Yang Kai expression moved. I am immersed in practice, but I didn't even notice when this person came. This man is facing Yang Kai sideways, wearing a cyan robe, with fluffy sleeves, tall and straight, with white hair and beard, but bright eyebrows, and a delicate goat on his chin. The beard, looking at age alone, is about the same as old man Meng in Contribution Hall, but his temperament is definitely different. At the first glance of this person, Yang Kai's involuntarily popped out the word divine poise and sage-like features. This temperament is in sharp contrast to old man Meng's hooliganism. Compared with 2 people, it is definitely 1 sky and 1 underground. At this moment, this person is holding his back with 1 hand and touching his beard with the other, standing there and looking down at the destitute dragon stream in front of him. The look in his eyes was strange to a level of complexity. This is a knowledgeable wise man, and also a martial arts master elder. Yang Kai had a scrupulous mind, and quickly got up and gave a gift of discipline. Disciple Yang Kai has seen senior. Sounded by Yang Kai's voice, the old man slowly turned around and looked at him kindly at a glance, nodded slightly. Well, I don't know how to call you in the discipline. Although he knows that this person is definitely a high-level person in High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai has never seen each other and naturally wants to ask, so as not to mess up the seniority. The old man groaned, brows is slightly wrinkled, as if Yang Kai asked some difficult question, and it took a moment to, you call me 11th Elder. 11th Elder. Yang Kai is a little confused. Although there are so few High Heaven Pavilion Elders, there are absolutely as many as 11. But they are elder after all. He said so. Yang Kai can only fulfill his wish, and now he salutes again. Disciple has seen 11th Elder. 11th Elder smiled, and his face became more amiable. Many, softly asked, are you practicing martial skills? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. And it's the martial skills of Yang attribute? Yes. The opponent is definitely not weak. Why can't he feel that the owner absorbs Yang Qi here? How is the practice? It's just been practice for a few days, but it's okay for the time being. 11th Elder asked a few more questions. Yang Kai one after another answered, feeling a little touched in my heart. This elder is amiable and cares so much about own, the lowest level of the discipline, and it is easy to make people feel good. Seeing him so talkative, Yang Kai thought of a question, opened the mouth and said, 11th Elder, The discipline has been practicing here for many days, but there is something puzzled. Oh, let's talk about it. 11th Elder was immediately intrigued. Why is the Yang Qi overflow under this destitute dragon stream? 11th Elder smiled. Of course it is because there is a baby of Yang attribute below. Yang Kai didn't know whether to cry or laugh. I thought I could guess this kind of thing naturally, but I just didn't understand what was underneath. Do you know how this destitute dragon stream is generated? 11th Elder suddenly asked an infinite question. Although Yang Kai didn't know what he meant, he could only shake his head honestly. 11th Elder glanced at destitute dragon stream and slowly said, "This was cut out by a sword." Yang Kai was shocked. Destitute dragon stream, more than a few thousand feet wide, not knowing how long it is, not bottoming out. It was cut out with a sword. If someone else tells him about this, Yang Kai might not believe it, but the 11th Elder in front of him doesn't have to lie to the owner. But, who might have a single sword can be so big? What kind of state is this person? Hundreds of years ago, there was no high heaven pavilion here. 11th Elder's eyes were deep and his voice was low. Yang Kai knows that this elder is going to talk about some unknown top secrets, and he is now holding his breath and listening intently. When Lord Martial Ancestor passed by here, he ran into a devil chief with profound strength. The two people fought a battle here. No one knows the specific battle situation, but at the end, the devil chief detecting invincibility, he cuts out a sword. While talking, 11th Elder stroked both ends of the destitute dragon stream with his hand, with one sword out. Destitute dragon stream is done. Devil chief slid into the bottom. Martial Master Ancestor tracked down, and it took pains to kill the devil chief after suffering untold hardships. However, the devil chief is profound. Although he is dead, Master Martial Ancestor is not at ease. This is where he is established. The High Heaven Pavilion guarded for several decades, and he left after confirming that there would be no harm. This is the origin of my High Heaven Pavilion. Destitute dragon stream has been generated for hundreds of years. The bottom is all black, no daylight, and then many guilty disciplines were exiled in. If you want to come here by chance, some Yang attribute baby may be born. This is why you can absorb Yang Qi from here. Yang Kai nodded, puzzled. 11th Elder is here. Do you want to see that baby? Me? 11th Elder expression was weird, and slowly shook his head. I didn't come to see the baby. I came to see the people. Seeing people? 11th Elder smiled openly. When people get old, they talk a lot. Today let's stop here for the time being. You practice, but don't deliberately try to go deep down here. There are many dangers underneath. Even I dare not go down easily. After all, this 11th Elder is away. Go with. Yang Kai's heart was touched a lot, and there were many doubts, but he could only feel bored. Recovered a little bit, Yang Kai continued to operate True Yang Secret Art. Now True Yang Secret Art is operating, and the rate of Yang Qi absorbed is not known to be many times faster than in previous days. Several hours later, Yang Kai suddenly felt bulging in his meridians. Even Danshan was full to the brim, as if he had eaten too much for a meal. Is it almost saturated? Yang Kai was not surprised and rejoiced, and became more diligent. After 1 hour, the meridians and Danshan suddenly lightened, and the bulging feeling disappeared. Yuan Qi, who was all over meridians, poured into Danshan at this moment, and one drop of hot liquid quietly formed and dripped into Danshan. Inside, Yang Kai even heard a ticking light sound. Yang liquid. On finally formed the first drop. Yang liquid. 36. 36. 36 Beauty under the moon. Every day all come to ask for a ticket. I feel that Xiaomo's festival has been fucked all over the place. Please help me to pick it up. Be gentle. Don't break it. Yes. It's gone if you break it! Exclamation mark. Although there is no practice yet to give birth to divine consciousness, Yang Kai can still clearly feel Danshan's one-drop Yang liquid, the existence of, the arrival of his thoughts. Yang liquid, let it be driven. Yang liquid can be used in combat. but Yankai hasn't tried it yet. You have to find a chance to hone in actual combat how to change. These experiences are exactly what the wordless black book can teach. Although I have suffered for many days, but now one drop yang liquid is condensed, Yankai feels satisfied immediately. With a hint of excitement, Yankai keeps on doing his best and has practiced at Destitute Dragon Stream. Midnight. When he woke up in the middle of the night, Yankai did not continue. These days I have been practicing neglect sleep and forget about food. Although it is a lot stronger, it also brings a lot of load to the body. For practice, you need to relax and relax, so that it will not be buried. What hidden dangers? Standing up and patting his butt, Yankai walked briskly back to On's small wood house. The door of the wood house was vacant, which made Yankai a little puzzled, because he remembered that the door was shut before the owner left. Stepping forward and gently pushing the door open, Yankai glanced inward, and the scene in his eyes suddenly stopped him in place. It seemed to be a scene rubbed from the scroll, dreamlike, so unreal. In my small wood house, the only small bed, now there is a person and a woman sleeping. Were poured down through several holes in the roof, and it happened to shine on the female lying on the wooden bed. With the moonlight, Yankai saw the female's hands folded and placed flat on her lower abdomen. Under the shining of Yue, the skin on the female neck is as crystal clear as ice and snow, and her beautiful black hair spreads smoothly, resting on her seemingly weak shoulders. Because she is lying down, her face cannot be seen clearly. Her face is covered with a thin such as a cicada's wing veil, but the smooth forehead is dotted with a dimly gem. The only piece of jewelry is not expensive, but it just highlights her coldness and holiness. The hazy hue makes her more of a sense of beauty. She is like fairy who has been retired from the moon palace. There is no flaw in her body, no nobleness without sacredness. She lay quietly like this, as if she would never wake up. Unfathomable mystery. Yankai looked sour. Yankai asked himself not to be a sentimental person, but today, this picturesque scene deeply touched him. Even if time flies, decades apart, this scene may never be forgotten. As a ghost, Yankai walked over lightly, suppressing On's breathing and heartbeat, for fear of disturbing her. Coming to the bed, about 10 feet apart, Yankai took a closer look and found that, as the owner guessed, this female turned out to be the one who almost collided with On at the contribution hall that day. Senior sister. When he saw this veil just now, he had a vague guess. It's just that she didn't have such an unattainable and inviolable sacredness at the time. Some were just timid and shy, pure and lovely. Raises the head glanced at the holes in the roof. Yankai chuckled. These few holes that have not been repaired are a good thing today. This chuckle could not help but startled Xianing Chang, who was lying on the bed. When Yankai lowered his head again, he suddenly discovered that this senior sister was stared wide-eyed looks at On. The big bright eyes were a little confused and surprised and angry at first, and then they became ashamed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Xianing Chang's small earlobes turned red again. Fortunately, at night, although there is moonlight, what Yankai sees is not so real, which saves Xianing Chang from embarrassment. The two people looked at each other like this, one on the bed and one under the bed. Yankai was full of doubts, but Xianing Chang couldn't wait to slap On and fainted, and her heart was tangled. Absolutely didn't expect On so confused that she fell asleep here. Cough cough. Yankai gave a light cough, tried to make the owner look kinder, and asked, "How is this senior sister called?" "Nor know it." "What's wrong with the ups and downs of emotions?" Yankai's voice when asked about this seems a bit misty. In the middle of the night, when a single man and a single woman are in the same room, it sounds a bit wrong. The words seem to ask like this: "How do you call this little lady?" It has a full sense of apprenticeship. Xianing Chang's face was red as blood, but she still sat up on the bed with restraint, stretched out her hand and stroked her beautiful hair, and whispered, "I am surnamed Xia." Xianing Chang didn't feel embarrassed to report the name of On. It really felt ashamed today. It turned out to be senior sister Xia, Is senior sister Xia looking for something to do with me? If nothing happened, how could this celestial immortal-like person condescend and come to the Tatadome small wood house? Listening to Yang Kai's question, Xianing Chang remembered the purpose of ON. He hurriedly took out a package from his side, and his emotions calmed down, opened the mouth and said, "There was an Orion under Blackwind Mountain came to look for you, but you didn't come back until the lamp was in hand. I saw that he was anxious to go back, so I asked about it." The Orion said, "Many thanks to your life-saving grace. Let me give this package to you, and say that I will come and thank you in person when I have time in the future." Listening to her, Yang Kai immediately knew who the person was. Orion Jiang Shan. When he returned from the last time he went to Blackwind Mountain to collect medicine, the owner saved his father and son, 2 people. Yang Kai reached out to take the package, nodded and said, "So that's it." Xianing Chang raised his eyes and quietly looked at him a few times, and then said, "I've got someone else. I'm here to wait till you get back." "I don't want to wait till you get back. I fell asleep while waiting. This is really sorry." And human frustration. And the owner even slept on someone else's bed. Yang Kai has understood clearly in the mind about today's affairs, laughed and said, "You Lao senior sister is affected. Next time junior brother will come back sooner." Xianing Chang doesn't know whether it is the illusion of the owner or the other party deliberately. Anyway, it is not correct to hear this, like a husband's guarantee to his wife before going out. Biting her lip lightly, Xianing Chang was a little dissatisfied. "You are not earlier. It has nothing to do with me. The package has been delivered to you. I am leaving." After all, he twisted his waist and stomped his feet. The figure has been disappeared, leaving a scent of fragrance lingering in the house and the tip of someone's nose. This senior sister Xia is really shy. Recalling the scene just now, Yang Kai felt a little warm. He came back to his senses and opened the package left by Jiang Shan. Yang Kai found 2 sets of cyan gowns inside. This gown is stitched up stitch by stitch. The needles and threads are densely packed, and the handwork is very delicate. Yang Kai probably made it by his wife who opened up. Jiang Shan is interested. During the last battle with back-colored spider, owner's clothes were chopped and torn by the monster beast. It is for this reason that he brought 2 sets of clothes for owner today. Yang Kai slightly smiled, put things away, then lay down on the bed. This night, Yang Kai slept very soundly. 37 War Book. On the second day, Yang Kai was awakened by a knock on the door. When I got up and opened the door, I found that there was not at all people outside the house, but far away, a familiar silhouette was running away quickly. Li Yunshan's silhouette. What is this guy doing? Yang Kai was a little confused. When he was puzzled, he found a letter aft on the ground at the door, bent down to pick it up, and opened it. Yang Kai suddenly didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There are some words on the letter, and they are written in fresh blood. "Senior brother asked me personally. I haven't seen you for many days. Junior brother missed it very much. I specially invited senior brother to come to Blackwind Forest. I hope senior brother will not hesitate to complete it. Junior brother Sumu will write it by himself." These words are read, and they are indeed written in fresh blood. I don't know if the blood is chicken blood or some other blood. Yang Kai estimates that Sumu is impossible to self-harm. There is a line of words at the back, which is different from the verbal rhetoric in the front. This line of words is much more crude and straightforward. "Come if there is a kind." These 4 words are imposing manner majestic, and the pen is full of resentment and provocative. It is estimated that Sumu is afraid that the invitation of ON will be ignored by Yang Kai. So I add a sentence at the end. The easiest thing for young people is the radical method. Sumu has experienced countless times in person. It has been a long time. The illness becomes a doctor, and he is very experienced. Holding his hands on the blood book plus battle book, Yang Kai slowly shook the head. For Sumu's provocation, Yang Kai didn't take seriously. Perhaps Sumu really hated his own, but Yang Kai didn't. Different moods and different visions. This kind of little joke, Yang Kai, just think of it as a jinshi to test the results of your own practice. Although the initial meeting with Sumu was a bit unpleasant, and later he repeatedly came to trouble with the owner. But with these days of contact, Yang Kai discovered that Su Mu is actually not bad in nature, just some dudes. If you befriend this kind of person, he will treat you very well. If you have a bad relationship with him, then he will pester you like a tassel maggot and make you annoying. I haven't seen Su Mu and the others these days. They should be hiding. At this time, I don't know why I have the confidence to defeat Own, so I ran to right the game. At first, Yang Kai didn't want to take care of Su Mu, but after thinking about it while sweeping the floor, he decided to go there. Su Mu is undoubtedly a real villain. He doesn't follow sect's rules to challenge, but instead writes a battle book to Own, probably with the intention of gang fights. The chosen location also explains the problem. The Blackwind Forest is just below Blackwind Mountain. It is a pine forest, and it is a great place for stumbling. Although there are many people in their group, only Su Mu himself is in body tempering 9 layer, Li Yunshin is body tempering 7 layer, and the others are in body tempering 56th layer. Yang Kai doesn't know if he can handle this kind of opponent. But Yang Kai needs a decent battle to test his own practice, which is different from the same sect battle. At this moment, Su Mu and the others were waiting on the only way to the Blackwind Forest from the High Heaven Pavilion. A group of people did not lie in wait, but stood there arrogantly, thinking of the embarrassment of falling down on the ground and not waking up a few days ago. Su Mu's face is not good. I didn't know what was wrong that night. The brothers who went to Yang Kai's hut suddenly passed out. Everything happened so unfathomable mystery. I didn't wake up until the morning of the second day. Although it was summer, I wouldn't feel cold even if I was sleeping in the wild, but I couldn't stand the mosquitoes. When I woke up, everyone felt that they had too much own body. Hundreds of large bags, all in fresh blood. I don't know how many mosquitoes have sucked. For a few days after that, Su Mu and the others were ill in bed, and they were too weak. After a few days ago, the brothers ran out of the High Heaven Pavilion under the leadership of Su Mu. Can't afford to offend Yang Kai. Could it be that, until Li Yunshin practiced a new martial skills yesterday, Su Mu's revenge mind became active again? This allowed Li Yunshin to send a battle book and invite Yang Kai to fight in Blackwind Forest. The reason why he is not challenged in sect is because Su Mu is not very optimistic about Li Yunshin. In case Li Yunshin loses the fight again, the people like Own will rush in. What sect rules? Bullshit. Morality will be ignored, and Yang Kai will be beaten directly into a pig's head. It will be a panic that the evil spirit in my heart will not come out. Just as he was thinking, Li Yunshin hurried over from there. Did it arrive? Su Mu asked, his eyes harsh. Okay, wait for that bastard to come over. Wait and wait. You can't see Yang Kai's silhouette. Su Mu's expression became a little impatient, walking back and forth, cursing. That bastard didn't have the courage to come over. Just cursed, Li Yunshin suddenly said. Young Su, someone is coming. Su Mu's spirits lifted up, thinking that Yang Kai really ran out to die. But after a closer look, the person who came was not Yang Kai. Young Su, from Storm House. Li Yunshin stared at the people who came by. The leader seems to be Cheng Xiaofeng. Cheng Xiaofeng. Su Mu expression cold, raises the head, and I saw Cheng Xiaofeng of Storm House leading a group of grandiose people walking over. Young Su, do you want to avoid it? Li Yunshin hesitates. He knows that there is a lot of enmity between Su Mu and Cheng Xiaofeng. The two people are in their respective sect body tempering levels. The leading figures have fought many times in recent years, and they have won and lost each other. If they meet now, there will definitely be some friction. Avoid what? Su Mu cold snort. He is qualified to let this young master give way. Li Yunshin did not discourage him. Knowing that this kind of thing concerns a person, how can someone like Young Su avoid? However, there are a lot of people on the other side. If you really want to fight, I'm afraid you will suffer here. While speaking, Cheng Xiaofeng has seen Su Mu far away, and the expression is overwhelming, and he talked to the people behind, and his pace could not help speeding up a bit. Not much time. the two gangs met together. Although this path occupied by Sumu and the others is the only way to the Blackwind Forest from the High Heaven Pavilion, it is also the way to Storm House. The only way to the Blackwind Forest is actually a four-way intersection, leading to High Heaven Pavilion on one side, Storm House on the other, and Bloody Battle Gang on the other. Sumu and the others blocked Cheng Xiaofeng's path with such a block. Who is not so long-eyed in my words? It turned out to be Sumu. Cheng Xiaofeng stepped forward and looked at Sumu contemptuously, with a cynical voice. Sumu rolled the eyes, still standing straight, like a javelin, not even in the mood to respond. This ignorance made Cheng Xiaofeng's face a little unhappy. Chuck, become a younger brother, others ignore you. A sweet laugh came. The sound was clear and sweet, very nice, but it gave people a feeling of abandon or restraint. Sumu followed the sound and looked over there, only to see Cheng Xiaofeng behind a charming young female who was wearing a loose blouse, her pink shoulders half exposed, flashing the attractive luster of porcelain. The skirt of the lower body covers the straight buttocks, revealing half of the jade legs, white and slender, and the jade foot with wooden shoes, dainty and delicate. The fingers are crystal clear and round, very attractive to the eye. 38. Humei. Young female is about the same age as Sumu and the others. Even if it is big, it is at worst, but it takes one step at a time. 10,000 kinds of charms set in one. At Xiao's age, he has a faintly mature temperament, but this temperament is not yet fully mature, which seems a bit unnatural. Humei. Seeing this young female, Sumu's expression couldn't help changing. A pair of eyeballs couldn't help turning around this girl, suddenly swallowing a mouthful of water. Sumu is like this, Li Yunshan and the others are even more unbearable. A pair of eyes are like locusts, biting tightly on Humei's body, lingering on the beautiful figure, breathing gradually becoming heavy and ugly. Although the sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes, they are not trivial. But a female dressed like Humei is also extremely rare, even more how she is just a 1516 years old young female, with delicate skin and incomparable gigantic body. Li Yunshan, these people are just in their youth, they are full of energy and blood. At first sight of such an exciting scene, the mood can be imagined. The impudent eyes of the disciples at High Heaven Pavilion not only did not annoy Humei, but she also looked very useful. She covered her small mouth with her hand and smiled. It turns out that Su's younger brother knows elder sister huh? Sumu quickly coughed and forced Ona to look away. His face was red. Naturally recognize. Cheng Xiaofeng is the leader of Storm House Body Tempering Discipline, and this Humei is the leader of the Bloody Battle Gang Body Tempering Realm Discipline, and this female has an extraordinary identity, and is the youngest daughter of the Bloody Battle Gang Master. It's just that the wind reviews have not been very good. The Bloody Battle Gang Master Human doesn't care about her, leaving her to make trouble outside. Although Humei is young, his minister is countless. I just don't know why she gets entangled with Cheng Xiaofeng today. Could it be that the latter also became her guest? Thinking of this, Sumu is envious and cheerful. I envy Cheng Xiaofeng for having such a beautiful blessing. What's happy is that he was subdued by a woman. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help showing a weird smile on his face. Looking at Cheng Xiaofeng again, his eyes were already a bit contemptuous. This gaze makes Cheng Xiaofeng very uncomfortable. Even more how High Heaven Pavilion group of people's eyes are still rolling on Humei. Cheng Xiaofeng is even more uncomfortable. He walked a few steps forward and blocked Humei, blocking the impudent eyes of the High Heaven Pavilion disciple. This seemingly inadvertent move made Humei chuckle. Sumu, let your people get out of the way. Cheng Xiaofeng gloomy face, even too lazy to say any kind words. Sumu sneered, the road is heading towards the sky. Go aside. Are we standing here hindering you? Yes. Cheng Xiaofeng's face grew darker. What if I don't let it? Sumu giving tit for tat. Two people have enmity, it's not a day or two. They know each method well. How can Sumu be afraid of him? Become a younger brother, Su younger brother, it doesn't matter if you stand here. We'll take a detour, no one will say you and so on. Humei cut in suddenly, seemingly it was a relief, but it was actually fanning the flames. Su Mu cursed slut secretly, and the woman's mind was sinister. As a member of the bloody battle gang, she naturally wished that High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House would fight to death. Cheng Xiaofeng listened to Hu Mei's words. The original expression of hesitate suddenly became firm, said with a sneer, "If you don't go away, you will regret it." Hu Mei is prestigious. How can Cheng Xiaofeng endure this time? Hu Mei smiled at the corners of his mouth, glanced at the two people with interest, and then stepped back without a trace. "If you have the courage, try it." Su Mu looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with a sneer. Li Yanchen and the others simultaneously stepped forward and stood behind him. "You asked for it." Cheng Xiaofeng smiled suddenly, waved his hand, and said to the people behind, "Hit." Tone barely fell. Cheng Xiaofeng rushed to Su in front of Mu. A fist struck Su Mu at the door. Su Mu sneered and greeted him with a palm. Fist and palm touched. Su Mu deng 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 retreat took more than a dozen steps to stand firmly, but Cheng Xiaofeng's serene face did not move up. "Did you break through to the open Yuan stage?" Su Mu complexion changed drastically. In the confrontation just now, the traces of Yuan Shi he felt from Cheng Xiaofeng's fist were better than own this body-tempering 9-layer. The Mr. Yuan Qi within the body is much stronger. This is clearly the strength that can only be exerted through the open Yuan stage. Cheng Xiaofeng rushed towards Su Mu and laughed a lot. "Su Mu, you and I started practicing on the same day, but there is a difference between people. From now on, you Su Mu I can only follow the pace of my Cheng Xiaofeng, and never want to surpass me again." Su Mu's expression was defeated, and his heart was bitter. This feeling of being overtaken by Cheng Xiaofeng makes him more angry than being humiliated by Yang Kai. In an instant, Cheng Xiaofeng was close at hand. Su Mu came back to his senses and didn't dare to be careless. The 9-layer of body tempering was fully capable, but still could not withstand Cheng Xiaofeng's attack. Yang Kai heard a sound of fighting from a distance before he even reached the Black Wind Forest, mixed with the yelling of Li Yanchen and the others, his voice humiliating and sad. After listening for a moment, Yang Kai felt that something was not right. Su Mu's group seemed to be in trouble. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help speeding up his pace, and when he reached the Four-Fork, he suddenly found Su Mu lying on the ground with bloody nose and swollen face, being riddled on by a teenager. The beatings continued, and Li Yanchen and the others gathered around Su Mu, desperately defending each other, but to no avail. There were a lot of opponents, and the overall strength was a bit higher than Li Yanchen and the others. The disciples of the High Heaven Pavilion were overwhelmed by themselves. How can Su Mu be saved? Still refused to accept. Cheng Xiaofeng punched Su Mu's eye socket, and Su Mu's eye corner was cracked. "Take you to paralysis." Su Mu vomited blood on Cheng Xiaofeng's face. Still refused to accept. Su Mu's cheek was swollen with another punch. I serve your ancestors 18 generations. Su Mu gasping for breath, but his mouth is extremely tough. Still refused to accept. "Take your grandma's ass." Cheng Xiaofeng didn't say anything to Su Mu, just hit one punch, and then asked. Still refused to accept. Su Mu's answer to him is always crude and poisonous, which made Cheng Xiaofeng's fists heavier and heavier. Yang Kai stood not far away, quietly looks at. He found that Su Mu was really a bit spine. Looking at Su Mu at this moment, it was like seeing the previous owner. When facing an unstoppable enemy, although he was covered in bruises, he would never compromise. This is not stupid, but a kind of persistence. Yang Kai didn't plan to do it. Su Mu didn't know that he had offended Hu, but now he is being retaliated against. Oh, not only has no friendship with him, but also enmity. There is no need to wade in this muddy water. But the backbone of Su Mu's unyielding clothes made him somewhat agree. Cheng Xiaofeng is also tired at the moment. Although Su Mu under his body has his bloody nose and swollen face, his eye sockets are cracked, his mouth is full of blood, but his expression of contempt in his eyes remains unchanged. Hu Mei appropriately inserted another sentence, "Become a younger brother, let him go. Su younger brother is very spine, and elder sister likes this kind of people." As soon as this word came out, Su Mu couldn't help turning his head and screaming, "Lowly maid!" Cheng Xiaofeng sneered, "Have a backbone." "I like it too." While speaking, he picked up a stone on the ground and pointed it at Su Mu's head. P.S. She is young but dressed in revealing clothes. Is High Heaven Sect's male kidney deficiency because of her? Follow the WeChat public account Momo and reply to the keyword "Who May" to see how charming is she. The official account will regularly update the latest content of the book, and book friends are welcome to watch. 39 Battle. Cough cough. Please recommend me. Everyone understands. Su Mu stared at Cheng Xiaofeng with bitterly, but his eyes were not blink. Coldly said, "Cheng Xiaofeng, you don't kill young master today. Young master will never end with you. You are still crazy." Cheng Xiaofeng's original worries were instantly covered up by crazy. The stone in his hand fell fiercely. If it is smashed, Su Mu will be seriously injured if he survives. Young Su, Li Yanchen and the others crawled on the ground holding head, allowing Storm House people to punch and kick, but they cried out in grief. Humaya's within both eyes flashed a little stunned, and her heart beat violently. This was just a joke from the junior discipline, and she didn't expect things to be upset. This step, if Su Mu really died here, then in his capacity, High Heaven Pavilion and Storm House might go to war. Everyone has different thoughts, but they all focus on the stone in Cheng Xiaofeng's hand. The eye looks at, the stone is about to hit Su Mu's head. A slightly thin hand suddenly blocks Su Mu's face. That hand doesn't look too strong, even a little thin, sharp Shi Feng broke his palm, and immediately was a splash of fresh blood. The stone fell, but because of the barrier of this palm, Su Mu not at all suffered any harm. The fatal blow was blocked. Li Yanchen and the others couldn't help letting go with the heart-carrying one, and fixed his eyes to see who saved Su Mu's life at this critical moment. But when they saw the person's face, they couldn't help but become embarrassed. "Senior brother Yang?" Li Yanchen whispered. He couldn't think that it was Yang Kai who saved people, the Yang Kai that the own group of people designed to deal with today. For a moment, Li Yanchen ashamed and unable to show one's face. The scene suddenly became quiet. The beaters stopped, and the beaters quickly took the opportunity to breathe. Hu Mei's small mouth slightly opened, standing aside, staring at Yang Kai in shock. She found that even though the fresh blood flowed across the palm of the thin young man, his brows were not frowned, and there was no painful expression on his face. Instead, he was a little excited and be eager to have a try. In those bright and energetic eyes, twinkling is a cruel rays of light. Don't know why, Hu Mei suddenly felt that this person was a bit dangerous. Tick-tock-tick. Red blood flowed down the fingers, breaking the silence. Cheng Xiaofeng looks at Yang Kai with a gloomy face, coldly said, "Are you High Heaven Pavilion disciple?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. The familiar sting made him excited. All blood is boiling, impatient, wants to fight a battle to vent the begin to stir in his heart. "Are you going to be nosy?" Cheng Xiaofeng said in a bad tone. When the other Storm House disciple heard this, they quickly abandoned Li Yanchen and the others and gradually gathered around here. "Nosy?" Yang Kai grinned. "You said I am High Heaven Pavilion disciple. How can it be nosy? Anyway, they also call me senior brother." "Okay, another one is here." Cheng Xiaofeng laughed heartily. "I really can't understand your High Heaven Pavilion. I will pack as much as I come today." "Senior brother Yang, go." Li Yanchen crawled on the ground and shouted, "They are crowded and powerful. You are not an opponent. Hurry up." Li Yanchen is also very bad luck. He is currently crawling a distance from Storm House. The disciple was not far away. He was so noisy and annoying. The Storm House disciple hurriedly stepped forward and slashed his neck with a palm, and Li Yanchen suddenly lost his voice. Cheng Xiaofeng and Yang Kai were fighting over there, quarreling for the stone. Cheng Xiaofeng snatched vigorously, but Yang Kai held the stone in his hand as if he had had a foot. Cheng Xiaofeng is already at the open yuan stage. Seeing that this figure is as thin as wood, it collapses when the wind blows. Only the High Heaven Pavilion disciple in the body-tempering state slumped the owner, and his heart suddenly became annoyed. At the moment, he loosened the stone and raised his arms. hit me. When the Stormhouse disciple gathered around hearing the order, simultaneous pounced on Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly got up, holding the stone that was dyed red by fresh blood, and slammed it directly on the head of a Stormhouse disciple. The power of fists and feet is always better than having weapons in hand. Although it is a stone, it can also exert stronger power than fists and feet. Before a Stormhouse disciple rushed to the front of Yang Kai's, he was suddenly hit on his head by this stone, and his skin was cracked and he fell to the ground with his head. When he knocked down this person, Yang Kai not only didn't stop his hand, but his actions became more vigorous, and the rabbit smashed toward the other Stormhouse people. The cruelty of Yang Kai's hands and the ferocity of his methods far exceed everyone's imagination. I laid down 4 Stormhouse disciples one after another, and the stones in his hands were also broken. Yang Kai smashed them out with a punch, and the debris splashed, like a hidden weapon, densely packed gravel. All directions fly away. Stormhouse, all the disciplines, screamed horribly, and they all covered their cheeks. Many people were scratched by the gravel and screamed in pain. Taking this opportunity, Yang Kai threw away his feet and kicked 2 Stormhouse disciples, but his whole person was instantly overwhelmed by the enemy. Stormhouse has a lot of people in this group. Although Yang Kai has brought down a few, he still has 2 punches and 4 hands. In the ping-pong clash, Yang Kai staggered, several Stormhouse disciples fell down, and all the people who fell on the ground were hot and the complexion flushed. The true Yang secret art of Yang Kai practice finally showed the formidable power in this brief moment. There is true Yang Yuan Qi in his fists and feet. How can these people in the 67th layer of body tempering be able to resist? This is still not using Yang liquid's formidable power. If Yang liquid is used, Yang Kai's strength will probably be further strengthened. It's just that it took so many geniuses to practice 1 drop Yang liquid. How could Yang Kai be willing? Use? Stormhouse disciple was overwhelmed by Yang Kai a lot, and Yang Kai's own is not well. After all, there is only body tempering 7 layer. And there is no practice or bodily martial skill. How can we face so many enemy siege? Can you avoid it? Fresh blood flows down Yang Kai's forehead. There are also scars on his arms and thighs. But these pains not only failed to reduce Yang Kai's battle strength, but made him more frustrated and braver, and the more he started. It's getting tougher. There is a warm heat in the bones, and Yang Kai seems to have inexhaustible strength. As this warm heat dissipates, the strength of Own not only increases, but also the speed becomes faster. Yang Kai doesn't know what mysterious is hidden in unyielding golden body, but every injury, every pain, will stimulate the effect of unyielding golden body. Injuries and pain will only make him stronger. Hu Mei standing on the periphery has bright eyes, and the cherry mouth has not been closed. Originally, she thought this High Heaven Pavilion disciple would definitely lose quickly, and then be defeated by Cheng Xiaofeng and the others beat it up. But now the development of the battle situation has exceeded her expectations. Nearly 10 people have fallen on Stormhouse. Except for the few who were stunned by the stone at first, the rest are rolling on the ground, braving one after another. Another heat, the skin is flushed. This person is using Yuan Qi to fight? Hu Mei was amazed. Only the martial artist in the body tempering environment, using Yuan Qi, would use 1 point less than 1 point, and it would be difficult to recover. This is self-digging his grave. He is not afraid that this will affect his future practice. What? 40. You are so powerful. The anxious battle continues. The Stormhouse disciple continues to fall, but every time a person falls, Yang Kai will have an additional wound on his body. Up to now, all of his clothes have been dyed red by fresh blood. He is panting heavily, the green veins on his neck are exposed, his eyes are red, like a beast that chooses people to eat. Su Mu lay on the ground exhaustedly, and looked at Yang Kai to show off his majesty, putting down 1 Stormhouse disciple one after another, not to mention too much in his heart. Today this matter was caused by the owner, and Yang Kai is also his enemy, but now thanks to him, Own can survive. I was willing to help, but I didn't have any strength. Just now, Cheng Xiaofeng's violent beating almost made him lose his battle strength. With a sound of bang, the last Stormhouse disciple was knocked to the ground, howling in unbearable pain, and true Yang Yuanqi's invasion made him feel like fire and pain unbearable. Yang Kai's red eyes turned towards Cheng Xiaofeng, who was looking dumbfounded, with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Cheng Xiaofeng's heart burst. Yang Kai's brutality made him feel frustrated. Now seeing him turn his gaze on Own, he can't help taking 2 steps to retreat. Hu Mei chuckles contemptuously. This laughter made Cheng Xiaofeng's face a little uncomfortable. He vibrated his expression, looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said slowly, "I can't tell, you actually have this ability." Yang Kai walked towards him step by step, his feet steady. His thin body was like a crazy rainstorm coming from oncoming. Cheng Xiaofeng's breathing faintly rushed, and his expression was violent, and suddenly shouted, "Your own courting death, don't blame me." After all, he pulled out his waist directly. Saber. When dealing with Su Mu and the others just now, he didn't use weapons at all. That is, he didn't want to kill him. Throwing a rock on Su Mu also caused a surge of blood and he didn't think about the consequences. But now that he doesn't have weapons in his hand, Cheng Xiaofeng feels that Own has no confidence. The bloody High Heaven Pavilion disciple in front of me is too cruel. Be careful, this person is already Open Yuan stage. Su Mu raised Yang Kai unwillingly. Open Yuan stage. Yang Kai murmured and stopped. Cheng Xiaofeng's expression was overjoyed and immediately became mad, said with a big smile, "Boy, you are only in the body tempering realm, so how can you be my opponent?" After using so much Yuan Qi, I want it will take at least a few months to recover. If you continue to fight, you will hurt the foundation. Don't even think about turning over in your life. Obediently kneel down and beg for mercy. Cheng Xiaofeng hasn't finished speaking yet. Yang Kai has rushed over like a gust of wind. You. Cheng Xiaofeng was shocked. Is this man a fool? Knowing that Own is Open Yuan stage, he dared to rush over. Although he was shocked, Cheng Xiaofeng didn't dare to neglect. He shook his long sword and stabbed Yang Kai. Faced with this oncoming sword, Yang Kai made an action that made everyone didn't expect. He opened a big hand and pointed it at the long sword. Although this long sword is only ranked in ordinary grade, it is also a sharp weapon in the end. How can the flesh body resist its sharpness? Cheng Xiaofeng complexion Yixi, I thought you would bring about one's own destruction. The speed of the long sword in his hand was 1 point faster, and he pierced against Yang Kai's palm. With a sound of pooh, as everyone imagined, the long sword pierced Yang Kai's palm, and fresh blood splashed out immediately. Hu Mei's expression startled. She originally saw Yang Kai greeted him with such a big stab, and thought he had some incredible methods, but now she is stabbed so easily by Cheng Xiaofeng's last sword. I couldn't help being disappointed. This person is not very good. So stupid. Hu Mei's thoughts haven't finished yet, and mutation has emerged. After Yang Kai's palm was pierced, instead of retreat, he approached Cheng Xiaofeng at a faster speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 people are close at hand, and the sound of long sword rubbing flesh and blood makes people feel cold in the heart. With a slap, the palm of Yang Kai's pierced hand pinched Cheng Xiaofeng's sword-holding hand, and the back of the hand was penetrated by the whole long sword. Looking at the crazy Yang Kai in front of him, Cheng Xiaofeng can no longer conceal the fear in his heart. He wants to withdraw his own long sword forcefully, but the other party grabs him so hard, like an iron hoop. Unable to move even a little bit, Yang Kai grinned at him, twinkling in his scarlet eyes, with a bloodthirsty sheen, raised a flushed fist towards Cheng Xiaofeng's door. In a panic, Cheng Xiaofeng raised his hand to block. Yuan Qi within the body also hurriedly mobilized to defend. But Cheng Xiaofeng has just been promoted to the Open Yuan stage. How many Yuan Qi is there within the body? Yang Kai's fist suddenly hit Cheng Xiaofeng's right cheek. A tooth flew out, and Ma Gao's cheek was swollen, and the hit part became red, as if it had been scalded by boiling water. Yuan Qi is so domineering. Cheng Xiaofeng was finally panicked. He found that even if the owner was an Open Yuan stage, Yuan Chi within the body couldn't resist this fiery intrusion, and he was dizzy for a moment. In a daze, Yang Kai's second punch hit. Cheng Xiaofeng suddenly became unconscious. With another punch, Cheng Xiaofeng's body softened, half kneeling in front of Yang Kai, his head lowered, his eyes loose. Yang Kai curled up his foot and kicked him flying. It was all quiet, and Hu Mei was shocked. It turns out that this person is not stupid. He took the initiative to grab that long sword, and it has another meaning. Only by grabbing it, Cheng Xiaofeng has no room to dodge. More than a dozen disciplines of Storm House, including Cheng Xiaofeng of Open Yuan stage, were wiped out. Yang Kai turned his head and looked towards Hu Mei, and was stared at by his blood-red eyes. Hu Mei couldn't help but shiver. I have never seen anyone who is so cruel in the body-tempering environment. Even the young, talented people of the Bloody Battle Gang are impossible to compare with him. Kai Kai. A series of sour sounds came. Yang Kai slowly pulled out the long sword inserted into his palm, and brought up a warm fresh blood. The entire process, without frowning. Throwing the long sword aside, he slowly walked towards Hu Mei. This coquettish young female nervously swallowed her saliva, squeezing a dry smile on her face. The smile just bloomed. Yang Kai had already rushed in front of her quickly. The big handful of fresh blood grabbed her slender white neck, and then fiercely threw her to the ground. The lovable body collided with the ground, and there was a muffled sound. Hu Mei's throat rolled out a hot note, and the moan sound was fascinating. Yang Kai leaned over and looked at Hu Mei, staring at her with a smile. Hu Mei's nervous heart pen jumped straight, and quickly explained, I am not together with them. I am from the Bloody Battle Gang, and I did not take action against the discipline of the High Heaven Pavilion. Really? Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Seeing that this person can still communicate, Hu Mei immediately relieved. Although she is a female and her strength is not higher than Cheng Xiaofeng, she has an advantage that no one else has. That is the body. You are so amazing. Suddenly, a touch of beautiful and alluring thrilling appeared on the ruby-like lips. The attracting spirit seizing souls within both eyes flashed a different kind of rays of light. 41 body tempering environment 8 layer. In the sound of laughter, Yang Kai stood up and looked at Hu Mei and said, let's go. Hu Mei's expression was taken aback and looked startled at Yang Kai. Totally didn't expect. The temptation of perpetual disadvantage did not work. Own body, I don't know how many people are staring at, looks at and want to taste it. Normally, the young people who are competing for love don't know how much, but today it is rare to take an interest in a man, actively seducing him, and being ignored. Is he still a man? For a moment, Hu Mei smiled suddenly, got up from the ground with demeanor, looked at Yang Kai deeply, bit red lips, and leaned to Yang Kai's ear, blowing lightly, you are very interesting. After that, giggled, turn around and leave. Willow waist and plump hips, the one posing is called a sexy bearing and charming temperament. Sumu and the others dumbfounded, eyes full of envy and hatred. They didn't expect Yang Kai to refuse such a good thing. Each and every one asked themselves, if Hu Mei said something to the owner just now, what would the owner do? Maybe it's on. No, it's definitely a good thing to fall into the sky. Why did you refuse? No loss anyway. After Hu Mei left, everyone turned their heads and looked towards Yang Kai. Each and every one was heartbroken and self-sufficient. Hey! Many sighs sounded. Yang Kai squatted down, tore some cloth pieces from the disciplines of Storm House who had passed out on the ground, and then wrapped the injured palm of the owner. Look at Sumu and the others. These junior brothers are all scornful. Do you still have the strength to go? Yang Kai asked. Everyone was nodded slightly. Let's go, then. A group of people with bloody nose and swollen face finally returned to the High Heaven Pavilion in embarrassment, and went away, looking for medicine and healing. Although there was a fight today, it was after all a struggle between juniors. This kind of thing often happens between the nearby 3 great influences. So there is nothing to make a fuss about. Nothing. As long as it is not the death of an important person, the elders of their respective forces have turned a blind eye to this, never asking. There is a struggle to make progress. Elder of every force hopes to use this method to hone the discipline of own. Yang Kai went back to the small wood house. He wanted to take out the remaining half bottle of congealing blood clotting cream, but he gave it up after thinking about it. Today's injury, the most serious, is the palm pierced by the long sword, the other is nothing. However, the palm injury looks terrifying, and it is not as serious as imagined. When grabbing Cheng Shoufeng's sword, Yang Kai avoided the bones and meridians. Although a hole was broken in his palm, it was only the skin and flesh damaged. Similar to the injuries suffered by Back-Colored Spider in the last war, it has been completely recovered after 3 or 4 days of recovery last time, and it should be the same this time. Furthermore, after a while, On's injury has healed a lot, and his physical strength has recovered. Yang Kai carefully felt for a moment and found that not only the warm heat from the unyielding golden body has the effect of healing, but true Yang Yuan Shi who owns within the body also has some healing abilities. With the aid of the 2 phases, the injury recovered quickly. After knowing that true Yang Yuan Shi also has healing effects, Yang Kai hurried to destitute Dragon Stream to absorb Yang Qi. Although the only 1-drop Yang liquid was not used in the First World War, it could be within the true Yang Yuan Shi of the body consumes a lot and needs to be refilled urgently. I was absorbing Yang Qi's mouth. Yang Kai suddenly felt a burst of turbulence within the body, and Yang Qi from the outside world got in uncontrollably, but the momentary effort was worth a few or two. The power of the day. The true Yang Yuan Shi consumed today is not only completely replenished, but also richer. The meridians also seem to be tenacious at this moment, and a bit more spacious. Body tempering 8 layer. Yang Kai came back to his senses, with some joy on his face. The breakthrough body tempering 8 layer so quickly is not what Yang Kai's expected. Originally, he estimated that it would take at least 7 or 8 days for the owner to practice before the breakthrough. This kind of thing will happen. It seems that it is inseparable from the owner's full fight today. It is really good to fight with people. With joy in his heart, Yang Kai worked harder to practice true Yang secret art. After breakthrough in the 1-layer world, the rate of absorbing Yang Qi has been significantly accelerated, and all aspects have been improved. At night, Yang Kai returned to the wood house to rest. After all, he was injured today. It is really not suitable for staying up late to practice. In the next few days, Yang Kai will practice at Destitute Dragon Stream besides eating and sleeping. On the other hand, none of the people like Su Mu showed up. Probably all of them are recovering. In the early morning a few days later, Yang Kai was sweeping the floor, but he saw Su Mu leading Li Yunshan and those people walking over. There were a lot of people who participated in the battle that day, all of them arrogantly following behind Su Mu. It's just that even though healing for several days, this group of people still looks a bit miserable, with bruised eye sockets and swollen mouths, which is very funny. Yang Kai took a look and couldn't help but happily said, "Su Junior brother, is it itchy again?" 42, 42, 42 that day. Cough. The evil Xiaomo came to ask for votes again. Quickly stunned him with a recommendation ticket. Su Mu blushed and glared at Yang Kai fiercely, then stood in front of him, watching him coldly. However, his eyes are a bit complicated, some admire, some unwilling, some upset and a little relieved. "Give me something." Su Mu suddenly rushed behind to extend the hand. Li Yunshan quickly handed the 2 wine jars to Su Mu's hand. Su Mu took it. Own left one and stuffed one for Yang Kai. Without talking, he opened the seal and poured into his mouth. A group of High Heaven Pavilion passing by were all dumbfounded and looked at Su Mu in a daze. I don't know what the hell he was making today. He was crazy and had a drink here early in the morning. Yang Kai slightly smiled, and also stretched out his hand to open the seal, and drank. "Okay." Li Yunshan yelled behind Su Mu, "Okay." Others also cheered. The 2 sky-splitting sounds of Su started, and the wine jars of Yang Kai and Su Mu 2 people shattered at the same time, and the wine was scattered all over the clothes. Drinking in the daytime, ruining the style. Thinking of your first offense? Deduct 5 points for your contribution. If there is any next time, you will be severely punished. A dark hall disciple flashed out from the side, coldly facing Yang Kai, and Sumyu said, "It's so cool. Buckle it, buckle it." Yang Kai looked indifferent. If it had been a month ago, he would be distressed to death, but now it doesn't matter. Yang Kai doesn't care. Will Sumyu, the second-generation ancestor, still care? He has a big backing, and contribution points are worthless to him. Zhao Hu, help senior brother Yang sweep the floor. Sumyu waved at Zhao Hu. Okay. Zhao Hu, who was overwhelmed by Yang Kai's 3 tricks a few days ago, hurried forward and took the broom from Yang Kai. This is not good. Yang Kai glanced at the dark hall disciple, but the opponent was cold snort and turned away. Go to your cabin, I have something to tell you. Sumyu opened the mouth and said. Beside the hut, Sumyu and Yang Kai, 2 people squatted on the ground without an image. There is the small pond in front of them, behind a group of people who are busy in a frenzy. They are repairing the broken roof for Yang Kai. It seems that after that day, Sumyu and the group have completely let go of their grievances with Yang Kai's. Not only did they let go, they also had a heart to make friends. Why are you saving us? After a long silence, Sumyu asked. Why? Yang Kai frowned. You call me senior brother, I naturally want to be a senior brother, probably for this reason. Of course, the most important thing is that Sumyu's nature is not too bad. Sumyu turned his head and looked at Yang Kai deeply. Really? Yang Kai laughed. What do you think? Sumyu was silent, feeling uncomfortable in his heart, and it took a long time to say, okay, you take us as junior brother, we take you as senior brother. The previous thing is that junior brother has no eyes. Sorry senior brother. I didn't care about it. Yang Kai said. The 2 people looked at each other and laughed heartily up, with a smile. This is probably what I said. Let down the grievances. Sumyu is no longer so cautious and embarrassed, and sincerely treats Yang Kai as a senior brother. After the 2 people said something incongruous, Sumyu suddenly licked his lips, and his face appeared with a touch of red, stammering said, Senior brother, ask you something. What? Yang Kai looks at him strangely. That day. Cough. You touched it? Sumyu was a little afraid to look at Yang Kai with his straight eyes. What to touch? Yang Kai did not understand. That's it. Which? Sumyu was depressed and cruel, clenched the teeth and said, It's Humei. While talking, he grabbed a hand on the chest of the owner, and the image was moving. Yang Kai dumbly laughed. As expected, the young man was very curious. Sumyu was embarrassed to ask such things. It was too shameless. Didn't you guys see all of them? I didn't see it clearly. You really touched it? Sumyu's boss opened his mouth. What if I touch it? Yang Kai grinned. It was her own who put my hand up. I just taught her a lesson. Gudong. Sumyu. He swallowed his saliva and looked forward to it. What does it feel like? Have you never tried it? Yang Kai looked at Sumyu suspiciously, thinking that the second-generation ancestor could it be that still innocent boy? Sumyu shook his head into a rattle, and said suspiciously, Senior brother, have you tried it before? Yang Kai showed a pensive expression, and a picture appeared in front of him. Hi's pretty face, faint sighed. Hey, the past is unbearable. Sumyu was stunned, hearing the overtones, and couldn't help pouting, boasting, Senior brother, you paid respects 3 years ago to join sect. You haven't made friends with people for the past 3 years. How can there be such an opportunity, if possible, only 3 years ago? How old were you 3 years ago? 3 years before, 12 years old. 12 years old. The enchantress was ashamed to start with own. If it weren't for her, she would only be 15. If it weren't for the 2 people who were confused and ignorant at the time, something really happened. Thinking of that enchantress, Yang Kai feels afflicted, and she doesn't know how she is now. Senior brother, please be careful. Humei has a high self-esteem. If you scan her face this time, she will definitely not let it go. Sumyu reminded. She wants to deal with me? Yang Kai complexion Yihan. Sumyu smiled profoundly. Well, to deal with you in bed. You look at, she must do everything possible to seduce you, She will never stop until she reaches her goal. Senior brother, you have a lot of good fortune in love affairs. That kind of person, I still look down on it. Yang Kai didn't take this matter seriously, but looked at Sumu and said, you said you have something to tell me. It turned out to be this. Of course not. Sumu straightened his face and opened the mouth and said, Senior brother, you spent a lot of precious money on dealing with Cheng Xiaofeng people this time. Yuan Chi, I just want to compensate you. Compensation for me, N. Sumu nodded, then took out a bottle from his arms and handed it to Yang Kai. Said, this is a bottle of low-returning Yuan pill. Senior brother, you take it and take it. It should be able to make up for your loss of Yuan Chi. Low-returning Yuan pill. Yang Kai has heard of it. This pill medicine is not very effective, but very mild, because it is mainly aimed at martial artists like Yang Kai who are around 7 layer in body tempering. Body tempering from 7 layer to 9 layer, martial artists within the body. Even though Yuan Chi was born, it can be gradually increased through practice martial skills, but because it hasn't reached the open Yuan stage, there is no way. After recovering quickly, Yuan Chi becomes precious. Once lost, you have to spend a lot of money to practice again. Low-returning Yuan pill can save practice time to a great extent. This kind of medicine is used in the martial artists of body tempering from 7 layer to 9 layer. Pill is very popular and valuable, but it has no effect on martial artists above the open Yuan stage. It's just that Yang Kai's situation is a little different from others. His practice of true Yang secret art allows him not to worry about the problem of Yuan Chi within the body, which is exhausted. And what about Yang liquid? So this bottle of low-returning Yuan pill is not worth much. Awaiting rejection, Sumu seems to see through his mind, stern saying, I don't want to owe others favor. Okay, then I will accept it. Yang Kai is not polite. Sumu smiled. Senior brother, you will wait for me here tomorrow. I will take you to a good place. Where? Yang Kai wondered. Sumu smiled without answering. Just let him wait and promise not to disappoint him. 43. The Secret of Sect Master. In the Black Wind Forest, a group of a dozen people in the High Heaven Pavilion are walking. Yang Kai really didn't expect Sumu yesterday to say that the best place to take the owner to is the Black Wind Forest. Walking in the forest, Yang Kai saw an obvious passage here. If this kind of jungle were not frequented by people, it would be impossible to step out of the road. Are many people coming in and out of Black Wind Forest? Yang Kai looked all around and found that it was true. There was indeed some silhouette not far in front, and the direction of travel was the same as Onan and the others. Senior brother, do you know why we met Cheng Xiaofeng's group at the Black Wind Forest that day? Sumu and Yang Kai walked side by side and asked for no reason. Yang Kai expression moved. There is a faint speculation in my heart. Could it be that Cheng Xiaofeng they are also going to the Black Wind Forest? Yes, we High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse and Bloody Battle Gang are not too far apart, and the distance between the Black Wind Forest and the 3 families is almost the same. Basically, if we, the 3 families disciple, want to enter here, we have to pass through the 4-way intersection. What is the attraction here? How else would you all go here? Hey. Sumu laughed proudly. Senior brother, you don't know anything. Black Wind, there is a trade city in the forest, where all martial artists of our 3 families disciple, and even the entire Black Plum village trade. Disciples can exchange useless practice materials for some useful things, or they can be sold as gold and silver items. This Black Wind trade city is quite lively. Senior brother must come and have a look. Li Yunshan also said, yes, senior brother, you can often find some good things here. Last time, Young Su bought a heavenly Yuan fruit with 10 silvertals. Heavenly Yuan fruit? Yang Kai expression slightly moved. Well, the spirit fruit of earth grade low rank. The seller doesn't know the goods, so I took advantage of it. Sumu was a little proud of this earth grade low rank spirit fruit. If it were to be replaced with silver, it would be at least 1,000 tals, but Sumu bought it with 10 silvertals. Is this exactly a big advantage? This Blackwind Trade City Yankai hasn't really heard of it yet. He pay respects to join High Heaven Pavilion for more than 3 years. He didn't make friends with anyone. Naturally, nobody told him about these things. Sumu. This group of people seems to visit here often. Everyone is quite familiar with it. Yankai has heard a lot of interesting things from their conversations, and has a vague expectation for this place in his heart. I have practiced true Yang secret art, but I can find some spirit pill wonderful medicine of Yang attribute from it and use it, but I have some money on hand. Thinking of the bottle of low returning yuan pill that Sumu gave to owner yesterday, Yankai only gained some confidence. Blackwind Trade City is a bit far away, and a group of people walked and talked. Yankai suddenly asked, Su junior brother, do we have an 11th elder in the High Heaven Pavilion? He remembered the old man he saw at Destitute Dragon Stream that day now. The old man is full of mysterious, which is really unforgettable. 11th elder? Sumu stunned. Where did High Heaven Pavilion come from? What 11th elder? Oh, I just asked casually. Yankai knew it. At that time, when the old man said that On was 11th elder, he was a bit suspicious. Now it seems that this identity is indeed fake, but the old man has a kind temperament and is not malicious to the owner. Yankai naturally doesn't want to ask questions and provoke him. Tired of life, Li Yunshan said with a smile. Senior brother Yang practiced all day. I'm afraid I don't know much about our High Heaven Pavilion. There are only 5 elders in the pavilion, and there is really no 11th elder. These people all know Yankai's tragic experience of being bullied in the past, and they kindly told him a lot about the High Heaven Pavilion, so that he would not ask anything embarrassing in the future. There is an elder behind Sumu, who knows more about High Heaven Pavilion than anyone, and somehow he talked about High Heaven Pavilion Sect Master. Sumu lowered his voice and said, I heard Old Ghost say that we, Sect Master, are incredible characters. Now our strength has reached divine movement boundary peak, and we can break through with just one kick. It is our #1 expert within a few thousand miles. Divine movement boundary peak. Yankai was shocked. Martial artists practice level, starting from body tempering, going up is open yuan stage, chi transforming stage, separation and reunion boundary, true yuan stage, divine movement boundary. Each level has 9 layers. The higher the strength, the more difficult the breakthrough. The divine movement boundary is rarely seen anywhere. The sect master of the High Heaven Pavilion didn't expect to have reached the realm of peak. If you go further, it will be a true peak character. Up, the gang master Human of Bloody Battle Gang and the building Lord Xiao Yun of Stormhouse are just divine movement boundary 67th layer. They are incomparable with our sect master. Sumu speaking of this pride, after all, a faction is strong and powerful, and the discipline under the sect will also feel glorious. How long does it take for sect master to break through? Li Yunshan asked enthusiastically. If sect master breaks through suddenly, then High Heaven Pavilion will be the only one in this area for thousands of miles. Who else would dare to provoke me? Sumu expression darkened, then slowly shook his head and sighed. What's wrong? Seeing him like this, Li Yunshan couldn't help feeling nervous. Old Ghost said, Sect Master actually arrived at Divine Movement Boundary Peak more than 10 years ago. Then why there is no breakthrough until now? Solution. For more than 10 years, no matter how difficult the practice is, it should be a breakthrough. Sumu just shook his head. Don't dare to say it. Young Su, how can you do this? Just ignore the curiosity of the brothers. Isn't the beautiful girl's clothes on? Too inhuman. Zhao Hu yelled, and a group of people also enthusiastically asked Sumu to continue. Okay, but you all remember, this matter must not be spread out, otherwise there will be big trouble. Sumu took a full posture, looked around all around, which suppressed the voice said, 10 years ago, our High Heaven Pavilion had a major event. It is precisely because of this event that Sect Master's realm has remained stagnant. What's the matter? Everyone swallowed. Drool. We Sect Master have no wife and children in our life. and we only received 2 disciples. The cause of the matter lies in these 2 disciples. Among these 2 disciples, the eldest senior brother is diligent, the second junior brother is smart, and 2 people they are both shocking and stunning talents, and sect master teaches them carefully, without reservation. The 2 people are equally competitive, and they are on par, and no one is inferior to each other. It's just that because the 2 people have different temperaments, sect master's teaching methods are somewhat different. The difference is that there are many praises for eldest senior brother, but harshness for second junior brother. This practice caused second junior brother to misunderstand the meaning of sect master, thinking that sect master is partial to eldest senior brother, because of jealousy and hatred. Second junior brother moving away from the eldest senior brother, the temperament is getting more and more frustrated, and I don't know where to find an evil cultivation technique to practice. Ah! Everyone screamed. Sumyu continued speaking, and everyone listened attentively. I can't tell, Sumyu also had a sharp tooth. The storytelling level is absolutely top-notch, and his words are brilliant. In just a few words, he shows the grudges of fellow apprentices to people before everyone. Yang Kai just listened silently, without interjecting. He felt that this should be true. But Sumyu also had some added vinegar. 44 Su Yan. After repairing this cultivation technique, the second junior brother's temperament changed drastically, but his strength suddenly increased a lot. The eldest senior brother was not an opponent. The second junior brother thought that On was strong. Sect master would prefer him, but his practice of evil cultivation technique was finally known to sect master. Sect master was heartbroken and decided to give up his skills. But before sect master could do it, the 2 junior brothers had already obtained it in advance. This news made the second junior brother completely swallowed by the power of the evil spirits and fell into the demon path. On the night 10 years ago, the high heaven pavilion blood flowing into a river. The eldest senior brother died on the spot, and the second junior brother absconded in fear of crime. Speaking of this, Sumyu paused, turning his head to see everyone nervously holding their breath and listening, couldn't help but be greatly satisfied, and continued. Overnight, sect master turned his hair grey. On's 2 most proud protégés died and the other become devil, and the blow to him was conceivable. Since then, sect master has remained simple, and few people have seen him. Everyone thought that he was broken, and he was gone, but didn't expect that sect master came out again a few years later. But this time, he was not far away, and he personally captured the second apprentice of his own and sealed it in Destitute Dragon Stream. Yang Kai suddenly moved, and suddenly remembered the last words of the mysterious 11th elder. I didn't come to see my baby, I came to see someone. Look at who? It is undoubtedly the person who was sealed under Destitute Dragon Stream. Could it be that this 11th elder? Sumyu went on to say, but after this matter, sect master can't break through the divine movement boundary anymore and can only stay at this stage. I'm puzzled, and I'll have no peace in my life. After listening to the story, everyone sighed and felt sorry for what happened to the High Heaven Pavilion sect master and scolded the fall. The 2 disciples of Into the Demon Path are awkward. Yang Kai's mood is also fluctuating. Is that 11th elder really? If the story told by Sumyu is true, then the old man is likely to be. At this moment, a lively noise came from the front. Yang Kai raised the head and looked forward and saw that there was a large open space in this jungle, and at this moment the voices of people. It is like a huge market. There are 3 sects disciple nearby. Every big and small stalls are dazzling. All kinds of goods are placed on the stalls. There are even dozens of wood houses next to them. The wood houses are relatively simple, large and small. The small ones should be for people to live in, and the big ones are for shelter from wind and rain. Can accommodate many people. Because it is a sunny day, all 3 sects' disciple booths are set up in open spaces. Black Wind Trade City, don't have cave heaven. Okay, here we are. Sumyu mainly brought Yang Kai here this time to let him know that there is such a place, and if there is a need in the future, he can trade here. Not bad. this place. Yang Kai looked at the Tonefro crowd in Trade City, expressing a little excitement. Su Mu said with a smile, "That's natural. There are anything we low-level martial artists want here. And don't worry about safety. The three sects disciple all have experts here. Maintain law and order, and see that there are no small wood houses. That is where our High Heaven Pavilion disciple sits. My elder sister is inside." "Your elder sister?" Yang Kai looked at him. At a glance, I suddenly remembered that the last time Su Mu came to make trouble, he said that his elder sister was core disciple. Core disciple, that is the future hope of High Heaven Pavilion. Su Mu was immediately alert. "Warn you first. Don't think of hitting my elder sister's idea." Yang Kai dumbly laughed. Su Mu said again, "But even if you give her an idea, I'm afraid I don't have this ability." "You elder sister very difficult to deal with?" "Of course." "True, you aren't stage 3 layer. Few younger generations are her opponents." Yang Kai is slightly moved. As a discipline of the younger generation, he can practice to True Yuan stage. It's already quite rare. If True Yuan stage goes up, its divine movement boundary, which is the current state of sect master. Your elder sister is so powerful, why are you only in body tempering? Yang Kai looked at Su Mu suspiciously, as if being poked into the pain. Su Mu's face suddenly became confused and tangled for a long time before saying, "Isn't this fun? But don't worry, I will definitely practice more often in the future." "Let you overtake this trial disciple?" Yang Kai nodded slightly. It seems that the suffering a few days ago has aroused Su Mu's eagerness to win. "Go, I'll take you to meet my elder sister first." With her guarding, it will be more convenient to do things in the Blackwind Trade City. Speaking of, see you. Su Mu's elder sister. The expression of a group of people immediately became serious. Even Su Mu himself adjusted his clothes and bounced all the dust off his body. It can be seen that Su Mu is very afraid of owning this elder sister, in other words, respect and worship. What is the name of Su Mu's elder sister? Yang Kai asked Li Yunshan in a low voice. Su Yan. The name is good, but I don't know what kind of person it is. Not much time. Everyone came to one of the wood houses. Yang Kai raised the head and found that not only this wood house, but also several other wood houses next to it were hanging High Heaven. The plaque with the word pavilion. It seems that these rooms are where the High Heaven Pavilion expert sits. Su Mu was a little nervous, lightly took a deep breath, cautiously walked up the steps, and then gracefully raised a hand, tapped it a few times, and the sound was like a kitten. "Elder sister, I came to see you." Li Yunshan and the others smiled hard, their shoulders trembled. Yang Kai also couldn't help but laugh. Su Mu seemed to know the manner of the people behind him, and couldn't help but glance back at him. "Coming." There was a cold voice, which was like a clear spring in a mountain stream, which was refreshing. Su Mu waved at everyone, and then stepped in. Entering the house, Yang Kai quietly glanced at all around, and found that the house was simpler than On's small wood house. There was nothing inside. But when he entered the house, the noise outside was noisy. Suddenly all were cut off, very quiet. There should be something mysterious about this wood house, otherwise it is impossible to have this effect. While looking at the house, Su Mu suddenly screamed. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and saw Su Mu squatted on the ground with his head aggrieved. Not far in front of him, a female dressed in white clothed like snow with a cold face. This female has a beautiful black hair rolled into a cloud bun, crescent-like willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of beautiful eyes, slender and bright, delicate cayenne nose, peach cheeks slightly red, and small taupe-close cherry blossoms lips, jade-like, crystal-clear skin as tender as honey, lithe and graceful slender body shape, indescribably charming. However, her temperament is extremely cold, and the temperature of the entire wood house has dropped a bit. At this moment, this female is sitting cross-legged on the ground, coldly looks at Su Mu. Needless to say, this is Su Yan. "Do you know why I beat you?" Su Yan asked. Su Mu shook his head and saw that there was a fierce light in the eyes of the elder sister, and quickly nodded. "Tell me." Su Yan's voice is very soft. but there is a smell that makes people unable to resist. Yang Kai knows why Su Mu is so afraid of own elder sister, who has such a elder sister. No one can stand it, even though she is an out-and-out beauty. P.S. Will she be Yang Kai's first woman? Su Yan's character map has been updated. Quickly follow the WeChat public account Momo, reply to the keyword Su Yan and watch together. And the official account will regularly update the latest content about this book. 45. It's not polite to follow me again. Because I was beaten. Facing the elder sister's question, Su Mu didn't dare not answer, and while answering, he secretly looked at it. Su Yan. The latter has a cold face. Why were you beaten? The skills are not as good as people. Su Mu's head lowered. Why are you inferior to humans? Su Yan asked thoroughly. Su Mu replied bluntly, I didn't practice well. Su Yan nodded slightly. There is still a little self-knowledge. Do you know what to do in the future? Got it. Remember what you said today. If you dare to play in the future, it is not someone else who hit you. I will do it myself. Su Mu complexion changed, and promised to practice hard and live up to the expectations of the elder sister. After teaching Su Mu, Su Yan raised the head, looks at the people behind him. Beautiful eyes swept through and fixed on Yang Kai, with a strange expression flashing in his eyes, opened the mouth and said, You beat Cheng Shoufeng. Yang Kai secretly thought the senior sister's news was well informed. Even when I stayed here, Practice even knew what was happening outside. Nodded slightly, said, Yes, better than Su Mu. Su Yan didn't care too much. Yang Kai doesn't look big, but there are also 15/16s. Only now is body tempering 8-layer. Aptitude should it's not too good. Naturally, she won't be able to get into her Dharma eyes. The ability to say a word with Yang Kai is because he saved Su Mu. Give you a piece of advice. Senior sister, please tell me. Yang Kai expression was plain. Stay away from Su Mu and stay with him again, and your achievements will end here. Yang Kai slightly smiled. She didn't answer. She can belittle Su Mu, but Yang Kai cannot. When Su Mu heard this, his face immediately became bitter. But he did not dare to speak. Go out. I'm going to practice. Su Yan closed his eyes again after speaking. A group of people exited gently and closed the door. Looking at each other, they all took a breath involuntarily, and the pressure to stay inside was too great. Although the beauties looked pleasing to the eyes, they might even be frozen in time after a long time. I'm going to see how the medicine pill that I made a few days ago is doing, Li Yunshan said, then left. I want to go too. A few people quickly followed. Not much time. Everyone is scattered. Each has its own business. Only Su Mu and Yang Kai, 2 people are left. Yang Kai saw Su Mu as if something was going on, and smiled. Junior brother own. Go ahead, I'll go around here. Su Mu nodded and said, Okay, if you want to tell me something, I will help you check. Although most of the people here are pretty good, there are still some traitors who are very deceitful. Don't be taken as a fool and slaughtered. After separating from Su Mu, Yang Kai walked around in Blackwind Trade City at will. The 3 sects disciple here are all sitting anywhere, with stalls in front of them, with the things that the owner wants to sell or signboards, and write the things that owner wants to buy. The stall owners have different forms. Some shout loudly, such as a vegetable vendor in a vegetable market, glowing with enthusiasm to promote own goods, and some are arrogant and show a pair of things you love to buy or not. It looks like put on airs to attract people to the bait, and there are people who are bored and practice on the spot, and they are not afraid that their own goods will be taken advantage of by someone taking advantage of a crisis for personal gain. There are various appearances. After walking for a while, Yang Kai found that the stalls here are not only selling and buying things, but also some low-level alchemy experts who play their signs for pill refining, and they don't charge any money. Don't think they're doing good things. In fact, they just need to use other people's materials to practice their hands. These people pill refining, because of lack of experience. 10 furnaces out of 8 furnaces are bad. So these stalls quite cold. It's just that there are not many such booths, and alchemy expert is relatively rare after all. Yang Kai has been paying attention to the Yang attribute. In fact, before entering this Blackwind trade city, the Yang origin seal on his chest reacted. The messy reaction showed that Yang is here. There are a lot of attribute babies. But along the way, Yang Kai found that many things are of low grade. The Yang Qi contained in the herbs is not as rich as the destitute dragon stream. He naturally looks down on these. He also liked several things, but after asking the price, he could only shake his head and sigh. The asking price is too high. Exactly what he can afford now. After turning 1 hour, Yang Kai found nothing, but he figured out the price of low returning yuan pill. Because low returning yuan pill only targets martial artists from 7 layer to 9 layer in body tempering, this medicine pill is only worth about 50 tals. The bottle Su Mu gave him contains 10 medicine pills, which is worth about 500 tals. 500 tals, really not enough. There is a fire red stone on the booth in front of you. Yang Kai can clearly feel the heat Yang Qi in it. It is many times richer than the one overflowing under the destitute dragon stream. Yang Kai estimates that if one absorbs it with Yang Qi in this stone, at least 2 or 3 drops of Yang liquid can be condensed, which is equivalent to many days of hard work. Even though knowing that the uncomfortable stall owner in front of him must have a high price, Yang Kai still squatted down in front of him. The stall owner sullen his face, as if someone owes him money, but just glanced at Yang Kai and ignored him. Yang Kai pretended to pick up several other things and asked for the price. The stall owner, cherish words like gold, casually answered, and then Yang Kai seemed to accidentally pick up the fire red stone and asked, "How much is this?" The stall owner sneered. This time he said a few more words. "This is the most expensive thing on the stall, 3,000 tals." Yang Kai thoroughly, "I have no idea, this is totally a wild asking price. The asking price is too far from the bottom line of own, how can I talk about it?" Putting things down and about to get up, Yang Kai's shoulder was slapped. He turned his head and saw an enchanting female smiling to the owner. "It's really you." Hu Mei was quite surprised. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. To be honest, he doesn't have a good impression of this somewhat slutty female, although she is wearing pretty neatly now. The impudent of that day has left a bad impression on Yang Kai. Detecting Yang Kai's indifference, Hu Mei gave him a look and said softly, "It's okay, just come over and say hello to you." "Well, goodbye." Yang Kai lightly complied, turned his head and left. "Hey." Hu Mei followed closely and moved forward with Yang Kai, intentionally or unconsciously. His delicate body was still attached, and he walked and looked at Yang Kai's reaction. After walking for 5 minutes of time, Yang Kai was a little depressed. He found that this woman was not only coquettish, but also thick-skinned. Ona made it clear that she did not want to talk to her, but she refused to leave. "What are you doing with me?" Yang Kai paused, a little unhappy. "I didn't follow you, this is Blackwind Trade City, I just walk around." "What's the matter? Do you care about me?" Hu Mei smiled. "Stop following me, be careful that I'm not polite to you." Yang Kai was angry. Hu Mei is not only not afraid, but also be eager to have a try. Why is it eager to have a try? Is it like last time? 46 staying in no one's place. Yang Kai really doesn't have a good way to deal with this woman's harassment, only to ignore it. Hu Mei can also see Yang Kai's the meaning of indifference, naturally did not dare to tease anymore, just so follow along. Following the direction of Yang origin seal, Yang Kai walked for a while and stood in front of a booth. After a slight glance, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He found that the stuff on this stall was really good, and most of them were to the owner's appetite. That piece of fist-sized cobblestone, which exudes a strong and hot Yang Qi, is much stronger than the one at the booth just now, but it's not that big. The price shouldn't be more expensive than the one just now. Yang Kai hesitated, but the stall owner was glowing with enthusiasm and greeted. "What did the little brother have fancy? The things I have here are good and cheap. Don't miss it when you pass by. Whether you are owning it or buying and reselling, All it's a trade that makes sure to make money without losing money. Brace oneself, Yang Kai asked. How much is this stone? The vendor looked down and said with a smile, you said Yang Flame stone is not expensive, it costs 500 tals. Yang Kai's face went dark. Although he knew the price was fair, he still shook his head and said, it's a bit expensive. The owner's possession is about 500 tals worth of possessions. The stall owner smiled and shook his head. The little brother just joked. The things I have here are clearly marked with prices. Absolutely not Lion's big mouth. You can go to other stalls and check the prices they sell. You will know how affordable I am here. This is also true. Although Yang Kai came along this way, although he didn't buy anything, he had to check the price a lot, knowing that this person's asking price was not high. But trading, of course, involves bargaining. In desperation, Yang Kai can only start a verbal battle with the stall owner, wanting the other party to make some profit. But the stall owner shook his head. When talking about it, the stall owner was also depressed. He had no choice but to say, little brother, the things I own are not owned by me. They are sold on behalf of the gang. In terms of price, they can only sell more, sell less, otherwise I have to own my pocket and stick it inside, so don't embarrass me. Help. Yang Kai was taken aback, turned his head and looked at Humei standing aside. There is only one gang around here, Bloody Battle Gang. Humei sweetly smiled. Yes, this is my stall. Do you want these stones? Yang Kai nodded. Promise my one, all a dozen stones can be given to you here. Humei's eyes rolled. Young lady. The stall owner's complexion greatly changed. If this batch of goods were lost in his hands, his trouble would be big. It's okay, I'll tell my father. Humei comforted, and the stall owner shut up when he heard this. How about just promise me one thing? Humei excitedly said, for you men, it is a very simple thing. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai flatly refused, thinking with his toes. He also knew what Humei was making. You. Humei angrily glared at Yang Kai, his eyes eager to eat people. Actually, speaking of which, she was not very interested in Yang Kai's, but she took the initiative to devote herself to the temptation and failed to conquer him, which made Humei a little depressed. Not only that, but Own also at little loss. No man cannot be seduced by the beauty of Own. Humei has always believed in this. She just wants Yang Kai to give in. When he gives in, the owner pulls out and quits, watching his jokes carefully. If Humei wanted a man, there would be a lot of finger hooks. If it wasn't for other purposes, how could she be so wronged? She is coquettish and slutty, but that is only the appearance that confuses outsiders. I don't believe that I can't conquer you. Humei felt cruel. With his eyes rolling, Humei said to the stall owner, sell it to him cheaper. The stall owner cried and said, this is not good. I said sell it to him at a cheaper price. Humei's pearly white teeth bite, chills in her eyes. The stall owner was about to be nodded, but Yang Kai waved his hand. No, just 500 tals. If you buy 500 tals, you won't make a profit, but you won't lose money. Is the market price. While talking, he took out the bottle of returning yuan pill and said, is it possible to exchange medicine pill? Trade City here also uses the thing to trade other thing by law. The finished medicine pill can generally be circulated. Yes. The stall owner nodded. This bottle of returning yuan pill has 10 capsules, almost 500 tals. You can tap. Yang Kai tossed the returning yuan pill to him, and then picked up a Yang Flame stone from the booth. As soon as he started, Yang Kai felt a surge of Yang Yuan's power, and he was delighted at the moment, knowing that the deal was done right. Humei hates the gnashing teeth. Yang Kai's action is undoubtedly not wanting to owe her favors, which means that she just showed her good intentions for nothing. The owner of the stall knows his words and colors, and knows that the young lady, who has a bad opinion of the owner, is afraid that he is playing Yang Kai's idea. Although the sale just now is considered fair, the stall owner knows that young lady is a bit wrong. Happy, after thinking about it, I picked up something from the booth and said, little brother, if you don't dislike it, Let me give this seed to you. I can't sell it for a lot of money anyway. What seed? Yang Kai took it, and actually felt a little yang chi from the seed, but this yang chi was very weak. The seeds of Three Suns fruit, we found when we helped mine the Yang Flame Stone. The stall owner told the truth. The fruit of this fruit tree is the spirit fruit of the earth grade low rank. It's just that the growth period is a bit longer. Yang Kai dumbly laughed, wondering what does Own want a seed for? If this thing is planted, I am afraid that it will not bear fruit even for more than 10 years. But Yang Kai is not easy to refuse because of their kind intentions. Anyway, this thing is of little value, and it won't hurt to accept it. Thanks. Yang Kai stood up and took the seed and Yang Flame Stone into his arms. A bottle of returning yuan pill is gone. Yang Kai didn't bother to stay here anymore, looking for Su Mu for a while, but they didn't see anyone. Yang Kai walked towards the Black Wind Forest alone, behind whom Maya has been reluctant to leave, following him like a tail, with a little annoyance on his face. I have to find a way to get rid of her, or she will follow her to the High Heaven Pavilion, and she may not know what others will think of Own. This woman's reputation is not very good. Rolling his eyes and thinking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly deviated from the main road and walked into the depths of the Black Wind Forest. While walking, he turned his head towards Humei sneered. The taste is self-evident. It seems to be saying that if you dare to follow, you will be raped and then killed, and then you will be raped and then killed. An evil feeling arises spontaneously. Humei was a little bit shy from his laugh. She felt a little hesitates when she saw Yang Kai walked into the jungle. Speaking of which, she is not familiar with Yang Kai. What should be done in case of follow-up? She had seen Yang Kai's strength that day, and she knew she was not an opponent. If he was brutal, the owner might be scarred all over his body. After hesitating for a moment, Humei suddenly stomped his feet, twisted his waist and followed in. She is 80% sure that Yang Kai is just scaring the owner. Seeing that Humei really followed in, Yang Kai was annoyed immediately. The reason he wanted to do this was to scare off Humei, but didn't expect that this woman's courage is not small, so that his plan fell through. For a moment the anger came from the heart. The evil grew to the courage. The heart said, wait until there is no one to let you know how good I am. 47. Do you think I am dirty? Get up early and ask for a ticket. When Yang Kai and Humei's silhouette one after the other enter after reaching the depths of the jungle, the silhouettes of two people not far away flashed out from behind the tree. One of them looked at the direction of Yang Kai's disappearance with a bitter hatred on his face, and his handsome face was still bruised. Will know when you see it was beaten in recent days. The other person had dark eyes, staring at Humei's writhing body, twinkling in his eyes with strange rays of light. Become junior brother, were you beaten by that kind of person? The young man with expression cold and severe looked at Cheng Xiaofeng with some playfulness. Although you have just entered the open yuan stage, you are not as for not his opponent. That kid seems to be in a body-tempering realm. Cheng Xiaofeng's face was a bit careless at the time, and that guy was really weird. He was simply dead in battle. I stabbed me with a sword, and he actually blocked it with his palm. The long sword passed through, and he didn't say a word. Not only did he stop my sword, but he also held my arm. Because of this, I just failed. Oh, this is interesting. But I don't know who is more fierce than me. Cheng Xiaofeng laughed with him. Naturally, Niu Tao senior brother is more powerful. How can he compare to you? Has his identity investigation been cleared? Don't provoke a great character. Niu Tao asked a little worriedly. The investigation is clear. This kid is a trial disciple in the High Heaven Pavilion. There is no background. It doesn't matter if this kind of person is killed. Ha ha. Trial disciple? As far as I know, High Heaven Pavilion only has less than 10 trial disciples, right? He is one of them. Niu Tao seemed to have heard something funny, but when he heard the words trial disciple, Niu Tao's worries were also instantaneous. Disappearing. This kind of person is the shame of High Heaven Pavilion. Owners cleaning up is tantamount to helping High Heaven Pavilion a big favor. Well, originally, I was worried about people coming, people going in the Blackwind Forest. It's not easy to start, but didn't expect this kid to be covetous and enter the jungle with that slut. It's really heaven helps me. New Tao laughed. It looks like Junior Brother can not only take revenge this time, but also Yan Fu. It's really kill two birds with one stone. Cheng Xiaofeng also laughed. What did Senior Brother say? You are my helper. If there is something good, how can Junior Brother enjoy it alone? Later Senior Brother will taste some soup. That's it for you. Junior Brother is really interesting. New Tao is a little impatient, opened the mouth and said, go, it is not too late. Let's catch up and find a chance to start. In the depths of the Blackwind Forest, Yang Kai still sneered while walking back. Humei was a little worried at the beginning, but now that Yang Kai is just playing the profound void, she is not afraid anymore. Not only was he not afraid, but he caught up with Yang Kai's pace, holding his hand in an extremely affectionate manner. Where are you going to make trouble? Yang Kai was somewhat annoyed. Stay with me once. I will never pester you again. There was no one around, and Humei was silent. Dear spring and autumn dreams. Am I not beautiful? Humei's charming eyes were like silk. A woman has external and internal distinctions. Your external appearance is good and you have proud capital, but the inside is unbearable to look at. Yang Kai looks at her coldly. This is a bit heavy. Humei pulled her face down when he heard it, coldly said, do you think I am dirty? Yes. Yang Kai straightforward. Humei pretty face sneered, you are just a trial disciple of the High Heaven Pavilion. Although I am not as strong as you, I am the little princess of the Bloody Battle Gang. I can watch you are your blessing. You failed to appreciate somebody's kindness. Do you know how many people are beating my ideas outside? Then little princess can go find those people, why come bother me? Yang Kai expression calmly. Yang Kai, don't be fool enough to reject a face-saving offer. If I go back and tell my father that I have been insulted by you, even if you are from the High Heaven Pavilion, you will definitely not see tomorrow the sun. Humei hissed hard, and Yang Kai's attitude completely angered her and made her face scandal. After all, her status is not low. Why has she ever suffered such an insult? Yang Kai also smiled coldly. Dare to ask your royal highness, little princess, if I kill you here now, do you have a chance to go back and file a complaint? Humei hearing this for a moment, she was furious just now, forgetting that this is the depths of the Blackwind Forest. If Yang Kai really dares to do it, she absolutely has no chance to leave alive, and this place is definitely the best place to kill and throw corpses. It can be said that if she really died here, it would be dead for nothing. Thinking of this, Humei stared at Yang Kai vigilantly, took a few steps to retreat, trembling said, are you kidding me? My patience is limited. Yang Kai said lightly. Humei stared at him, eyes full of humiliation and irritation. But she didn't dare to attack. She couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was a joke or was it true. When Humei was struggling, Yang Kai was expression moved and looked to the side vigilantly. Intentionally or unconsciously, Yang Kai's footsteps flashed and he stood in front of Humei, staring at a big tree and sipping. Come out. Humei hearing this was shocked, but at the next moment she understood what was going on. Two people suddenly flashed out from behind the tree, and they sneered while walking towards this side. The laughter of the two people was eerie and weird. One stared at Yang Kai and the other stared at Humei. Put Cheng Xiaofeng, New Tao? Humei apparently recognized them, and she was puzzled, but in the blink of an eye, she understood why these two people appeared here. This time, Yang Kai is afraid of danger. Uncomfortable being stared at by New Tao's unscrupulous eyes, Humei couldn't help but brows slightly wrinkle up, and quietly shrank behind Yang Kai. Mayor elder sister, this time, we are only taking the life of this kid. You go aside, don't hurt you. Cheng Xiaofeng stood at 5 feet in front of Yang Kai Ding, while slowly pulling out the saber around his waist. He said to Humei. New Tao said with a smile, yes, if it hurts, I will feel bad. 48 reveals prestige. Tonight, there will be another on the list. When the time comes, online book friends, please support, please support. Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao have already stated their purpose for the future. Yang Kai, heart slightly startled, didn't expect these two people to be so vicious and merciless, just for a dispute to the point of murder. While being vigilant, Hu Mei quietly said in Yang Kai's ear, "Yang Kai, if you don't want to die, listen to me obediently." Then Niu Tao, half a month ago it is already open Yuan stage 5 layer, and the strength is exactly comparable to Cheng Xiaofeng, and now they are two people. You are definitely not an opponent. Do you have a way to deal with him? Yang Kai wondered. I can't deal with him, but they certainly dare not kill me. As long as you meet my requirements, I will guarantee you nothing. Hu Mei's identity lies in here. If she tries her best to keep Yang Kai's, how can Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao sell her face? At most, they will beat Yang Kai out. No more. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Would you rather die than? Hu Mei looks at Yang Kai like a fool, and the beautiful eyes are full of incredible. Sorry, I'm a little clean. Besides, I know who lives and who died. I only know who I am. Yang Kai calmly looked at the two people opposite. Having got this answer, Hu Mei's face changed, and it took a long time to be snid, biting Yin-Ya bitingly, and said bitterly, if this is the case, then you should respect yourself. After all, walk a few feet to retreat, and put on a standby. Cheng Xiaofeng said with a big smile, my elder sister is so good. I know that my elder sister will not embarrass me. Hu Mei, he squeezed out an ugly smile, and didn't know what he was thinking. Niu Tao He smiled strangely, looked up and down Yang Kai, unperturbed, his hands on his back, and shook his head slowly. Your name is Yang Kai, right? When you arrive at Netherworld, don't blame me, blame it. Your own nosy. Do you own it, or do you want me to do it? This madness can't be added, Yang Kai said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. If you want my life, own it. Ability to get it. While talking, he secretly started True Yang Secret Art. As soon as True Yang Secret Art was running, Yang Kai clearly felt a violent heat in his chest and drilled in along the acupoints. This heat was mixed with huge Yang Qi. For a moment, the burning Yang Kai meridians was in great pain, and a puff of blue smoke appeared on the part of the chest, and the skin and flesh were all roasted. Yang Kai was shocked. Before he had time to react, the painful meridians had adapted, and the huge Yang Qi continued to flow into the meridians. Almost in the blink of an eye, the meridians are full of true Yang Yuan Qi, full to the brim, bulging. Tick-dot, just like a movement from the depths of the heart. Danshan has one more drop Yang liquid. After a while, another ticking light sound came. Within 3 breaths before and after, 2 drops of Yang liquid took shape. But 1 drop of Yang liquid didn't know what was going on and disappeared as soon as it was formed. Until this moment, the ferocious Yang Qi stopped moving. Yang Flame Stone. Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses, and took out from his chest the Yang Flame Stone that had been exchanged for a bottle of low-returning Yuan pill. But how could this stone that was originally filled with Yang Qi still look the same now? The energy trickle inside does not exist, but it is all absorbed by Own in such a short time. And the result is 2 drops of Yang liquid. It's just that 1 drop is missing. Counting the 1 drop that originally existed in Danshan, there are still 2 drops left. This absorption speed is too fast. It's almost stuffing, and Own doesn't even have the time to react. The changes on Yang Kai's side Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao saw in their eyes. The abnormal shape on Yang Kai's chest made them a little confused, but Niu Tao has rich combat experience and waved his hand. Become junior brother, come with me, it will change later. Okay. Cheng Xiaofeng hoped that Yang Kai would die sooner, the better, and no longer hesitates now. So he rushed up with the long sword, expression fierce. The 2 people, 1 left and 1 right, are as fast as the wind, but in the blink of an eye they rushed to Yang Kai's eyes. Niu Tao is superior in strength after all, so he moves faster. Yuan Qi slams on his fist and suddenly slams towards Yang Kai's door. Open Yuan stage 5 layer. Within the body has gathered a lot of Yuan Qi, So the martial artist battle strength of this time should not be underestimated. There was a faint gust of wind whistling on the fist that Niu Tao threw, obviously using some martial skills. Yang Kai not at all dodge, and greet each other with a punch. With a sound of bang, there was a sound of bones from Yang Kai's hand wrist, and the clenched fist seemed to be cut by countless blades. In an instant, there were densely packed wounds, and the body was involuntarily take a few steps back. Niu Tao gave a weird cry, only feeling that On's fist hit the red soldering iron. The skin and flesh were hot and painful, and he shouted, "Yuan Shi is so hot." With the strength of his open Yuan stage 5 layer, he couldn't resist the invasion of a martial artist Yuan Shi in body tempering, which is really weird. The two people fought each other and retreated. Cheng Xiaofeng pounced on with his sword, and with a vengeful rage, he stabbed at Yang Kai, about to cut him here. After taking Niu Tao's punch, Yang Kai's fresh blood boiled again, and a warm sensation quickly developed in the bones. After the heat dissipated, it seemed to have endless strength. The eyes slowly turned scarlet, and the originally gentle face became crazily crazy. Faced with Cheng Xiaofeng's sword, Yang Kai grabbed it with one hand. Cheng Xiaofeng sneered, "Last time I heard your loss, do you think this young master would fall in the same place?" While speaking, the sword changed, turning stabbing into sweeping. "I want to cut Yang Kai's fingers off." Yang Kai's reaction is not slow. He noticed the change of the opponent's sword moves, and his fingers turned into a catch. With a sound of pooh, the long sword still cut Yang Kai's finger. At this moment, Cheng Xiaofeng's face bloomed with joy. Hu Mei covered his mouth. His face was unbearable, but he remembered Yang Kai's attitude towards owner. Hu Mei felt that he should chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades. How is it possible? Cheng Xiaofeng exclaimed, because he discovered that the sword of On didn't cut Yang Kai's fingers. This is a sharp weapon after all, a martial artist of a trifling body tempering, and the strength of flesh body. How old is it? Even if the people of Open Yuan stage are hit by this sword, there is no possibility of perfection. Yang Kai grinned grinningly, showing white dense teeth. Seeing his scarlet eyes, Cheng Xiaofeng was a little panicked, and hurriedly retreat while yelled, "Angry senior brother, help me!" Before the voice fell, Yang Kai had already bullied himself and pounced on him, and one drop Yang liquid indention moved with his heart, condensing it at his fingertips. A finger pointed, in the middle of Cheng Xiaofeng's forehead. Cheng Xiaofeng's mouth opened wide, his breathing stopped suddenly, and he fell on his back. On his forehead, there was a chopstick-sized hole that pierced through the entire head. The hole was smooth and flat, and there was not even a trace of fresh blood flowing out. Cheng Xiaofeng's eyes were wide, with a staring expression. "Ah!" Two exclamations sounded at the same time. It was the voice of Niu Tao and Hu Mei. 49 victory. In the new week, we will be on the list again, and ask for support. Please leave your member clicks and tickets. Cheng Xiaofeng is dead. Without warning, he died in Yang Kai's hands. The last time Yang Kai fought against the Stormhouse group of disciplines, Hu Mei also saw the end from beginning to end. Although he knew Yang Kai was amazing, he didn't expect him to be so strong. Cheng Xiaofeng of Open Yuan Stage 1 layer, only met Yang Kai, and he was pointed to death. What martial skills is that? Why is there such a powerful formidable power? The hole in Cheng Xiaofeng's forehead was clearly burnt out by a most firm most yang thing. At this moment, Hu Mei was panicked. After seeing Yang Kai Xiaoting's killing methods, she realized that Yang Kai's words were not joking. He really dares to kill, and he has the ability to kill. Niu Tao was also extremely shocked. He had just punched Yang Kai. Before the second move was sent, the own junior brother died in front of him. This change really made him dumbfounded. "You actually killed the junior brother?" Niu Tao screamed. "What method did you use?" "The formidable power of that finger is too strong." Absolutely, what incredible martial skills are. Niu Tao was a little scared in his heart, afraid that the owner could not resist. "You have to die too." Yang Kai naturally knows the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots. These two people came here with On today, and they wanted to kill On. Facing this kind of enemy, Yang, where is Kai soft? The situation this time is different from last time. Last time it was just a gang fight. Yang Kai would still show mercy. But in the face of an enemy who wants to own his life, it would be foolish to show mercy again. Seeing Yang Kai rushing toward the owner, Niu Tao suddenly grinned. Stop bluffing, take your life. While shouting, he burst out his fists. Toward Yang Kai greeted him. The opponent only his body tempering. How many yuan chi can there be within the body? The formidable power that was used just now is huge, and it must consume a lot of money. That is to say, he is impossible to use that method again. That's why Niu Tao has no fear. Niu Tao finds that On is wrong after waiting for the hand. This Yang Kai can actually use yuan chi. Every time he confronts him, he can feel a burst of hot energy from his moves. This energy makes Niu Tao even more realm, sometimes higher realm than Yang Kai, but fundamentally can't suppress him. Niu Tao took out all his answers and moved left and right. He didn't dare to confront Yang Kai anymore. He just wanted to fight a war of attrition. He waited until yuan chi of Yang Kai within the body was exhausted. At that time, the other party is the fish on the chopping board. Niu Tao's ideas and strategies are not at all wrong. To deal with the general body tempering environment discipline, this method is the most effective and can definitely take down the enemy at the least cost. But Yang Kai is different. It has just absorbed all the power of Yang Yan from a piece of Yang Flame Stone. Yuan Chi full to the brim of the meridians really continues to wear down. Maybe Niu Tao is exhausted first. Soon, Niu Tao realized something was wrong. In the beginning, Yang Kai's performance was really just like a martial artist in the body tempering environment. Whether it was the speed or strength of the fist, although it was stronger than the average person, it did not exceed the scope of the body tempering environment. But with the passage of time, with various injuries left on him by On, the strength of this Yang Kai's has risen steadily. One punch is faster than one punch, and the strength is getting bigger and bigger, most letting Niu Tao endlessly afraid. The hot power attached to his moves is actually getting stronger and stronger. As time goes by, this Yang Kai's strength is also growing rapidly. What is going on here? When a martial artist fights, with the consumption of yuan chi within the body, the battle strength will only get lower and lower. Why is he the other way around? In just one cup of tea, Niu Tao could no longer evade Yang Kai's attack by virtue of her body skills. He couldn't do so, and Yang Kai punched him in the chest. The heavy force almost made Niu Tao breathless, and the hot force that invaded within the body was as fierce as fire. Looks at Yang Kai with crimson eyes. Niu Tao has a retreat in his heart. With a flickering move, Niu Tao suddenly withdrew and galloped into the distance, gasping and shouting, Yang Kai, you killed the junior brother, you are dead. Open yuan stage 5 layer. Can't beat the enemy. But if you want to escape, the opponent can't do anything about it. Niu Tao is very confident at this point, because in the previous battle, he saw that Yang Kai not at all practice bodily martial skill. Niu Tao wants to escape. Yang Kai can't stop him, he can only watch him rushing more than 10 feet. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved. Danshan's last one drop Yang liquid twinkling reached the point. Tip. Immediately, Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and pulled it on his fingertips, and a sensational scene appeared. This one-drop Yang liquid turned into a thin such as a cicada's wing scarlet blade in the blink of an eye. As soon as the blade was formed, it flew out under the drive of Yang Kai's. With a sound of su, a shocking blood shadow cut through the air and poured into Niu Tao's back. Niu Tao's running body suddenly stiffened and fell to the ground with a puff. There is silence in the jungle, and occasionally insects' noises and bird cries come. Yang Kai panting heavily, battered and exhausted. Hu Mei's legs trembled a little, his body was cold, and his heart was chilling. She hasn't left, just thinking that Yang Kai will ask her for help when she can't support it. When the time comes, she can achieve the purpose of owning. But what made her didn't expect was that she came to kill Yang Kai's two Stormhouse disciples and was actually killed by Yang Kai. These two people are all open Yuan stages, a 1-layer and a 5-layer. They teamed up to deal with the Yang Kai in body tempering. In the end, not only failed, but also took the life of the owner. Everything is so unreal, so unfathomable mystery. Suddenly, Hu Mei's expression was surprised. She found that Yang Kai turned her head, staring at Owen with a cannibalistic gaze, and there was a kind of rays called killing mouth shining deep in her eyes of light. Hu Mei stepped back subconsciously. If you dare to move, you will die. Yang Kai's cold voice came. I won't move. Hu Mei's voice brought some crying, and there was a warm convulsion in the lower abdomen, and he almost lost self-control on the spot. She was really frightened, and she couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai was going to kill the owner. Life and death matter. What can she do if she is a young female? Although she is proud of her love scene, her strength is really not high. Yang Kai didn't care about her anymore, but rushed to Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao's side and ransacked them. After a short while, Yang Kai found some silver pills and 2 bottles of medicine pills. 2 bottles of medicine pill are not much left, but they are worth a few dollars. Not a loss. It's a pity that the owners condensed Yang liquid. Now there is nothing in Danshan. After a great battle, the true Yang Yuan Shi in the meridians has also consumed most of it. Are you short of money? When Hu Mei saw Yang Kai robbing 2 corpses, he couldn't help but shout out, I can give it to you, as long as you don't kill me. How can Hu Mei now dare to show up in front of Yang Kai and be coquettish? Even talking is cautiously. Yang Kai lightly glanced at her. I am not the Green Forest Bandit. What do I want your money for? I will earn it if I am short of money. 50, 50, 50 throwing a corpse. I don't know why. The recommendation votes are so few. Compared with other books on the list, our members' clicks are not lower than them, but the recommendation votes are only 14 of theirs. 20%. A shabby amount. Recommendation votes are very important for new books, so Xiaomo hopes that friends who read the book can vote a few votes. Just 2 clicks of the mouse. Hu Mei did not dare to answer the conversation. She would lose if she said too much. She was afraid that Yang Kai would be annoyed. Come here. Yang Kai beckoned to her suddenly. Hu Mei's lovable body trembled, tears swirling in his eyes, biting his lips, looking at Yang Kai imploringly, but he did not dare to move. What are you afraid of? Come when I ask you to come. Yang Kai was a little impatient. In desperation, Hu Mei could only walk towards Yang Kai, and slowly came to stand 5 steps away in front of Yang Kai, looking at him with a little horror. Aware of her fear, Yang Kai was funny in his heart, but still sternly said, You are obedient, I won't move you. There was a hint of light in his tone. Irresistible overbearing. Hu Mei energetically nodded, I am obedient. Yang Kai was satisfied, and bent down to hold Niu Tao's body against his shoulders, and looked at Cheng Xiaofeng's corpse motioned, bring him. Although it was disgusting, Hu Mei didn't dare to obey. He knelt down aggrievedly and carried Cheng Xiaofeng's corpse on his back. Although she is a young female, she is a martial artist after all. It is not a burden for her to carry 100 catties. Come with me. Yang Kai looked at the direction, then moved towards the deeper part of the Blackwind Forest. Hu Mei didn't know what he was going to do, and he didn't dare to ask, but just followed step by step. Yang Kai wants to throw the corpse. Although the place just now is considered to be deep, it is not sure if there is any cheating couple interested in it and ran the for at wrist. If someone sees it, it's always a trouble. Although the probability of this kind of thing is small, it has to be prevented. The cause of death of Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao is very special. They are both penetrated by the hot origin force. If Stormhouse follows this clue to trace it down, it might be found on the head of the owner. So Yang Kai had to throw the body far away so that the people in Stormhouse would never find it. 2 people one after the other walked deep into the jungle. Hu Mei stopped talking several times, but endured it again. After more than an hour, a lake suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and it was here. Hell, who made to put down the body? Yang Kai went to find two big rocks, moved them back and tied them to the bodies of Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao, and then sank them to the bottom of the lake. Patted hand, Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "You are my accomplice now, should you know how to do it?" After that, she turned her head and lightly looks at her. Hearing this, Humei was not surprised and rejoiced, repeatedly nodded, "I know." Yang Kai will say this kind of words, which means he will not malicious to the owner, and his life was saved. Humei relaxed physically and mentally and took a breath involuntarily. Smart girls will always be liked. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Speaking of which, Yang Kai really didn't know what to do with Humei before that. Don't kill it, it's always a hidden danger. She sees all this in her eyes today. Kill it. Yang Kai is a little bit unable to do anything. From start to finish, Humei didn't harm owner, but just stood by and watched the show. Could it be that kill them for this reason? It's too unreasonable. After walking such a long time, Yang Kai also figured it out. This time, Cheng Xiaofeng and Niu Tao provoked it on their own initiative. If the owner didn't kill them, he could still sit and wait for it. So even if Humei stabbed the matter out, Yang Kai was not afraid. "Have you killed a lot of people?" Humei was much bolder and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's the first time to kill. But I see you are very old-fashioned. When you kill them, you don't even blink." "It's not like the first." "The second time." Humei was puzzled. When she said that, Yang Kai's frowned. "Yes, it is the first time that Own kills. Why is he not afraid at all?" Although there is no sense of excitement, there is absolutely no fear. At that time, I was just fighting, and my mind only had the idea of killing them. Looking back on it now, I think it's incredible. Believing or not by you. Yang Kai didn't explain much. Half a circle around the lake in front of him, and came to the place far away from the corpse. Yang Kai stopped and plunged into the lake. In the battle this time, Yang Kai also had a lot of injuries on his body, so he had to wash it before he could go back. Humei stood by the lake and waited, thinking about it in her heart. After more than an hour, she would definitely go down to tease Yang Kai. Now she doesn't have the guts. Wait until Yang Kai finished washing up. Humei opened the mouth and said, "Wait for a while, and I will wash it too. I just walked so far with a corpse on my back." Road, Humei feels uncomfortable all over. Women always love to be clean. Okay. Yang Kai wrung out his clothes and lay on a rock by the lake, basking in the sun, recovering his strength by the way. "I didn't even dare to take off my clothes." Humei just dashed into the lake. Lithe and graceful body was like a fish swimming in the lake. Every now and then she would secretly glance at Yang Kai, but finding that the other party didn't even have the desire to open his eyes, Humei couldn't help being shocked. He is not tempted at all. After a long time, Humei only washed clean and came to the shore. Drenched clothes clinging to her body, showing her exquisite and enchanting figure, she came to Yang Kai's side without any shy, with blushes on her cheeks, sitting on a rock slanting in the sun. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her, sweeping up and down 3 ways. Humei lowered his head. "The figure is very good." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Humei bit his thin red lips, and said with difficulty, "Actually, I didn't do that with men, even people who touched my body. You are the only one. In the past few years, I have done this, firstly, to recruit more talents for the help, and secondly, to provoke the relationship between High Heaven Pavilion and Stormhouse Disciple, and to entangle you is also for this purpose." Yang Kai hearing this was taken aback and gave her a deep look. "You don't believe it?" Humei's face flushed. She has never told anyone about this secret. Everyone outside thinks that she is really singing every night. On the surface called her little princess, young lady, secretly calling her a slut, a slut. "I believe it." Yang Kai nodded, "But what business have to do with me?" Humei's expression said with a bitter smile, "In the future I won't pester you anymore." The incident at this time hit her a bit hard. Listening to her, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved, and finally got rid of this trouble. After Hu Mei's clothes were dry, the two people left the lake. In order not to attract people's attention, Yang Kai and Hu Mei parted ways early and went back to their own sect. After returning to the wood house to rest for a while, Yang Kai got up and came to destitute Dragon Stream. This time war has exhausted all the hard work of these days. Naturally, it is necessary to replenish the true Yang Yuan Qi within the body as soon as possible, or else there will be no way to deal with this kind of thing next time. Furthermore, Yang liquid was used twice today, and the formidable power tested out also made Yang Kai excited. He really didn't expect Yang liquid's formidable power to be so powerful. Owner is now just body tempering. 8th layer. If the realm is higher, will Yang liquid's formidable power become stronger? Regardless of the reason, Yang Kai now has an idea of impatience wanting to practice.